2 minutes to start coverage. One minute. 30 seconds.
'Welcome to the Caparica Surf Fest 2025, the culmination of the European qualifying series. We are here on the southern shores of Lisbon. My name is Ben Mundy. I'm joined in the booth by Chico Alves and Jose Ferreira. And we've got waves, we've got sun, we've got Easter, we've got good times, we've got Chico Alves. Mate, what are your kind of vibes? Talk me through how you're feeling right now.
I'm feeling good. We have an amazing week of surfing coming, and last few weeks has been really good waves here in Costa. The bank is really good. I know the boys have been training really hard here, so I can't wait to watch the action.
And say Ferreira, it's all on the line. Last week, last big comp of the year.
Yeah.
Final qualifying series, placed up in the Challenger Series. How do you feel, mate? What's going to happen?
This event is always exciting because of that. A lot of decisions, drama, people fighting for their careers and for their goals. So I think we're going to have a lot of good action. We have great waves, super fun, way better than that hurricane last year.
Yeah.
So I think we're in for a great event.
Yeah, we're all fighting for our careers. Don't worry about that. But there's 10 spots up for grabs on the Challenger Series in the men and the women. So it all comes down these last 4 or 5 days. As you said, Chico, you're a local around these parts, mate. And having a quick look at the surf, as you said, there's a right hander off the sort of groin. There's swell. We're looking. It's pretty positive, right, for the waves coming our way this week.
Yeah, it's one of those banks that work really well even with wind because it's a bit more towards the inside. We saw Maximus Suno do really well there in the previous year. So it's a bank that works well in low tide and high tide as well. So yeah, I've surfed here on the last 2 weeks once and it was really fun. So I can't wait to see what they can do here.
And what do you think? Who's going to win, mate? Who these type of conditions? Who are you sort of backing over the next sort of 4 or 5 days of action?
Yeah, we're at that time in European surfing where you really have like a very vivid clash between the older generation and the new generation. So I would say that for one, you have, the Maxims, Lacomars, and, that generation. But then again, you have Adura Madrian, the Odriozolas, Afonso Antunes, Portuguese. So I think it's going to be either like someone from the new generation or the older generation. Hard to pin.
Right, so you're just sitting on the fence there,
yeah,
basically.
yeah.
Sitting on the fence. And but we have got one of the, I mean, it's quite important for surfing competition, Chico's waves. They're pretty important. And the forecast here for this week, talk us through it. If you keep a close eye on things, you're always watching the graphs, always watching the periods, always watching a little bit of the wind direction. But what have we got this week? Is the drone shot. We've got a bit of northwest swell and sort of around all week, right?
Yeah, we're gonna have waves for sure all week. So we won't see flat days or days with really like low energy. We saw that yesterday and the previous day we had like a big storm. So we're going to see a lot of swell coming in. And I think we're going to see some really fun days over the next week. I know some days look a bit like sketchy, but in Costa, like seriously, when it's a bit stormy, I actually like it better because the waves get a bit more powerful and you can have a lot more fun rather than on those really clean days.
Yeah, so we're looking at today. West-northwest swell, around 2 metres, but it is protected here around those groins in the southern side of Lisbon. So, and the wind's protected right too here. Hey, Zay, like you can see there from the drone shot, that bank looks great, eh?
Exactly, and I think it's going to get better with the tide getting in. There's basically 2 peaks here where the guys are. You can see it from the drone image, and then apparently there's another right a bit further to the left. So you kind of have those 2 peaks, and you might have those, you get a wave, and then you need another one, and then you just sit on the other peak. And so I think, lots of waves, not your typical QS, I think. Great conditions
wow,
for
that's
this one.
right. There's lots of waves. We've got lots of surfers as well. Round of 96, we're going to go live. We are running straight off today. That is the good news. The round of 96 of the man. We're going to put the round of 64 of the man on standby. We'll see how the conditions progress. And straight off the bat, we've got Aaron Strong, Sam Nickerton, and Francesco Lazzarini. So you can see across the sort of whole of Europe sort of covered there. Aaron Strong flying or surfing under the GBR or the Great Britain flag, but is based down here in Portugal, so knows his way very, very well. Sam Nickerton has been a long time surfing on these QS events. And Francisco Lazzarini, part of the Italian push. But, I'm more interested actually in those banks look good, but the Monday's left, just on the other side of that, on the northern side, as it's known around these parts, Chico. If you sneak out there and get a few of those little lefts on the other side of the groins, because these piers, isn't there, how many are there? There's about, I don't know, a dozen or so piers or groins that run down the beach, and off most of them, there's usually a rip bank off either side, right?
Yeah, usually when you have a right on the left side, you have a left on the right side. But yeah, usually like Portugal in general is not like a land where you're going to see a lot of good lefts. Unfortunately, there's like a really good one, like a kind of a secret, but you need to
where is that?
What?
Where is it?
I'm not going to tell you, but the thing is like the people that surf there, they charge.
Right.
And I don't charge. Most of us, like common surfers of the world, they don't like to charge like
where is it?
12-foot waves.
Where is it?
But yeah, there's a lot of rights.
Yeah, there's a lot of rights.
Like Ericeira, it's only rights. Like
you have Pedra Branca.
Yeah, but
you have Foz do Lisandro. You have that left there.
Foz do Lisandro, it's a left.
No, Foz do Lisandro is classic.
Coxos works like 2,000 times a year. Like Foz do Lisandro works once every
winter.
Yeah, every winter, but one day, you
might have more lefts, more rights than lefts.
Figueira da Foz.
Yeah.
Like Porto, even Porto only rides. Figueira da Foz rides.
And even in Costa's tends to be right-hand bank.
Right. So
actually, Costa, I would say you probably have more lefts than rights.
Yeah, it's the place where you can find the most lefts.
Yeah,
for sure.
Yeah.
Of the whole country.
Of the whole country. Yeah, I know about that.
So yeah, it's a tough place to be a goofy actually, but as we see, Lazzarini.
Okay, first wave of the event. Francisco Lazzarini, the Italian, comes around.
Wow.
Little first turn, and you get the front on view and just kicks out. So we are underway. Meanwhile, that's Nickerton just banging down the line, looking for a closeout section here. You can see that little bank just running off. Oh, big layback snap. Comes unstuck. So all these surfers, this is around 96, so not the big seeds coming up. We've got some of those big seeds coming up in the next round, as we were talking about in that show. Zay was mentioning the old guard versus the new guard. We might get a chance to see some of them this afternoon battling for that all-important top 10 spots to get onto the Challenger Series. But you can see that sort of nice, clean face there, Chico, but didn't get the section.
Yeah, I think he went for the 2-for-1, and maybe he should done like a bit of a stall at the start, wait for the wave to build up and do like a massive turn. So just a bit of a misread there. And here, Nikritin trying to go for the layback, and yeah, just going a bit too much over the leap there, Zay. What do you reckon?
Yeah, and interestingly enough, this kind of looks like a stormy Burley Heads. You know, where the next CT is going to be, not the next, but the one after that's going to be held. Yeah, but he risked it. He risked it, and I think
Turn was looking good though.
Yeah, that layback.
So what? Whoa, as you see, up and down there for Nickerton. What part of this sort of reminds you of Burley Heads? Zay, is it the palm trees, or is it the right-hand point? Is it the board shorts?
I think it's the Oakberry outside.
Yeah,
Exactly, and
all that stuff.
Aaron here. No, look at the right, and then like a few sections, but a stormy Burley Heads.
Yeah, I got what you mean. Where they had the recent battle of the board riders, didn't they? With their sort of punchy little rights, but he's banking off the groin, and looks super fun.
I think more the start of the wave looks a bit more like Diba.
Yeah, and Diva, somewhere around Australia.
Do you miss Australia, Zay?
Yeah, I actually do. I really like Australia, actually. A bit more of the... Oh, but let's just look at Aaron's...
It's been pretty consistent over the years. Aaron Strong, real powerful style. Likes to put it all on the line. Sort of super committed.
Yeah, and Aaron is one of those guys that, like, you see him surf, sometimes it's not the first name that pops into your head, like to win a contest or something, and then you just see him, like, charging. If you follow him on Instagram, you'll see the barrels he goes for. This guy charges.
Yeah, he's known for his, as soon as it gets pretty chunky, has a massive crack. Live action, Nickerton again, so first turn. Just holds back, waits for the finish, and again just goes unstuck. So he would have, first heat of the day, first heat of the competition, he would have said to his coach, just get out there, finish your turns, keep it simple, don't make mistakes. And unfortunately, Chico, he hasn't been able to do that.
Yeah, you can see here first snap setting it up, and there he had a second thought about where he's going to hit the lip, and he waited for a long time for the size of the wave. So he lost all the speed on the bottom turn and ended up not getting the projection he wanted on that turn. So, yeah, unfortunately there maybe a lot of nerves, as you said, like first heat of the day, one of the most important QSs of the whole year. So I think, they're showing off a bit of nerves. And sometimes it's funny because you see this each sheet and they all surf great. I've seen clips of all of them and they surf great. And since the heat started, we haven't seen nothing substantial.
Yeah, well, speaking of nerves, here's a man on the beach who has none. Our contest director, Hugo, is down there with Claudio Pinto. He's going to give us a run-through of the schedule, the conditions, and anything else he's got for us. Claudio, all yours. Thanks, Claudia. Thanks, Hugo. Yeah. So good news from that, I would say, Zay. We got waves every day, dropping off a little bit maybe to Thursday, and then it picks up again. And the tides are all right. We had a full moon, I think, last night, so quite big swing tides that they're going to drop. But, yeah, he's pretty confident.
Yeah, that's true. And we had this look. It kind of
Burley.
burly. Yeah, right. Nice first carve there, and then just finish it off with this layback. So probably the best wave of the heat so far, and it does look beautiful, that beginning of the wave there.
Yeah, as you said, he called it a right-hand point himself, and it is really reeling off that groin. The tides are good. Hugo, I'm not sure what any update on what's Hugo's done with his nose. What's going? His nose strapped up there? Any intel?
Do you remember when
Nose job?
Nelly used to wear like a Band-Aid?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
Might
kind of
be
like that.
Yeah, he's just going for the look. No, I reckon he's probably pulled into a 15-foot slab somewhere and smashed his nose. But, there's another big turn from Nickerton. So, serve's warming up, got rid of those initial nerves. The waves are good, and they're starting to lay down a few big sort of turns, a few hacks on these great conditions. I think it's kind of almost low tide at the moment, I think. So, I think high tide's at 3:30 this afternoon, or thereabouts. So, it should just improve throughout the course of the day. What did you like about this, Shuko?
Yeah, I like the turn, the end turn. He had a lot more speed here, and he was able to drive through it a bit with more control. He made it, so it's a make, and he needed that. With 16 minutes to go, he had like two pairs of twos. So yeah, this turn was a big turn. And Aaron with a 5.17, so the best score so far of the event. And this turn though looked sick.
Yeah, he'd made a few mistakes, but he's recalibrated and then didn't get caught up. Meanwhile, Strong coming down the line, looking for another big finish. Smashes the fins out, semi-claim, non-claim. So plenty of opportunity out here at the moment. Of course, right-hand point breaks. We've been kind of blessed this year, Zay, with the European qualifying series. The Moroccan event was, some of the best waves I think we've seen for competition, let's say ever. I mean, in terms of a world-class wave, hold the phone. Did you see Strong going down? But, yeah, Morocco was just absolutely pumping. I mean, it has to be right up there in terms of the best of conditions seen for a European event, I would say, consistently. And, Jorgen Kuzene came through. But, yeah, what an event that was.
He was in the final with Maxime, right?
He was, yeah. He won.
Ramsey.
With Ramsey.
With Ramsey, yeah, that's right.
And some in E as well.
And who?
What?
Sorry?
I'm
What's that?
kidding.
Yeah, he won with a buzzer beater. Massive heat score, I think, in 9-point ride in the last sort of seconds. So beat the hometown hero.
Ooh, the young gun.
Yeah, next heat coming up, of course. Jamie Vaselko, João Cipriano, and Seth Morris. He looks a bit nervous. He's trying to get the blood moving. What's advice? What advice would you give the grommet there, Shuko? If heaven forbid you're a coach, I don't want to contemplate what that means, but it's just saying if we're going in the fantasy realms, what advice would you give him?
Just have fun. Little right and Fitzy surfing, really fun. You can go for the air. I saw him surfing on the Grom Surge last week, so yeah, he was on fire. So I can't wait to watch what he can do.
Okay, so this is the peak in the middle. There's one of those lefts we were talking about.
Wow.
A bit shorter, a bit sharper. And Lazzarini goes down. So there's a mix of both peaks now. Lazzarini's decided, even though there's only 3 surfers, to go down in the middle, sort of hunt on his own. And, so just have fun. So you reckon that's the main bit of advice you give a competitive surfer?
Yeah, he's so young that he's got probably another 18 years of QS. So I'd rather have fun on the first few years than take it too serious. Otherwise, I'm going to be serious for 20 years.
Zay, you are actually a coach, so let's ask you about it. What advice would you be giving?
Not a coach, but I don't know. These days, you never really know.
Okay.
Yeah, you got
Okay,
me
I don't
thinking.
know.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
It's
just
safe to say the
but
future of
it's
Portuguese surfing in safe hands.
but it's true. You probably want him to risk it. I would say he has nothing to lose. He's not fighting for a qualification. He's just starting to get in the midst of everyone else. He's that 14, 15-year-old kid that is surfing better and better. So he wants to, I would say, risk it and start feeling more comfortable in competition besides these older guys, and building some confidence. So, yeah.
Yeah, so Vaselko up in the next one.
But it is like very hard for a 15-year-old to take competition so seriously from such a young age. So yeah, having fun can
Yeah, it's important, isn't it? Getting the balance right, I suppose, is the key, isn't it? It's surfing is fun. The competitive side of it is important. Just trying to weigh those two up as we see a competitor here in strong around the corner.
Wow.
Clicked it off the top. Can he finish here? Gets the tails out, and that's that semi-claim again. So Aaron Strong has the two best waves of the heat so far. I think that's going to improve his score as well. So starting to build a pretty strong foundation. And this one, Zay Ferreira.
look at this nugget. Nice first turn. Judges are going to like that verticality
Wow.
in water. And then a lot of expression on that last turn. So I would say best wave of the heat again for this guy.
Yeah, just got the fins out there, real power. Lovely looking wally wave right in the pocket. I mean, that was strong. His first round of the 96 doesn't have to do too much, but you can just see how he just clicks the fins out, does that trademark kind of arms up finish, and looking strong.
Breaking 20.
So a 7.33. So that is, as Shuko said, or as Zay said, the best wave
15.
of the heat. And he has got a commanding lead. It looks like it's going to come down to Nickerton and Lazzarini. While those two surfers battle out, we're going to go to a short commercial break and come back
Breaking
with the first
10,
heat of the first
9,
day of the Caparica
8,
Surf Fest
7,
2025.
6,
Right after
5,
this.
4, 3, 2, 1 minute. Twenty seconds. Ten seconds.
Back live action here as we see Nickerton just dragging the rail, dragging the hand, waiting for a finish. He's botched a few. Can he finish it off? And he does. Boom. So Nickerton looking stronger. Made a few mistakes earlier on, but starting to get back into the heat. We've got 8 minutes to go. It's flown by this first heat of the entire Caparica Surf Fest of 2025. We've got skateboarding action. We've got music. We've got this man having a crack now, Shiko.
Yeah, nice start there. I like the double hand layback, looking really stylish, and the last turn, bang. driving through that one. He likes to do laybacks. We feel it, and look at the right there. Looks really fun.
Yeah, Burley style, like, or somewhere like that in Australia. But he has this layback lockdown. It's a good go-to turn when you're surfing a right-hander that has this finish that sometimes it's a bit hard because it's shallow. So good for him to keep this one in a 6 points on that last one.
Yeah, so we'll see. Netted a 6 point ride. Got a 6 point ride, so in the second. So that means Lazzarini, who I think's made a mistake, moving down to that sort of middle part of the beach when it's pretty clear that the best right-handers are off that break wall. So that's potentially a bit of a risky manoeuvre. I think he's going to get back out there now and try and regain the group here for the final event of the qualifying series. It's been a big sort of year for WSL. You've been following it, Shike. You just saw El Salvador just finished up. Did you watch a bit of that? Did you get involved in much of that, mate? Who'd you like? Who'd you dislike? What were your key takeaways from that event?
Well, I saw a lot of it from the El Salvador just because of the time. It's great for us. Yeah, I saw the emotional moment of Jordi with Matthew was great. That final was really good to watch. Two South Africans in a final after like 42 years, and it was great to see like the young gun from South Africa with Jordi Smith there, as we see here, talking about like guys that are reaping. Jorgen Cuisine.
Yeah, he's the European qualifying series ratings leader, #1 on the charts. Booked his place for the Challenger Series, about the back. Lazzarini just can't quite get that wave selection. Yeah, that was great to see Smith. And it's great to see Jordy Smith just back, I think he's been a bit underrated now. For like 20 years, he's just been at the top of the sport, hasn't he? Like, effectively, like one of the most seasoned competitors, 36 now, I think, or 37 even. Like, and still maintaining that level of just focus, commitment was incredible. Speaking of focus, commitment, there's a turn, little fins out there from Nickerton, a little bit wobbly. He's got a section to finish off. That's that kind of trademark turn. He's finishing him off now. Yeah, so I was really stoked to see George. Just stay right at the top of his game, and you never know, that world title, that elusive world title, he's come close a few years, and he might be right in the mix now.
Yeah, he's so deserving of that. And I think he's the oldest. Look at this section here. This is the section where those laybacks will come in handy. Nice turn though. Like first one here, and then this one was well done. Nice bottom turn and risked it. So might get that 497 to upgrade, but live action.
Yeah, live action out the back. Lazzarini chasing an 8 point ride. He's not going to get it with that. You're saying he's the oldest? You left me hanging there.
I think he's the oldest surfer of the male side in the CT.
Yeah,
it's crazy how 37 is the oldest surfer in the CT. At least you had Kelly always. He was, he's like, oh man, I'm 15 years older than the oldest guy. I still have time. But now, it's like.
He was an outlier, wasn't he, I suppose? I mean, you go back 10, 15 years, most surfers were retiring at 32, weren't they, in 33? Yeah. I suppose Kelly proved that you could push it on, and then I suppose, but even Mick and Joel, I think they sort of retired at 36, 37.
Exactly.
And still, they sort of, with Geordie's still at that. And like, Geordie, he's not known for his fitness. I mean, he does train a lot, doesn't he? He works at it. He's not known for his like super commitment or super high intensity training that, but he's just managed
consistent.
Consistency. He always had a few injuries.
Do you think like it's heavier for guys these days regarding like pressure because of social media and all that? Because I guess you're seeing like, for instance, it's almost like routine. You win a world title and like you have pretty much a year off.
See, hold that thought as we see Lazzarini, boom. Yeah, a lot of the
right, like Toledo was world champion. He kind of took a year off. Italo, the same thing. John Medina, all these younger guys.
Yeah, well, I think that's they've just been doing it for so long, so incessantly, isn't he? Like, just to keep that intensity up for that long is so difficult. From time you're 16 to your time 30,
Yeah.
It's really hard to maintain that intensity. As you see, Strong, speaking of intensity, oh, there's a nice carve back into the pocket. Swoops around again, so a bit more rail work this time rather than those off the tops and the finish here. And another one, a bit trademark finish. Strong, just absolutely nailing the coffin on this heat. He is going to win this and go through to the round of 64. We might have a quick look at the recap and see how he's done it. Just been improving, Chico, every sort of wave. He's just looks like he's on point. He's confident, looks calm, and looks like he's going to have a solid win.
Yeah, he's looking like year after year a bit better, and that's something great about Aaron. As we see the start of the year, the recap, this was Nikritin starting off with a 4.97, and this was Aaron. Aaron starting off with a 5.17 with this one, with this big turn there at the end. And he ended up improving with this one with a 7.33. So big turn out the back, and he was able to combo up again here. I like his turn. With the fins a bit. Showed the judges he made it, and I think he will improve on the 5.17 now with this last one.
So back to live action. The current second play. Oh, tube pulls into a closeout, gets a bit of travel time, and gets slammed on that churning sandbank on the inside. So Nikritin still in the comfortable second spot. But yeah, a bit of tube, showing the power, showing the shallowness of the bank, and yeah, looks like he's going to. Yeah, got a minute on the clock. Lazzarini, the Italian, earning a big number. Such as this sport, it's pretty tough. You travel all this way down from Italy, you post up at the hotel, you train, and then within the first 25 minutes, you're in trouble. That's the way it goes. And it looks like Aaron Strong. Yeah, as Chico said, like that improvement each year it's actually, it's fundamental, isn't it? If you're not improving every year at this level, you really have to look at something different. But Strong seems to just be, every clicking up a gear each competitive season.
For sure, and he's working for that. I mean, he's spending a lot of time in, harsh conditions. He charges. He's putting himself out of his comfort zone, and I guess just training a lot. At least from what he posts and stuff.
Yeah, he's got a serious medical condition, hasn't he? So he's like, he's battled through all sorts of health issues, like really serious health issues to get where he's at. So he's probably had to work harder than most just to be fit and to be, to do what he does. So yeah, discipline's not a problem. He's pretty committed to this and the sport, and yeah, the fact that he's improving. Early days, around 96, he's going to have to probably even post some bigger numbers as these rounds go through. But a strong start, that's all he can do. We're going to march on into the next heat number 2 pretty shortly, and then all through the round 96 today. Lazzarini just made a few mistakes, I think. Didn't sit on that right-hand sort of break where the best waves were. Let his opponents just grab some of those better sets, and he's just found out that it's too little too late for the Italian. You hear the hooter go. I think this is going to be after the hooter. He lies down. So Aaron Strong and Tiam Nikritin are through the first 2 surfers to post some wins. That'll feel good. They can start surfing the rest of the beaches around here on the other grinds and just chill out. Unlike us, we're going to be here all day seeing some of the best European surfers fight it out in some great waves at Caparica. As you see, Strong just do the old Duke stance as he comes in happy with that first win. And there's that great sideways look. But while those surfers come in, we're going to go on a short commercial break and come back with more live action from the Caparica Surf Fest right after this.
há sempre algo que nos inspira. O Milênio está sempre presente, ao seu lado, na conquista de novos desafios. Juntos, partilhamos a paixão pelo futuro. Milênio, aqui consigo.
It's good to try, even when something seems to make little sense. Put your weight on it. Make an impact in this world. Call everyone, set ambitious goals, and ask yourself, do you want to change surfing? Dare to test. Ride the future.
Welcome back to live action. There is the city of Lisbon, just waking up this morning on a Tuesday before Easter, and we are kicked off of the Caparica Surf Fest 2025. We've got a week-long festival of waves and music and skating and good times, and we're going to progress right through to the round of 96 today. Take a break and see if we can get it on with some of the 64. Bit of sort of, stormy, hazy weather, but plenty of swell and a good bank here, and straight up into it is the Portuguese surfer Vaselko. Just catches that first turn, bit of a slip almost, but regroups. Here's the finish, and there's a nice turn through the lip. And there he is, that little bit of flare on the inside. So the Grom, Chico's advice to go out and have fun on that wave. Had a bit of everything that wave, didn't he, out the back? Meanwhile, the Welshman, Seth Morris, just can't quite handle that one. So not start he would have wanted, but Vaselko looks sharp there, Chico.
Yeah, he looked on fire. Like, that turn was massive. Like, he looked really active, really spicy. We could feel he was on it, and that's what the youth has, right? Energy, a lot of energy. You can see, like, he was, it's 7:45 and he's on it. No, it's 8 o'clock right now and he's really on fire, So, yeah, he's just like, you could feel he was in tune with the wave, as we see the replay of Seth Morris. Nice setup snap there off the lip, and here a bit of a mistake, but the section though wasn't quite there. But this though was great from Jaime. A bit caught up on the first turn, but I like this one. Bang, near under the lip snap. I like the carve, and then he was able to fit one more turn there, drifting the fin. So nice combination there. I think it's going to be a great number to start this heat off, and this was the second one from Seth Morris, so nice one, carve with a combo there and a big turn at the end. And this was the Cipriano's wave, a bit of, he just surfed this one, so a bit of carves, maybe lacking a bit of commitment there on those first two. Ben?
Yeah, they kind of cut downs, weren't they? And rather than sort of caught between two stalls, meanwhile Morris, third wave, staying busy. There's another nice strong top turn. And
Wow.
Third, so travelling with the UK contingent, working with Luke Dillon and the Welshman, getting a couple of big turns off the bat. Just looking down the rankings, as we see this wave here, he's got that top turn lock, hasn't he? And then that was a little bit sticky. This one was a nice carve, and then the third one. So a lot of spray and a finish.
Wow.
So
this one was great. Like, the
work.
last three turns were really connected.
A lot of work to do down there for the judges. Speaking of doing a lot of work, we've got Claudia Pinto down there with the winner of the last heat, Aaron Strong.
We're here with the winner of the first heat of the day, Aaron Strong. Guide us through your heat, and how are you feeling this morning?
Yeah, I'm feeling really good. Conditions are really nice for the opening day of the event. And yeah, I just started by warming up. I didn't have a free surf this morning, so yeah, it was kind of like, okay, I'm gonna take it like a free surf and start getting into a rhythm. And me and my coach have been working on the second turn, so staying calm for the second turn and make sure it's in a good spot and with some power.
You're always putting a lot of focus on your preparation and training and also diet. So what's the goal and what do you envision for this contest?
Well, yeah, I've been putting a lot of time and in my physical training with Mario and all my team behind, Sylvain, that's been coaching me these last few QSs. So yeah, I've been trying to get ready in all these areas and been trying to get into the Challenger Series. I'm not so well in the rankings, so I'm going to give it my all to do good in this event and see how far I can go.
This beach is quite familiar for you. Do you feel confident coming here?
Yeah, last year I was close to getting into the podium, and yeah, I have a good connection with Caparica, and yeah, hopefully I can take it far.
Thank you so much. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Claudia. And live action, as we see Vasilko, first turn, clicks off the top, winds up, and then gets the fins out, bends the knee, and just goes down. The grommet out the back, Cipriano. Bit sort of different style, a bit more lanky, a bit more drawn out turns, just a bit slower as well, and that way not doing a whole lot. Vasilko, the Portuguese surfer. I tell you what, looking at the rankings, Chico, the Portuguese surfers are really noticeable by their absence. I think there's only one in the top 10, maybe even one in the top 20. The Portuguese surfers on the male side. Afonso Antunes was up there in the rankings, but yeah, it's a bit of a surprise to see, given the talent here in this country, they haven't had such a good year on the qualifying series.
Yeah, I think it was just maybe a shifting year. We see that Francisco Ordonez, he has been reaping. He did really well on the World Juniors. He was European Junior Champion. He made some big and massive results. I think he was, in terms of junior career, after Vasco, the one with the best results so far. So I think he improved a lot. I saw him surfing on the first stop of the national league we have, and Ordonez is he's going to do well for sure. So I think he did really well last year as well. But yeah, it's just we have this group of really talented kids like Martin Nunes. Yeah, they are a lot. But yeah, I cannot understand like Joaquim Chaves as well as we speak. But yeah, they all served so well, and yeah, no, it's just like it all comes down to these moments, right? When the buzzer beats, you need to surf, and at the end of the day, if you don't perform when you're competing, you don't show off on the rankings. So I don't know, they just need that extra push in the competitive side, I think.
Yeah, maybe as you said, that transition year. Yeah, Freddie Moreau's Kickash's been injured. He broke his ankle. He's been out. Vasco's been out as well, as we well know. So those established older pros who are sort of often that top 10 rankings are gone, and it's up to those next generation to come through. And there's just a bit of a gap in that age group, and a lot of the French and Basque surfers have happily filled that gap and moved up into the top of the rankings. So we'll see if on home soil they can make amends. All the Portuguese surfers spend so much time down here on this beach growing up, just in terms of there's a lot of competitive sort of events down here. Yeah, they know it well. It's close to Lisbon, so they'll be at home here. They've got a lot of work to do to try and get into that all-important top 10 to get onto the Challenger Series, because obviously such an advantage having one of those, of the 6 Challenger Series events, one's on here in Ericeira at the end of the year. So to get into that, it'd be huge.
Yeah, I think it's massive, like the platform we have for Portuguese surfers. We have so many events at home nowadays. Back then, for you to qualify for the city, you had to travel so much, and with this new format, it's so great in terms of for the regional events. It's so good in terms of investment for the surfers, and it's a great platform for them to qualify for the Challengers. So I think it's a good build-up stage if you want to really reach the city level. And it's quite like it's almost like like steps like you need to make, right? First you make the regionals, then you make the Challengers, and I feel like that's a good way for you to set goals and really schedule your calendar as well in terms of training and what you actually are preparing for.
Yeah, and all you guys, a little bowly wave from Cipriano. First turn is a little bit soft. Gets a little bit caught up on the second, so just not really making the most. That wave looked good on the takeoff, just sort of fizzled out. Zhao back out there. But yeah, Jeremy Veselko, one of those next up and coming. Obviously, following the footsteps of his sister, who's a world junior champion. So that's you know, he knows he's seen that pathway, isn't he? He knows what you got to do to get to the, you know, to this top level. And yeah, it's great having a sibling that's already sort of done a lot of the hard work and shown the way. The old brother-sister combos. There's a few of those out there, isn't there, Chico? We might get back to that. When we come back from a break, I'm going to talk through your best favourite brother-sister surfing combinations. Okay? And, you got time to think about it? As you see live action, Morris swinging around the corner, the Welshman. A lot of rail, engaging and all, and then drives down the line. Can he finish it off with a big foamy section and does? So he's had a couple of pairs of fives. He might just get another one after that. We'll let the judges contemplate that score. We'll let Chico contemplate some of the best brother-sister combos in surfing. We're going on a short commercial break. We're going to come back with more live action from the Costa de Caparica Surf Fest 2025. Not long right after this.
Na vida, há sempre algo que nos inspira. O milénio está sempre presente, ao seu lado, na conquista de novos desafios. Juntos, partilhamos a paixão pelo futuro. Milénio, aqui consigo.
It's good to try, even when something seems to make little sense. Put your weight on it. Make an impact in this world. Call everyone, set ambitious goals, and ask yourself, do you want to change surfing? Dare to test. Ride the future.
Here from the Caparica Surf Fest 2025, we've got the Portuguese surfer out in the lead at the moment, Jamie Veselko with 11.33. Seth Morris on second with 9.77, and João Cipriano netting a score. Talked about brothers and sisters. Obviously, Veselko's elder sister, world junior champion, and a great surfer from Portugal. Just see this action. It's the way before the break, Chico. Morris has been consistent, hasn't been able to elevate himself just in that 6-point range yet, though. What does he need to do?
Well, I thought that that wave we saw where he connected some big turns, I thought it was 6. From based on what the previous heat was based off. And yeah, we saw 6 of Nikritin with a bit of just a setup snap and a layback. And I thought that wave from Seth was really well connected, so I thought it was a 6. So I was a bit confused on that score, and yeah, that's it. So in my opinion, he had the 6 already.
Okay, all right, okay, good. That's what I wanted. So he doesn't do anything. He's already got a 6. On the scoreboard, it says different.
In my mind, though.
And yeah, who's your favourite brother-sister combo?
I think my favorite one isn't sister-brother combo. It's father and daughter combo.
Okay. Well,
Josh Kerr and
that's a different question. So
Sierra Kerr.
I can't accept that answer because that's not the question I asked. I didn't say best father-daughter combo.
Did you say he qualified for the Challenger?
No, I just in general.
Did you saw Josh Kerr qualified?
Yes, I did. Yeah, on a twin fin. Yeah, he's ripping. Yeah, but that's not the question, though.
Is he gonna?
Yeah, he's going to compete on the Challenger Series because Sierra will do. So he's going to his
have
daughter.
fun. Yeah.
So he's just travelling with her anyway, and he did qualify.
And Julian as well.
So yeah, Julian's got a wild card. So yeah, he'll be surfing in the.
So like, Teddy's club coming back.
Yeah, exactly. That'll be dangerous. Julian's been ripping, but
He is. You know, he has been training.
yeah,
Has
he's always
he?
trained pretty hard. Yeah,
Really?
Yeah,
So is he like
he's
focused?
100%.
Really?
Yeah, he's keen. Yeah,
Oh,
he's,
okay, nice.
he's,
You won't be playing like just.
Nah, he's there to get on the CT. Absolutely.
Nice.
Yeah, he's
You
pretty
think
fired
he'll
up.
do it?
I think he's a better surfer than 90% of surfers on the Challenger Series. So if he gets his head right, he's always been pretty smart competitively. If the desire's there and the commitment's there, I still think he's good enough for sure. Imagine him at 6 to 8 foot Ribeira de Ilash.
Oh.
Imagine what he'd do out there. Yeah. So, yeah, interesting times ahead. But right now, who will join him? Cipriano's trying. It's going to come a long way from behind this peak and the scoreboard as well. Little swooping turn. Just hasn't been able to connect that second turn, and then just gets a little roundhouse and then a finish. Nice surfing. A bit more timing. 6.10 is his requirement. He might edge up a bit closer to that for Zhao. And just looking to get back in the heat. Try and put a bit of pressure on Morris. So you're not going to say the more obvious sort of brother-sister combinations. Your Tyler Wrights and your Owens, your Tylers and your Mikeys, your Mason.
CJ and Damien.
I'm going to say it one more time. It's going to be a long week.
I'm just
a long week, Chico.
I'm just trying to.
You've got
I'm just trying to ignore exactly what you want me to answer. We have Gabriel as well in Sofia.
Yeah, there you go.
Great.
Finally.
We have Miguel and
surprise,
Samuel.
surprise.
Miguel and Samuel.
Yeah, I think the sister comment. I think the sister bit's quite important. If you can focus. It's funny you finally. The only one you've mentioned is Gabriel Medina.
Back then, I used to like
Surprise.
Seth Monish and Kelly Monish.
Yeah,
Was
good.
great. She's a really good longboarder.
Yeah,
Right?
yeah, world champion. Yeah,
Exactly.
I'll take that. Yeah, sure.
You like this one, right?
Yeah.
You were
yeah,
not
you're
like
back in the game. Now.
You were not like ready for this one, right?
Oh, well, it was an obvious one, but at least
Not
at least-
obvious. You couldn't remember, but
at least you're.
but you remember like the least obvious one, right? Tyler Wright and Owen Wright.
Here we go. As you see live action for Selko. Well, yeah, Owen and Tyler. You could have said Tyler and Mikey, of course.
Exactly.
That could have happened. Meanwhile, here we go. Morris, the Welshman. Can he get around this section? Two little nice top turns. This wave looks so fun. Oh, and just almost a bit too much sort of push on it there, and he just had to wind up the windows. Lost control somewhat. Not sure if that'll improve his score, but yeah, this nice little wave. That's a good thing about this bank, isn't it? It's just a push. Sometimes Caparica can be a little bit soft just because of the way the shape of the sort of banks is quite a slopey sort of gradient. But with these sort of pushy, with this swell and this bank, there's a real push. Hey, Chico.
Yeah, it's just as you said, it's a bit further on the inside, and usually these like banks near the inside they work better just because they stand up a lot more, and with the rip they create a lot of face on the wave. It's not like an easy wave to choose all the time, but there's of course always fun waves, and we can see they have already caught so many waves in one heat, and that's what we want to see. We don't want to see them on the outside waiting for a wave for 20 minutes, and yeah, just the guy winning because he caught the wave of the day. So I think even for the competitors to have a bank like this where there's a lot of rip and a lot of waves coming, they make the decision to surf, and that's exactly what people that come down to the beach and people that is watching want to see. So for us, even though it's a low-scoring affair on this one, it has been fun to watch because we see them stand up and try their best.
Yeah, and here's a guy standing up, and that's Cipriano. Oh, that's a bit more vertical, right in the pocket. Can he get another section? Has to sort of wait his time, but it starts to pole a little bit more on the inside and then cracks it. Finishes it off, so he likes it. He's pumped. But is it a 6.10? Wow, we might see the replay. Let Chico deserve out the back. Current heat lead over Selko. The grommet, nice little turn off the top. He's got so much more spark. A little bit more, you know, you can see he's young and his technique is set to improve, but he's got a lot of nice sort of flow. Meanwhile, Morris, more heavy-footed, Just a little bit caught on those two turns, and then a little check turn, and a finish at the end. So sort of stuck in that 5-point range. Not sure if those two are going to make the score for Zhao any higher. At the moment, it's at 6.1. We'll get the replay and just see whether that is going to be anywhere near it. He liked it. He liked the claim. It was his best wave of his heat. Is it enough? It's a solid wave overhead almost. Just got a little bit hung up here though, didn't he, Chico?
Yeah, the first turn was a bit mistimed. The last one was the best one. So I like how he adjusts the trajectory of the turn, and he made it. So, and this one, do you think is enough?
No, I don't think so. I don't think it's better than Morris's best wave. That first turn was vertical, but it was just a little bit sort of caught behind when he came out. So yeah, we'll see. Judges deliberating. I think it's 2 scores to come in. Blue skies starting to peer through. Bit of rain and haze this morning. It's set to clear for this afternoon. Should get some sort of more brighter conditions in the evening and afternoon. Swell just slowly sort of tapering off today and tomorrow. Not huge, but it will just drop off. Energy rating has dropped off a little bit as well. So we'll just see how that works out. But going to have still loads of, you know, solid, good period. Northwest, west-northwest swell. The west angle helps get in here a bit more. It's quite protected otherwise if it's super north, but with a bit of west in it. Is that true? I mean, I'm just saying that. Chico will let me know, but there's the fort there that guards the harbour of Lisbon. There's a few ways around in and there. Such a beautiful part of this coast, the history and the Atlantic all combining. This is, of course, where some of the world's finest navigators set off in the 14th and 15th centuries and discovered, you know, the world effectively with some of the most impressive piece of ocean navigation of its time. It's a seafaring capital, and right now these seafarers are getting in. They're looking at this one tight. So these are the 2 waves we're looking at, Chico. What did you like about it? What didn't you like about it?
Yeah, as you said, like this first turn was great, but you got a bit stuck under the lip there. But this one was a bit more explosive. So
judges looking at it, I think they've been asked for a replay just to sort of compare and contrast the 2 waves. There's Morris. He's just got that different style. Like this was a little check turn here, but then suddenly he knew he was going to go all in on the last one. So good decision making, really, because he did put it all in. Judges just trying to work out which one was better. It could be the difference. With 1 minute on the clock, there is no time. They might not get another opportunity. So the judges are taking their time on this one. Obviously super important. Zhao, he knows he's done. He's coming all in on that last wave. There's not much more he can do. Got one last wave before he came in. Little soft roundhouse. And then another. So I don't think this wave's going to help. See what the finish is like. Nice bit of spray. So he's got his confidence back. He's got his timing. And he likes it himself. If he's trying to sell that to the judges or just generally happy with his own performance, maybe a bit of both. And Cipriano waiting for the scores. 30 seconds. It really is tight. The judges clearly think this might be there or thereabouts. So it's going to be tight. There's going to be so many of these heats. We've got 4-man heats coming up as well. So they'll get more and more servers. We'll get more and more tight. There's going to be drama. So much on the line. And this is just the second heat of the day already. So there's excitement. There's drama. And we're about to find out, hopefully, as the heater goes. So not much more the service can do. Looks like Vaselko, he's all right. He had fun, as Chico advised him to do. Got some fun waves, surfed well. Showed some really good spark. See there, Zhao, he's hoping that the 6.10 is the score he required when he took off on that wave. And I haven't given it. Is it the score? I suppose Seth Morris got another one to come in as well, which could up his. Seth needs to improve on a 4.77 with that sort of 3 or 4 turn combo. And there's his elder sister, to come in, get some advice from her, from the former world junior champion, surfing the Challenger Series loads, had some CT experience, so that's the pathway that he wants to try and emulate. He's got off to a pretty good start. I'll tell you what, my sister would have been giving me no advice whatsoever. She would have stolen my wax, put soap on the board, and then gave me a cuff around the ear.
Yeah, nowadays they improved a bit.
They have, yeah. They're much nicer.
Yeah.
Or maybe it was just mine. Don't know. Yeah, so a long way. That wave was caught 4 or 5 minutes ago, I think, from Cipriano, and he needed to score. Vasilko, he's kind of out of the loop. Oh, well, or is he? I suppose if his scores will affect whether he's close, but he's coming in. He's not too sure what's going on. Sometimes it's a bit hard to hear what's going on. Bit of wind. And there's got one more score to come in. So Cipriano's wave after all that was he got a 4.63, I think, for the wave, second to last. So that dropped his score down to a 5.14. So he did improve his position. Morris scores come in at 4.73, so that doesn't really change his. So now he's waiting on a 5.14 for potentially the last wave. And if that second wave was a 4.47, then the new wave is not going to be enough, and he doesn't get enough. He gets a 4.47. So Vasilko and through, as is Morris and Cipriano. He fought to the end. There's a bit of drama as the judges decide on what to do, but in the end, too much. So there, that young Portuguese kid goes through while the judges have a rest from that quite a intense bit of action. We're going to go to a short commercial break and come back with more live action right after this.
vida, há sempre algo que nos inspira. O milénio está sempre presente, ao seu lado, na conquista de novos desafios. Juntos, partilhamos a paixão pelo futuro. Milénio, aqui consigo.
It's good to try, even when something seems to make little sense. Put your weight on it. Make an impact in this world. Call everyone, set ambitious goals, and ask yourself, do you want to change surfing? Dare to test. Ride the future.
And welcome back to the Caparica Surf Fest. We have in the water right now Joaquim Chaves, Jean Cocagne, Julia Fontvielle, and Guy Turner. So a lot of good names on the water right now. And joining me on this one is Zé Ferreira. Zé Ferreira, welcome back to the studio. I know you have been hanging around the beach, the campsite. Talk me through what you've seen so far.
Yeah, you know, what you would expect from the first day of competition. A lot of everyone came in for a morning surf to see how the waves are, how are people doing in the comp so far. Obviously, top tier guys are, you know, chilling a bit. They've been there, done this, so they're not so worried about that. But all this new contingent is really sharp, seeing what's going on. Jean Cocagne, it's first wave there. What do you think, Chico?
Yeah, just a first wave to start off this heat from Biarritz, Jean Cocagne. Nice name, though. Yeah, just a bit of a setup snap here. The wave was a bit flat there. And this last turn just, yeah, throwing the fins out. And
Smaller waves, though.
yeah, I don't think it's going to be a major score.
But it's kind of like Côte de Basque now at the moment. with all this current. Nice wave there for Joaquim Chaves. He's from Caparica, has a big following, such as you, Chico, when you were doing these competitions.
I don't remember that following. I don't think surfing was so big as is it right now. And we're going to go for a beach interview with Jaime Vezelko. He was on fire, Claudia.
That's right, we're here at Jaime Vezelko. Jaime, guide us through your heat.
It was a fun heat. I started well with two high fives, but at the end it was kind of hard to find another wave. I don't know, it was kind of difficult to find the best ones and where to sit. But yeah, I was feeling great and confident, so I'm really happy to make the first heat.
You're originally from Cascais. Is this a beach where you come and train a lot? Are you familiar with it?
Yeah, I usually train more where I live, but yeah, I come here a bunch of times and train here. I've been here the last week for the QS, just training. So yeah, I'm pretty confident with this wave.
Growing up with Kika, your sister, and sharing the surfing world, do you envision a future where you both share waves in the same stage in the surf competitions?
Yeah, of course. We both have the same dream to become a world champion in the CT. So yeah, I think we'll make it possible one day.
And between you two, is it more like friendly, competitive vibe, or more of a little bit of a cheeky one?
No, we like each other a lot and we help each other. So yeah, we have a healthy relationship.
Thank you so much. Back to you guys.
So yeah, he just said it. He has a healthy relationship with his sister.
Very, very cheeky, very happy. Jaime Vezelko, one of Portuguese's best talents, and maybe
your style was a bit like his, actually. A bit like he's tall and he's really like.
Yeah,
he uses his arms a lot. He's really stylish and.
That's a compliment because I really like his surfing, and we got Cocagne again.
Wow, live action, nice snap there. Another under the lip snap, and the wave again there, just a bit flat.
Yeah, I think he's working well, solid on his feet. He takes his time. He's calm. Let's see, 297 on his first one. This heat is yet to kick off. A lot of small scores there, but yeah, it looks like the waves are a bit different now, Chic.
It looks a bit stormy now.
Bit stormy, right?
Yeah, it's just a shift on the weather. Even the color of the waves look different. Looks a different day. We went for break and suddenly we just see a bit of a stormy day pushing in. But yeah, this was another wave from Cocagne in 297 and this one now. So
yeah.
And with 18 minutes to go, we can expect big things from Joaquim Chaves. I think he's on the red singlet. This means he is the higher seed on this one.
Yeah, but he's still on this round.
But he is the higher seed even on this round. I think he goes, he's in red, so yeah. It means he's the one you can expect.
No, but it's yeah, you know, guys like Joaquim, Guilherme Ribeiro, they, you know, two of the most prominent Portuguese surfers at the moment. Let's just follow this one. Not as young guy from Israel, Guy Turner. But what happened with Guy and Joaquim this year? You know, Afonso Antunes performed really well, won a contest, the QS in Pantene. But for instance, Guilherme Ribeiro qualified for the Challengers last year. Joaquim Chaves, as you can see, is really solid and surfing good. So, what happened?
I think they actually surfed really well on the events, maybe with the less points. And the thing is, Joaquim made a few hits in Pantene, I recall him surfing a really good hit against Kaoli Vast. and actually winning it. So I don't know. I think it's just a matter of consistency. I think, and we've seen some moments. I saw Joaquin doing that amazing event in Pantin. Afonso won it. Guilherme did really well here as well, and
Last year, you mean?
yeah, I'm just saying they all have done really good results. Like Ordonez has done really well last year as well. He made a couple of rounds. So
Actually, I think Ordonez is the, besides Afonso Antunes, the only one with actual possibilities to
qualify,
He still has to like
do super well,
do the
but
final or something.
yeah.
But I don't really know. I think that Guy and Joaquin are dependent on other to qualify.
But yeah, I think he improved so much as we see the replay of Quinjo. Nice snap there, waits for it, and I like the last turn, as you said. I think it's great, big turn, explosive, and Quinjo just finishing up really strong with 16 minutes to go. I think it's going to be the best score of the heat so far, and yeah, I think. He did well on that one. Just a bit of a setup turn, and then the last one was the money turn. And we see live action again. Joaquin, nice blow of the fins there. Just a one-turn maneuver, but I think it's gonna improve his lower number, as we saw 4.83 for his first one. So Joaquin now, he will improve on that 2.67, and as we expect Fontvielle to make a good wave here. The wave gets a bit flat, he waits for it, and gets a bit of a release of the fins there as well. So a one-turn maneuver, wave, and I don't think it's going to be. I don't think it's going to be a huge number, but it's a start for Fontvielle. He's sitting on a really scoring affair. So what do you reckon, Zay, of this one so far? I think Fontvielle just started off with a bit of a snap, waits for it, and bang, just under the lip snap. So I think it's going to be his best number so far. And here, Joaquin Chaves under the lip and surfing really well. So as we see, with 14 minutes to go, we are waiting to see if Quinjo can improve 2.67. So he has a 4.83, yeah, and he's trying to improve on the 2.67. And Jean Cocagne improved, so 4.67 for that last one we saw, where he connected a few turns, and yeah. Sitting with priority now, Guy Turner. So Guy here on the driving seat to improve his numbers and do well right now, as we see a wave approaching the lineup. We have been seeing a lot of waves being ridden on this event, just based on the bank overall, and nice turn there for Guy Turner. Comes off the bottom, off the top, and a bit of a fall there at the end. That turn looked good, and Cocaine there with a one turn off the top as well. So a lot of action, as I was saying. Zé, just overall, we have been seeing a lot of waves being ridden, and just based on the bank, looks so fun. There's always like waves, and I don't know, it looks really fun for the airs as well. I don't know, we haven't seen anyone try one, but I don't know, this section, like this volley section at the end, looks really fun to try one.
Yeah, it's, you know, it's a European QS, so you're not going to see that many airs. Although that has been changing, we're still not there in, you know, in comparison with Australia or Brazil or even America, North America in this case. But we are going to see great carves, great bottom turns, great classy, solid, beautiful surfing from these guys, which we have been. Joaquin Chaves, just to give you guys an outlook of what's going on, he has the two best waves of this heat so far, a 4.83 and a 4.9. Cocagne in second place. Low scoring heat though, but you definitely can see the conditions are kind of changing.
Yeah, the conditions are changing, but we have been seeing a lot of action, and Joaquim Chaves looks on fire on this one, and we're going to go for a short commercial break, and we're going to be back after this for more action of the Caparica Surf Fest.
Na vida, há sempre algo que nos inspira. O Milênio está sempre presente, ao seu lado, na conquista de novos desafios. Juntos, partilhamos a paixão pelo futuro. Milênio, aqui consigo.
It's good to try, even when something seems to make little sense. Put your weight on it. Make an impact in this world. Call everyone, set ambitious goals, and ask yourself, do you want to change surfing? Dare to test. Ride the future.
As we are back, the rain is back there. What happened? A lot of, everyone says, we see a lot of weather shifting in Europe, and in Portugal we can see that right now. We saw sunny blue skies in the morning, and no, actually we saw rain and then blue skies and now rain again. So I think we're going to see a lot of...
That's correct.
I think we're going to see a lot of weather shifting throughout the day with 9 minutes to go. Joaquim Chaves it's in the lead with a 4.83 and the 4.9, so he's comfortable there for the situation of this heat right now. And I feel like Fontfiel and Turner haven't been really finding their waves out there.
Right, yeah, I think they're kind of, this happened during the break. A bit of speed there for Cocagne. Another one, he's a solid surfer. Looks like he's on the big board. Kind of a different shape for his board there, but Guy Turner here should be like a very young gun, trying to get himself in the mix here, maybe doing his first steps in competition, at least at this level. Not sure if he's living in Israel or somewhere around Europe.
Because he's sponsored from Sohus. So
yeah, so probably he's living somewhere in France or somewhere where Sohus is present. Also, I think they're present in Portugal as well. So.
Yeah, so a brand that was built in France, and I think he sponsors some Portuguese guys as well. I recall maybe Pedro Woodman. I think he's sponsored by them. And with 8 minutes to go, we saw an improvement during the break. 6.67 for Joaquim Chaves. I don't know if we saw that wave, but nice number there for Joaquim Chaves. We know he can throw some excellent numbers on the board for sure, but a nice one there for Joaquim. And now he looks really safe in the lead as we see him upper mining again. Looking really confident now with a 6.67. We can see the body language is on it, and he looks loose, and that board looks really good under his feet. And bang! Nice turn there.
Yeah, and this is just a contest where he can kind of like release. He can't really qualify for the Challenger Series. He has a great setup behind him. He's training with Rodrigo Souza, but also with the support of Richard Dorkmarch. He has good boards on his feet, good sponsors. So, yeah, let's just see Cocagne here. Nice line on his bottom turns, and this one was more explosive. But yeah, Joaquim Chaves might be on to something good, but you know, the hard thing for these regional structure at the moment is that if you don't qualify for the Challengers one year, like your competitive career pretty much stops for another year, right? Because you're like, you didn't qualify, so yeah. Before, at least when you had like the 6,000s and then the 10,000s, the thing was that like if you did well on one contest, you could go to the next challenger, right?
Yeah, but I think the format nowadays is really good, actually, just based on what you need to invest to actually qualify for the challengers. So I think the setup right now looks really well for the regions, and it makes you like go step by step into your end goal. Before it was a bit like messy. You couldn't really like have a certain goal, you know.
Good things and bad things about every decision. I personally like this system better because it's even more fair. Because you're not going to have like the best surfers in the world competing in every QS as it used to be before. You know, you could be competing for a spot on the Challenger Series in Portugal against Ítalo Ferreira a few years back.
Yeah, exactly.
Now that doesn't really happen. So, and I think that's
you did
good.
that.
Yeah,
I remember you did that.
I was doing it.
Yeah.
So, but then again, like, you know, when the surfing culture closes itself a bit more, it can also lose with that. That was fun.
I like the head flick there. Joaquim with a bit of a frustration. You can feel he wants to get loose. He wants to attack, and as we see live action again, a lot of waves again coming on this heat. Nice snap there for Cocagne. Beautiful wave. As you said, he's got a beautiful style, and he waits for the right moment to attack the leap. So Cocagne there with 467, and I think he will improve with this one on the 387. So nice drop there by Cocagne, and I think we can see that maybe Joaquim Chaves will improve a bit more as we see Guy Turner. I'm wondering how old is he? Yeah, exactly. But is he like same age as Jaime Vezelk? But
I don't think so. She actually looks a bit younger. Then you never know. But sure, he's giving his first steps in competition against some more seasoned surfers like Joaquim Chaves. And here we can see Jean Cocagne again. Nice turn. Look at this bottom turn.
Nice.
A lot of amplitude there. Round surfing. And then nice turn there. So his best, actually not his best wave. Second best wave so far. So actually distances himself a bit more from Julian Fontville. And Joaquim Chaves, local boy.
Nice snap there. He's living now in Ericeira, so spending a lot of time surfing right and point breaks with all the boys from there. A bit too much for lunch, and I'm wondering why Tomas is not competing here.
I was actually thinking about that. It would be great to see Tomas here.
As we see Fontville here, just trying to set up a good inside here. Nice snap there, another one, and whoa, just an awkward fall there at the end. Another French surfer on this one. Fontevielle. And beautiful name though, Fontevielle. It's just like a beautiful font.
Could be a water. Like
Fall. Fontevielle waterfall.
like Fontevielle.
Just a water.
Waters. Mineral.
Yeah, it's got a beautiful
Maybe it
name.
is. Maybe it is.
Maybe it is, yeah, we don't know. But yeah, as we see Fontevielle here on this one, just trying to set up the inside. He's sitting on the 303 on the 293. He's needing quite a healthy number, a 607. So I don't think this will be enough. But yeah, as we see Guy Turner here again, a bit of a two-stage bottom turn and snap, and he goes for a finish there, blowing the fins a bit.
Could you check up on him?
I couldn't find anything. I was trying to see on Instagram if I could see his age, but maybe he has TikTok. I need to go on TikTok and see how old he is. I can find it on Facebook. You know, we are on that stage. You know that.
Yeah, but you don't really have Facebook, Chic. You do have TikTok, so
I do have
that's
TikTok.
That's a bit of
a misconception.
Yeah, well, you're trendy.
Bang! A 2-for-1 there for Cocaine. And I don't know if we are saying his name well, but Jean Cocaine, they're sitting in second place with a pair of 4. So for the surfing he has done, I thought he deserved the 5 at least.
On his last one?
No, just based on his style and the way he surfs.
Yeah.
I think he deserved at least the 5.
He has like a beautiful "I take my time when I want to" style. and
I take my time, and the wave is gonna wait for me.
Exactly, and it's gonna be all right style. And
Yeah.
Joaquin Chaves here in the runner.
And just the finish. He's leaving the water now. Joaquin with 6.67 and a 4.9, so a nice win here for Joaquin with 10 seconds to go. And Fontevielle here searching for that 6.94 now. And as I said, Cocaine deserves a 5. He gets a 5.3. So judges understood it's important to let Cocaine know he's surfing good. And yeah, so it's finished. Kinjo takes the win, and second place Cocaine. Fontevielle and Turner will need to train more and come back stronger. But as we see, the tide now is really low, and we've got some big names coming up next. Matteo Calatri, Leonardo Aprega, Dylan Groen, and Kik Burnman. Wow, this name it's hard to say, but yeah, Kik is coming back on the next one. So as we saw the replay of the last one of Cocaine, nice few turns there. I like the combo here at the end. So he improved on this one, and Cocaine looking good. As I said, different shape there. He's surfing on a Cabianca, so looking smooth there on rail. And we are seeing the boys getting out of the water. A bit of a not so happy face for Fontevielle, but Cocaine there with a step that someone won the heat. So Kinjo gonna do a bit of a debrief now with the coach, just understanding what he can do better on the next round, and a lot of support for the Portuguese on this event. And we can wait to see them performing on this event. But while we wait for more action, we're gonna go for a short commercial break, and we're gonna be right back for the Heat 5 of the round 96.
Na vida, há sempre algo que nos inspira. O Millennium está sempre presente, ao seu lado, na conquista de novos desafios. Juntos, partilhamos a paixão pelo futuro. Millennium, aqui consigo.
It's good to try, even when something seems to make little sense. Put your weight on it. Make an impact in this world. Call everyone, set ambitious goals, and ask yourself, do you want to change surfing? Dare to test. Ride the future.
Welcome back to the Caparica Surf Fest. As we speak, we have Heat 4 of the round of 96 in the water. Mateo Calatri, Leonardo Apreda, Dylan Groen, and Kik Belmelman. Nice name there. A lot of different names on these early rounds. It means we've got new up-and-coming kids trying to show their full potential and talent, which is great. And we saw there Dylan Groen, one of the most consistent surfers probably on Europe. Dylan is a really good competitor. I know he was injured for a while, and Dylan coming back now. I think he did a couple of he did the nationals here in Portugal last week, so I think it was his first event. I've seen on the social media that he has been training on the wave pool to get his rhythm back. As we see live action here, blue up riding, nice float there off the top, another one, and a bit of a 2-for-1 and a fall. But Leonardo Apreda though looking really good on this seat, and unfortunately there with the fall. So a lot of we've seen a lot of Italians coming up in this European field over the last probably 2 or 3 years. So it's always good to have new names up and coming. As we see the replay, nice off the top there, comes around it, and there's a bit of a setup snap, another float, and a 2-for-1 with the fall at the end. As we see the replay of Dylan as well. Dylan, really powerful surfer. He likes to attack some big meaty sections, as we see here. Nice gouging carve there, moving. And of course, oh, he didn't make. So I was gonna say, of course he made it, because he makes every turn. Those end sections for him are easy peasy. And Kik here, just trying to make that last turn, and a bit of a slip of the front foot. And this was the second wave of Dylan Groen. Nice 2-for-1 there. I don't think it's gonna be a massive number, but yeah, nice start there for Dylan, and he's got a 3 in the 317, and we're gonna go for a quick interview with Joaquim Chaves. He's sitting there with Claudia Pinto.
It seems like a promising day for the Portuguese surf. Another Portuguese surfer, this time the local Joaquim Chaves, who's here with me, took the win. Joaquim, guide us through it.
It was pretty fun out there. I mean, yesterday was pretty messy, and I thought it was going to be tough, but it's pretty fun, and I'm used to surf these kind of waves. I was actually born here, so I'm pretty comfortable out there.
Very familiar with the conditions here in Caparica that can be quite unpredictable. Looking at the forecast for the next couple of days, how do you feel about it?
I feel confident. I mean, I've been training a lot. I'm not chasing any result like last year. I needed 9th place, I think, to qualify for the challengers, and I missed it for 1 heat. And this year I'm not even chasing a result, because I kind of blew it in the beginning of the season. So I'm kind of cruising, actually. It's going to be a great training, and the forecast looks good, so it should be really fun.
When you feel like that in your position on the rankings, what's the focus? What are you focusing on right now?
I mean, I got to look at this as a long-term kind of career. I'm just in the beginning, so I'll have another chance next year and next year, so I won't be stressing too much. I'm working on that a little bit with my coach, and I just gotta take it easy and go with the flow, I guess.
Is that long-term line putting your focus on your psychological resilience, for example?
For sure. I think what's missing right now is just the stability on my mind, and I'm getting there slowly. So I'm just gonna keep working on that and have fun, I guess.
Smart approach. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Claudia. And yeah, Joaquim Chaves there. Just saying he needs a bit of stability on his mind, and he's working on that. I think based on the consistency you need on these events, you need to have a lot of belief and consistency. So glad he's working on that. He's got a lot of talent, and he can do some big things as we see live action now. Apreda, Leonardo with a two-turn combo there. Just a bit behind that section and couldn't find the face of the wave on this one. With 17 minutes to go, we have Dylan in the lead. Matteo Calatri in second, and Leonardo now moved up to second with this last one with the 227. So I feel like with this lower tide, waves look fun, but they looked a bit more difficult. They don't have as much face as on the previous heats. So basically what I think is going to happen is with the tide coming in, we're going to see the bank improve a lot, and a lot more waves being ridden with more potential. So with 17 minutes to go, I believe that we need the tide to shift and come in a bit, so we can see that open face a bit more again. And as we speak, we saw a bit of a situation here. Yeah, I think Dylan had priority. So nice snap there. Put it on rail again, and I like the combination here. He goes for some variation. So nice air here for Dylan, but unfortunately he pokes the nose there at the end of the rotation. But it's funny to see Dylan going for the airs there.
Yeah, such a consistent surfer, you know, big physical structure. He's a tall guy. I'd say probably around 1.90 meters. So a lot of expression, a lot of water, a lot of power. But he was injured for quite some time, wasn't he? Or at least through some time there, I didn't see him as active as before. He's definitely back at it. Dylan Groen, German surfer, but lived in Portugal, I'd say most part of his life, or maybe all his life. And up and riding, Leonardo Apreda.
As we see a bit of a roundhouse cutty there, waits for the wave to build up, and a bit of an awkward fall. And what we have been seeing there is that with this tide, it's really hard right now, like to connect like a full wave from the start to finish with big turns. We saw on the first heat of the day with Dylan with Aaron Strong that the wave actually had a bit more size on the inside, and now with this lower tide looks a bit harder.
Yeah, you know, contest director Hugo Pinheiro was talking about that. On the low tide is going to be harder, exactly because what you just mentioned, the connection between the outside and the inside. You can see waves breaking in the outside, and then there's a little low there, and then the wave kind of reforms in the inside. You still have these rights, but not as much wall as we saw in the first heat, so you can expect that throughout the week. Low tide is going to be more challenging. Maybe you really have to take advantage of that first section, then the last section. Really search for that critical part. But I would say that in high tide is going to be, I wouldn't say as good as it gets, because we saw that like 4 years ago. We had barrels, we had like, you know, a lot of high scoring heats, a lot of surfers with 2 digits on the scoreboard, and that contest was just amazing. Marco Mignon won that, I think against Vasco Ribeiro in the final, or I don't know, but that was such a great contest, and that's a reference of as good as it gets. Even everyone in Costa was fairly surprised of how good it was. But we still have great conditions, a lot of current though now, and Apreda here with a lot of water, and boom, very explosive and frenetic there turn for Apreda.
Yeah, you could feel it. He has it. He was not finding the waves, but on this one he found like a clean face, and nice to see Leonardo there showing off his skills. And yeah, I was impressed on this last one. So I love the combination of the carve with that big snap off the top. Looked really, as you said, frenetic. And this is green again, Melman. With a bit of a poke of the nose, kick there, trying to kick the tail and couldn't really land that turn, but looks really young as well, kick. And
yeah, this first round is also a great way to see what's going on in the junior parts of the European surfing competition, group of people. You can definitely see that some of these kids are just coming up, doing their first QSs, doing their first results. Some of them surf really well as Apreda, but they haven't yet found the confidence to do well in comps, and sometimes this is a good stage for that. That's why these contests are so important for these younger tiers of European surfing. Dylan Groen there, not new to this, not old to this. I would say he's around that 25, 20, 24, 26 year old surfing tier, where he's done some service, haven't yet exploded, haven't won a comp or qualified for the Challenger Series, but he definitely can. As you can see, beautiful carve there, a lot of arm movement, arm work, a lot of torch, and beautiful surfing there for Dylan Groen. He's looking for a 491. Did he get it?
Well, I think he didn't make that last turn, but as we see live action again, Calatri there with a bit of a carve, sets up again, waits for the wave to build up, and nice finish there. Drifts the fins, really stylish surfer from Italy. But as you said, I think Dylan did a massive result on the ISA in El Salvador, not last year, but like 2 years ago. So, and yeah, I think he went like into those really late rounds.
Yeah, that wave fits his surfing as well. But that's, you were just saying you've been following the CT there. Me too. But it's it's a hard wave. It's not as easy as it looks maybe from when you're watching the best of the best surfing it. But a lot of sections, a lot of bumps, a lot of downtime, and then like it just speeds up.
Yeah, it looks really hard. Looks, as you said, like really it shifts all the time with the wind as well.
Yeah,
like all the time.
Super sensitive.
Yeah,
and it's hard to have like you can see the fisherman there. Well, not, I wouldn't say really fisherman, but he's getting cadlinhas, which is very typical Portuguese seafood, which you can get pretty much in every restaurant seafront here.
When I put myself in a position where I cannot explain what I just said.
Cadlinhas, little dogs, little female dogs.
Little dogs. But yeah, just seafood you can eat, so it's great. And we can see that the size of the waves are a bit smaller here on the inside. That's because the tide is lower and all the swell is on the outside. but once we see that tide start to fill in, we're gonna see big waves on the inside, on the inside again. So I think we're gonna have a long days of action, and we have a lot of eats to look at, but we have some big names coming up next. We've got Thomas Debière, we have Tristan Guilbault. So
live action here for Apreda, our first position surfer in this heat, and bang, wow, very explosive there, radical. Wasn't an easy section, released the fins, and you know, when you have a blackboard in this white, very white sections, really makes the difference. Your board pops out, and you know, some people use that as a strategy to actually look bigger on your turns, and you know, it's not dumb.
yeah, the way he was positioning his foot on this way, it looked like he was gonna go for the air, and yeah, I thought he was gonna go for there, and suddenly, bang! Look how much spray through. The spray almost landed on the next wave.
Wow.
That was massive.
Actually, there was a little bird passing there that got super wet, and he was just like, wah, wah.
And 7-point ride right now for Leonardo Apreda. So big turn there, Zé, and rewarding points. One turn.
You know, that's what judges want to see. Big turns in big sections, risky sections. And again, you know, there's not much to run away from in these conditions, as we have nice spray as well for Matteo Calatri. And nice wave with 3 turns, one after the other. That's what also judges want to see. Acceleration between turns, that will get you points. And a lot of Italian surfers in this first heat, which is, you know,
yeah, I was saying the same.
Nice to see.
There's a lot of Italians nowadays, so that's great to see. I don't think when we used to compete, we had so many Italians. We had like
Roberto Namic, Leo Fioravanti,
and Angelo Bonomelli.
Angelo Bonomelli, but he's like half Costa Rican,
yeah,
half Italian.
I think most of them are.
And then Leo's brother, he used to surf, not sure.
Matteo,
not sure if he was competing that much, but he was definitely doing a few. And Apreda here, but yeah, definitely more now than before.
As we see live action here, with a beautiful combination there.
Good tight surfing from Apreda.
He's got a lot of speed, right?
Yeah.
So,
and you can see he's just building his confidence from the first part of his heat to this part of his heat. And that's why these contests are also important. It's because for, you know, if you get released in the middle of the wolves, like straight away, it's not going to be easy. So it's good that you can like slowly build your confidence throughout these first phases, and sometimes you get to the seed round, which is the next one, and you already have a certain rhythm. You know you're going against, you know, the big guns in this contest, but you at least you know you can perform. You know you can do a 7, and if you can put 2 of them together, you know you'll get through like 70-80% of the heats.
wow, nice wave there by Matteo with the 517. So Leonardo there in the lead with the 567 and 7.
And Chico, do you think that, for instance, Leo has an influence on the amount of Italian surfers that you see nowadays in competition?
Yeah, probably, yeah. I think it's always good to have this first guy that shows that it's possible, right? And just like Saka did here in Portugal. And
great turn there for Matteo. I'm very curious to see what judges will think of that. It's the first air turn of the day. Well, more of a fin release rather than an air reverse, but still risky. I think, is that a 4.9?
Yeah, I don't know. But Dylan sitting with priority right now on the third spot. And he needs a 5-2-4. So if there's someone that can do that, it's Dylan Groen. And we see live action now. Leonardo again. Nice tight curve. Another one. Wave looks a bit soft now, but let's see what he can do. Nothing on offer there at the end. And with 3 minutes to go. Yeah, it looks solid there.
Yeah, a lot of style there, a lot of rail game. Powerful surfer as well. And, you know, he's ridden Leonardo 10 waves so far. So a lot of action, a lot of work for the judges. You can't say that is a calm morning for this fourth heat of this round.
They scored so many waves.
And it's just the beginning.
Yeah, I feel like this is the fourth heat of the event, but we have seen so many waves ridden already. Just based off on the bank, which is great. As you see live action now there.
Dylan, important wave for him, 5-2-4, that's what he's looking for. He has to go very big. Doesn't quite look like he's gonna make that. He was tight with 2.5 minutes to go. He had to take a decision and find something. He was waiting for quite some time already. So, you know, when you're waiting around, waiting for that one wave, you can also lose your rhythm. But this first was nice, but then couldn't really find the flow on that carve, and then this turn, you know, the wave didn't have much to offer either. So fourth priority now for him, and looking hard.
So do you think it's a good idea to, as we see, Tab Texter is coming back to the Kiwi. Look, he's back.
What a character. We need these. We need this.
I know our feller commentator Ben Munt, he's gonna love that Tab Texter is back. And what a guy to have around there. What a character. He hasn't done for a while now, right? I think he did one in Hawaii, I think.
Yeah, right. Because he's half American? Or?
Yeah, I think he is. But it's great to see him back on the Kiwi and trying to make to the challengers.
Yeah, and
can you imagine
to the
if
CT,
Tab Texter, like
to the CT, you know.
Tab Texter just wins Caparica.
You only live once, so might as well try to live your best life
to the fullest.
You should tattoo that on your forehead.
Yeah,
as well.
With 1 minute to go, Leonardo has 7 and a 5.67, so he's comfortable. You know, he's in a good mood right now. He's ready to go for breakfast after this. And Calatri.
What is he having for breakfast?
What
do you think? Being Italian?
Maybe a focaccia with tomate and cheese. But yeah, Leonardo there, great surfing, and this wave looks sick. He couldn't.
I think Dylan went to that other peak.
Yeah, he did.
The left peak. Because
do you reckon that's a good option with 1 minute to go?
I think he pedaled there when it was like 2.5 minutes to go. So with fourth priority and being this like, you know, a defined peak, it's not a bad decision because you're definitely not going to get any waves there. But, you know, end of the story for him, unfortunately. And beautiful style. I didn't know Leonardo Apreda, but I do certainly know now.
Great surfing. He looks young as well, so.
Yeah, looks young. Looks like you, actually.
That surfing was incredible, and I think we're going to see a lot more from Leonardo on the next rounds. And coming up next, we have some big names. So stay with us for a lot more action here on the Caparica Surf Fest 2025.
vida, há sempre algo que nos inspira. O Milênio está sempre presente, ao seu lado, na conquista de novos desafios. Juntos, partilhamos a paixão pelo futuro. Milênio, aqui consigo.
It's good to try, even when something seems to make little sense. Put your weight on it. Make an impact in this world. Call everyone, set ambitious goals, and ask yourself, do you want to change surfing? Dare to test. Ride the future.
Welcome back to the live action of the Costa de Caparica. We are here at the Caparica Surf Fest 2025. My name is Ben Mundy. We have jettisoned Chico Alves. He's gone out of the booth to get some air, get some pastry, some time to think about himself. Luckily, Zay Ferreira is sticking with us. Live action here. We have some sunny skies, some swell. We've got 4 new surfers in the water, and it's a pretty stacked heat. Lenny Jensen, Thomas Debier, Giovanni, and Texter. Yeah, we're talking about Texter. Well, he's here, he's back. And Tab Texter, as we see, this is not Tab, this is Thomas Debier, Caribbean service with a lot of time in France. Incredible style. Had a really good year last year, as we see. Nice little click off the top from Brando, and there's a nice carve, and then one more to finish off, back into the pocket. So these right handers just rifling through, and a finish, and he's not done yet, and finishes it off. So meanwhile, out the back, a real flurry of activity. That's Lenny Jensen. There's a lot of time down in the Canary Islands, Lenny, and just finishes off with a crack on the thing. The ankles stick, and he hangs on. What do you like about this? Such a good surfer, isn't he?
Yeah, I'm even surprised he's surfing in this round. Maybe he got his entry late because, you know, Debier, definitely one of the European standouts throughout the years, fighting for the Challenger Series spot. But for sure, this is a stacked heat. Lenny Jensen doing really well on that one, and we have Claudia with the winner of last heat at the beach. Go for it, Claudia.
Here with the Italian surfer Leonardo Preda, the winner of last heat. Leonardo, tell us a little bit how you felt out there.
Yeah, the waves are pretty hard to surf because there is a really hard current to the side of the pier. So when you do the turns, it's pretty hard to make it out the turn. So I'm just happy to make it through that one and stoked to get the heat win.
You're coming from solid results last year, winning the under-18, both junior, both world and Italy wins. How does it give you some let's call how does it make your approach this year?
Yeah, for sure. That win last year was a very incredible win for me. It was a really motivated win for me because it was a lot of hard work, and you know, so I'm stoked to do better this year, and yeah, to the next one.
Also, coming from Italy but moving to Costa Rica, does it make your approach in the water different? How does it work there for training?
Yeah, for sure. In Italy, it's pretty hard to surf. There are not a lot of waves. But in Costa Rica, we surf all day. It's hot, sun, water is pretty warm. So it's more easy to train in Costa Rica. But in Italy, too, it's a good training for this wave. So I'm pretty happy to have my mom in Costa Rica and my dad in Italy, so I can travel a lot.
I was going to ask, as a young surfer, to move out of your hometown to another country to pursue your dream of surfing, was that an easy choice?
Yeah, for sure, because my mom is from Costa Rica, so it was a choice that made my dad for me. So when I was young, like 6 years old, I make the choice to stay there and surf all days and train for what I want.
So what's the goal for this season?
This season I want to go to the Ace Award Junior and make good that, and I will go to the Euro Junior. No, the Euro Junior, no, sorry, the Ace Award Juniors, and hopefully do the Pro Juniors here in Europe too, and make good hits.
Thank you so much. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Claudia. Yeah, interesting story. A lot of these guys, really interesting sort of backgrounds in terms of their heritage. You know, a lot of mixed marriages or people that have, you know, born to German parents that live in Costa Rica or Canary Islands, and that's a classic case there of Brando. This man, though, born in Guadeloupe and spends lots of time in France these days, but really strong surfer. Had a really, not a breakthrough, but some of his surfing, I don't know if you saw the Instagram from last year, Thomas surfing in HTs in Indonesia. Managed to score that epic run as well last year. There was an epic run that went for about like a month, and he got some of the best waves of the season, I think. Really, really strong surfer. Lenny Jensen fanging down the line. Finished off. So yeah, it's interesting that you get that mix of Italians and Costa Rica. A lot of these guys, as he said, where are you going to choose, Zay? You're going to go, you know, Mediterranean. It's got a lot, you know, it's an awesome spot. It's a real tricky place to surf. Or Costa Rica. We're surfing every day in board shorts, so I don't think he wasn't that tough a decision.
Much of without coconut all day, mangoes, you know.
Sorry, Dad.
Yeah, no pasta for him, and Lenny Jensen there. But yeah, you know, because you do see that a lot in, you know, a lot of French surfers being born in, you know, Guadeloupe or Saint Barth or, you know, the Caribbean. A lot of French surfers, La Réunion, etc. Italy as well. A lot of Italians go to Costa Rica. A lot of Germans. A lot of, as you said, but not the Portuguese. Like,
I'd have to
actually,
go anywhere.
if you're a Portuguese, you know, because we could have like Angolan or Mozambican surfers that, you know, have their parents, one of them is from there and the other is from Portugal, but that actually never happened. So if you're Portuguese, it's because you're from Portugal.
Well, I think pretty much you don't need to go anywhere, do you? I mean, I think a lot of people, like maybe the Germans or Heritage or the Swiss, or, you know, they go down to Canaries, fall in love with surfing, set up camp there, their kids just grew up in that environment. So yeah, it's a way of just being near the ocean and getting involved, whereas Portuguese just growing up on the ocean. As you see, Giovanni there cranking a nice sort of top turn, comes around the corner. One more here. Can he finish it off? A little bit sticky, but still driving through, staying busy. Hasn't been able to get above 417. So if you do that, yeah. So it's. I mean, that's European. It's all these countries are so close, aren't they? There's, you know, unlike Australia, it's one massive landmass. The Americans, there's so much more of a mix of cultures and backgrounds and stuff. And yeah, the French especially, they, you know, they really rely on their own territories, don't they?
Yeah, yeah.
Interesting.
But this could definitely be a heat on the next round with Lenny Jensen and Thomas Desbières being two, you know, possible top seeds. And Brando just giving it his whole all. It looks like he has like a sock on his front foot. Maybe he had an injury.
Yeah, a little ankle issue there, you'd imagine. Doesn't seem to be affecting him too much. Driving through it. Don't see much of our Tabby Texter in this one yet. The veteran.
Yeah, what can you tell us about him?
That he's mad as a cut snake. Yeah, Tabby's grown up. Oh, and there's Thomas Demi. Yeah, that's the class. That's the quality. That's why Zay Ferreira was saying that he probably shouldn't be in this round. He's too good for the round of 96. He's not going to be in here for much longer. Surfing like that. Really, really strong surfing from Thomas. Such a good, powerful, you know, that rail work is incredible.
767. Judges are being conservative.
Yeah, early days.
Yeah.
Trying to set the bar relatively low, so the top seeds might come in later on the day, but really, really strong surfing from Thomas. Yeah, Keston grew up in a surf and skate environment back in the 70s, early 80s.
California?
California. Yeah, so has always been in and around surfing all his life. Came back 10 years ago, decided to have a crack at the qualifying series. I think he just has it to stay involved and have a bit of fun, see what he can do. He's a classic. He's one of those real eccentric characters that our sport throws up. That you just got to roll with it and enjoy it.
Yeah, and I'm glad we still have guys like that in surfing world, because sometimes it's especially in competition, because there's, I would say, kind of a recipe, and the structure of that recipe is the same for everyone. So it's so refreshing when you have like guys that are a bit out of the box, even let's say in the CT, Hiwaida, for instance. Every time that guy's giving interviews, it's a different philosophy, different culture coming from Asia, and that just feels good. So I'm grateful to have people that are out of the box a bit.
Yeah, he's out of the box, all right. He's a box of frogs, and Tab Texter, and he's just trying to get in. He's only got a 1.5. Seen that number. One judge went 8. No, 2 judges went up to 8, so into the excellent range for Thomas, but averaged out at just 7.67. So the best individual wave score of the day so far. And we're sort of just dropping out pretty much dead low tide. Hugo, our esteemed contest director, said that this is the only tide of the day, Zay, that we get real sort of issues. The rest of the tides, these banks can handle it. Even now at the the bottom of the tide, you can see those waves breaking at the back, so all the energy a bit diffused. There's still plenty of opportunity.
Yeah, well, best wave of the day so far has been done in the worst tide, supposedly. So that tells you something. There's waves during the whole day, and it's supposed to get better. So it's if you're a surfer, if you're a QS competitor, you go to all these places, and this is just like it's pretty much a classic day of competition. You have a defined peak, you have rides, you have priority, so you don't have to worry that much about hustling. Great start of this last event.
Yeah, and there's just that. I suppose one of the things with the tide that you can't really see as much as that rip that's running out right next to the groin, as we see Giovanni going again. Yeah, so that just makes it a little bit more difficult for surfers. Banging down the line there. Look at this nice definition of peak. It's a nice smooth style for that wrap. And then finishes off Brandon needing a 6.61 Brando. So I don't know if he's going to get that, but yeah, that's probably the only difference here is on that tide. It rips you off the bank, doesn't it? It's one of those ones where
you have to paddle a lot. Aprendo was saying that on that interview. Let's have a look again. So goes through that lip, turns back, cutbacks, and then kind of misses this section to then carve here. Beautiful carve, and finishes with a little hit, but can't really make it. Will judges count that? I don't know, but anyway, it's not going to change anything in the overall situation. And when you look at these heats, you want Tab Texter to go to that interview, but it's not going to be easy.
Yeah, it's not going to be easy for Tab. He's under the pump, and we'll see. While he takes a breather, he's got priority. We'll see how he goes. We're going to take a short commercial break and come back with more live action. We're surfing like this from Thomas Derbier right after this at the Caparica Surf Fest 2025. More live action right after this.
há sempre algo que nos inspira. O milénio está sempre presente, ao seu lado, na conquista de novos desafios. Juntos, partilhamos a paixão pelo futuro. Milénio, aqui consigo.
It's good to try, even when something seems to make little sense. Put your weight on it. Make an impact in this world. Call everyone, set ambitious goals, and ask yourself, do you want to change surfing? Dare to test. Ride the future.
Back live action here at Costa de Caparica. Saw that man, Brando Giovanni. He has been pretty busy. Still chasing a 6.61 though, for all his effort, for all his industry and his energy. Hasn't been able to get those points that he needs just yet. Getting back out there, trying to get on with it. Thomas Debier, the Frenchman, out in front. Jensen looking good as well. Toby Tex has been quiet, as we see this wave here. Jose Ferreira, what did you like about it?
Yeah, I think that's his best carve so far, and beautiful turns. So his best wave so far, in my opinion. Beautiful carve. You know, not much in between. So a nice followed line from the first carve to the second one. Opened up a lot of amplitude there, and then risks here, fins out. So trademark.
Yeah, really smooth. Just a two-turn combo, but really well put together. And although he had been busy and doing lots of turns and lots of long waves, that was, yeah, much more impact, heavy hitting. And we'll see if it's a 6.61 he needs. Even if it isn't, it's going to make his job a little bit easier. Definitely is going to drop that requirement. So, yeah, great surfing from another Italian. It's Italian surfers, as they said, really, really clogging up this round of 96. So many coming through now.
So many.
It's great to see. I mean, you cannot underestimate, you know, the effect of Leo Fioravanti having one of the best servers in the world. That's a massive catalyst. You know, it's such a beautiful country, and there it is, 6.83 for Brando. So he has done enough. He moves up into second. That leaves Jensen just chasing a 4.34. But yeah, it's a real maritime culture. And once there's a lot of waves there, not all amazing. They're fickle, but it does break, especially during winter. And once that, and the surf culture's been there for, you know, a long time, 30, 40 years around, well, all over it, but Lattice Poly especially, up near Rome, there's some, you know...
Lattice Poly?
Yeah, that's like...
and Sardinia too.
Yeah, Sardinia, it's got amazing waves. Sicily. So there's waves up, you know, the whole stretch on the mainland and on the islands.
But it's usually, I mean, not usually, always wind waves, because they're, you know, it's the Mediterranean.
Yeah, all storms that, yeah, produce those waves. But it's, you know,
kind of like Israel.
Yeah, exactly. Mediterranean waves, short period, really fickle. You get the odd little hurricanes, they're called, or medicanes, they're called. So quite intense little storms right in the middle of the Mediterranean that send short period but solid, you know, swell. There's just more and more surfers, and it's great to see as we see Jensen hitting a 4.44, nice, strong first carve, another one, quite lateral, looking for a finish here. He doesn't get it. You can see by his body language, doesn't think it was enough. Couldn't get those sort of fins engaged at the top. Just a couple of carves. He's probably going to need a lot more than that to get that 4.34. And yeah, expect to see more Italians starting to progress through, get higher up the rankings. Robbie D'Amico was another one. He surfed in these events when he was younger. Good friend. Yeah, Robbie's a legend.
And he's you know, an important representative of Italian surfing. Also because I'm not sure if he's living there. I think so.
Yeah, he's still in his hometown, Lattice Poly. Yeah, still right in where he grew up.
And he's always posting this, you know, barrels and good waves in Italy. So really loves Italy. But I was thinking, like, as an Italian kid, you know, you wake up, you see on TV Leo Fioravanti surfing, and you're like, I want to surf. And, you know, and you ask your parents, they have to take you somewhere, they don't know where the waves are. Yeah, it mustn't be
it's
easy.
a lot. Well, with Robbie, Italian surfer who no longer competes, but he's grew up in a little fishing town, and you know, they all fished and they all grew up on the beach, and he saw a surfboard and had a go, but didn't, you know, sort of loved it, but couldn't find any waves, and he worked. We've got a surfer here just sticking right next to the rocks, trying to stay close before his heat potentially.
Yeah, that's
so
next heat.
He just stays right close. He wants to get right on that reef without getting sucked out. But unless I think he's just checking out the rocks, I think. I don't know. Maybe some fish. But anyway, eventually worked out there was a wave that came every day at like 4 or 5 o'clock. He didn't know where it was. And Robbie, when he was about 10 years old, would go out, sit on his board, wait for these waves. And he found out later it was the ferry that was going from Rome to Sardinia, and they would come every day at 5, do a loop, and send in a couple of sets.
Wow!
And he'd catch those.
Wow!
So, yeah, so that shows you.
That's a good story.
That was a while ago, but now there's much more entrenched. He's at Banzai, so you know, quite one of Italy's sort of more consistent. Well, you know, for Italy waves. So anyway, there's a really strong surf culture, and the more of those guys, being the elders, Leo, you know, the more and more kids. Instead of picking up the football, pick up a surfboard and get involved. So we've got one out there now who's currently in second spot. Here goes Thomas, the heat leader, driving down the line. First turn will be crucial. Oh, nice little really whip snap. A lot of spray, but can't get a second turn in. He's got 2.5 minutes on the clock. He's still sitting pretty. It's Jensen, a surfer in red, needing 4.34. Pretty low number in the scheme of things. So we'll see if he can get up there and make this heat in the last 2.5 minutes. We'll see how he got here. Sort of this heat, Zay's got to be punctuated by this man. Too good.
Yeah, for sure. Looking great. Board looks great too. Very chilled, but always on point in his rail game. Competitively speaking, he's doing really well. Doesn't fall much. Takes great decisions. And, you know, the top seeds can look at this and say, that's how you do it. Look at this layback, best wave of the day so far. So this guy is a step ahead of everyone else so far. And this guy is really overcoming himself, I would say. Brando Giovannoni, pretty almost there. But I would say he's overcoming himself in this heat. He just had a wave.
He just got a wave, so will he improve on his score? Drives around, kind of trademark turn, waits to stand up on the inside. Zigs and zags. Can he get a section at the end? Little bit of a wobbly turn. So not sure if that will improve on a 4.17. Slides the fins out, does manage to hang on, buckles those knees. So Brando hanging in there, but it's now, that might give the opportunity for Lenny Jensen with 1 minute on the clock. He's got priorities on the inside. Texas nowhere to be seen. It looks like Jensen, 1 minute to go, a few sets approaching. He's going to have one shot at it. And we'll see what he can do. It looks like a set coming through. That one just goes under him, so that's no good. You can see that red bowl just standing up there. He's in the spot. He's running out of time. Another one. So you can see the tension when those bigger sets just break a little bit out the back and didn't reform. And now he's looking for one of those little inside ones with 30 seconds. He has to go. So here he goes, needing a 4-point ride for Jensen. First turn's a little swoop, hoping for another bigger one here. Clicks the fins out, and that's not going to be enough. So it looks like had to pull the trigger. No other opportunity, no other decision to be made, but unfortunately for Lenny, it looks like it's not going to be enough. So the Italian, let me see the current heat leader, a little lap of honour here. That style is so strong. He'll be dangerous in this whole event. He's got the skills to get all the way to final stage, this mate. He's really, really on point. So Thomas, the heat favourite, stamps his quality on it. The Italian, bit of an upset. Jensen out, Tab Texter, just a 1.5. Not sure where Tab went missing.
Yeah, I think Current got the best of him.
You reckon, yeah? he's halfway up to, yeah.
Maybe he
irreparable now.
Yeah, met some fishermen going on the boat and
paddling to Koshos. Yeah. So Jensen, disappointment there, you can tell.
Kind of an upset there. Maybe the first one of the day, the more obvious one. But great work for Brando Giovannini.
Yeah, good surfing.
Vanoni.
Came in when it mattered. He's pretty stoked. Merrick, no sponsors, just right there doing his best. And Thomas, well, nice little rail line on that board. Looks good. And he's through. So great surfing from the Caribbean surfer. He goes to the round of 64, where we'll start to see some of the big guns and try and get all the way up to a win here. Would probably he'd need to get to the Challenger Series top 10 rankings. But with surfing like that, that's entirely possible. We're going to go for a short commercial break and come back with more live action for the Caparica Surf Fest 2025 right after this.
Na vida, há sempre algo que nos inspira. O Milênio está sempre presente, ao seu lado, na conquista de novos desafios. Juntos, partilhamos a paixão pelo futuro. Milênio, aqui consigo.
It's good to try, even when something seems to make little sense. Put your weight on it. Make an impact in this world. Call everyone, set ambitious goals, and ask yourself, do you want to change surfing? Dare to test. Ride the future.
In Costa de Caparica, a beautiful escarpment there, home to many a nesting bird. Beautiful sort of scenes here. That's the town, real buzzy, fun, little tourist beach town. And then just south of it, it just stretches out into a beautiful set of beach. Long Beach runs all the way down the south coast. So a bit of everything right on the outskirts of Lisbon. So 20 minutes you're in town. There's great waves here. We've got a bit of swell, and we've got a next heat coming up. And there's Lanky sort of surfing there from that man Bush as it finishes it off. So good surfing there, straight up. Meanwhile, surfer in green, that's Namor Carrez, Brazilian. So we've got Tom Murphy, that was a surfer in blue, the tall, goofy footer. João Roca Pinto from Portugal, and then Tristan Gilbert as well. Tristan, another really one of Europe's best surfers, had some massive results over the years and surfing around the 96. So some big heavy hitters coming up in these early rounds, Jose.
Definitely. Two of them in both this and the previous heat, both French. Yeah, it's weird. Weird what happened to see them in this round, but that's how it is. New generation coming in, not snoozing. A lot of hunger from them, so some accidents might occur. Here he goes. Tristan Gilboa, one of the most beautiful styles in European surfing, I would say ever. João Roquepinho, Portuguese surfer, going through the ranks in Saint-Gilles Croix de Vie. That's up in the north. I would say close to it's Brittany, right? So it's maybe upwards from La Rochelle and
yeah,
stuff.
exactly. Not from the it's further north. Just you're right, in between Brittany and the Lon. So yeah, not that known. I mean, there's waves up there, but not the
Not that,
Hossegate.
no.
But,
It's
yeah.
also super cold. Like
Can get really cold in winter. There's big storms.
But
yeah,
they have kind of Gaspard Lancenor, Jan Fontaine, and I think that's it, pretty much.
Yep.
But all of them are from there.
Yeah. Okay, but down there, speaking of another Frenchman from far away, the winner of the last heat, Thomas Dabier, down on the beach with Claudia.
That's right, we're here at Thomas. Thomas, how is it out there?
It was pretty hard with the low tide. I think is about right now. So the current's pushing a lot, but there's still some waves. So my plan was to just catch a lot at the beginning, and I ended up getting a good one in the middle of the heat. So yeah, I'm pretty stoked on how it turned out.
And how are you feeling for the next couple of days, looking at the forecast?
Forecast looks good. There's like a little sandbank right next to the pier. So I think, yeah, looks promising, and sun's out, some waves. So yeah, it's going to be a good event.
Coming from France, do you feel excited to compete on a beach break?
Yeah, we have mostly the same waves in France, around Anglet, around Osogor. So yeah, I'm used to this kind of waves. So it's just getting the good rhythm with the ocean, and yeah, just being confident in the surfing.
What's been the training program lately?
Just surf a lot, train with Fredo Robin over here. We had a little crew in France training, doing a lot of hits together, and yeah, it pushed us to just get in the rhythm for the contest.
And what's the goal?
The goal is to win that event for sure. Yeah, I don't think I could qualify with the win, even with the win, but just getting a win would be good, and getting points for next season.
Thank you so much. Back to you guys.
Okay, thanks, Claudia. Yeah, I like that. What's your goal? To win.
Yeah, but also I was thinking that truth is we didn't get that many QSs, qualifying QSs, this season, did we? We had Pantene, we had this one, Morocco.
Yeah.
And
Lacanau.
In Lacanau.
Yeah. So, yeah, there's 5 on the series, and this is the culmination of it. So, yeah, he's had opportunities.
Yeah, for
a few injuries, Thomas, so he's a little bit injuries. But, yeah, he's nowhere near that, what he's capable of. He's surfed the Challenger Series a few times before. Yeah, he's won events on the European qualifying series. So, yeah, he's won before. As you see, Tom, and that's Brazilian, Neymar Caes, coming in here. Trying to finish off. Nice running right. Oh, and a nice carve to finish off. Drops the wallet, bit of style. And clicks out. So great surfing from the Brazilian. And we'll see that score drop in. As we see, the goofy footer, that's Tom Murphy, the Irish surfer. Just coming around, really tall, high centre of gravity, and finishes off well. So Tom has been making a name for himself over in those reefs over in Ireland.
That's Roquepinho, actually.
Oh my God.
But he has been doing good.
He's from your part of the world?
Yeah.
Kashkai? Yeah, what's his story? Obviously got that wrong. Talk me through it. Educate me.
Just typical Kashkai story. Let me just watch this 2 carbs and then another one. Yeah, so comes from normal family, Kashkai family, growing up close to the sea. Surfing is a cool thing. He just started, obviously fell into the hands of David, Raymond and Telmo, as pretty much everyone that comes off of Cascais. And he's been doing his course steadily. He's not, like, let's say, the best of his generation, because I would say he's from, so he's still young, but there's a good pack of kids from this generation. Francisco Mittermeier, Tiago Stock, he won the Capítulo Perfeito. He went to Rob Machado
Yeah.
last year, and so a few kids coming up. They're slightly younger than Joaquim Chaves, Afonso Antunes, and Guilherme Ribeiro. And you know, that's it. Steady evolution. Super talented kid, super cool kid as well. And yeah, you can expect some nice turns. He's still young, 19 or 20 years old. So in the path.
Yeah,
going
he's on
through the ranks.
Yeah, trying his best, doing his bit. Such a wave-rich spot, and so many great surfers come out of that region over the years. And yeah, he's the latest off the conveyor belt.
I was actually looking for the French surfer that was doing the challengers. I think you'll remember who that is. We can even make that a quiz. Rip curl surfer.
Justin Becquet?
Yeah.
Yeah, Justin. Yeah, Justin is...
You're good at this.
Well, yeah, I've had the opportunity, lucky enough to see Justin surf a lot. The Challenger Series.
What's up with him? Why
Yeah,
isn't
he's
he-
also he's had a few injuries as well, so he's coming back. He's done a lot of training in Australia, missed a couple of them. So yeah, he's in the event. I think Justin.
He's in the event. I can't find him.
But yeah, Justin, just really sort of powerful surfer from that Hossiga. As we see, Carrez, the Brazilian, a little bit of chatter on the face, gets caught up somewhat, comes around the corner, and then clicks it, just finish it off. So, and then there's that little trademark he's got, that little layback zap, and just getting a couple of fours. Low scoring heat at the moment, 14 minutes gone. Yeah, there's so many surfers. You know, there's big guns down the rankings. The French, Gilbert was in this heat. Just saw Thomas Debier. He's got the potential to win it. He's down there in the round of, so they'll be going up against some big seeds.
Yeah.
Basically in that next round. So that'd be super dangerous. Having two top seeds plus a Gilbert or a Debier.
Yeah, that's true.
And then this man trying to join him.
But I see this is talking about surfers that are missing. Probably the first QS Mark Lacomar is not doing in Europe.
Yeah, Maka, yeah, he's just, I think he might
Chilling.
actually be in Tahiti at the moment, Marco.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, so chose to go training in Chopu, hanging out with Michel Perez and stuff. So, yeah, he's not semi-retired, but he's taking his foot off the
Taking his
gas.
time.
As we see, Gilbert, that's a trademark wrap. And there's another one, real quick slap, and another one. So
Whoa.
great surfing, 3 big turns from Tristan. So, yeah, that's the bit of quality, that's the difference. Competitive sort of, experience, and then a whole lot of talent just packaged up there. So great surfing from Tristan.
Yeah, well, how to turn an average wave into a good one. Let's see. Smaller wave, bottom turn really down on his gravity center there, a lot of water here, and then takes his time and bang, no sponsors on his board, but a lot of history, a lot of talent, a lot of good surfing there. But I would say that Tristan, I say this with let's say with some pity, because he's that kind of surfer that with the surfing that he has, he could have done so much better competitively. But it's that relation between the good you surf and how you compete, and sometimes that lack of consistency can really hurt you as a competitor. And
Yeah, he's going again. He's got a 7 for that last wave. Straight up into another one. So consistency not a problem at the moment. You're right. He's got the talent. He's got the style. Just hasn't been
Look
able
at
to
this.
get some big results. Another incredible bit of surfing. You see the Irishman Tom Murphy, under 18 Irish champion, and just getting his way in there, surfing a lot of the reefs, getting a lot of left-hand barrels here on his forehand. So Tom just trying to get back in the game somehow. It's his first wave of any sort of real note. With just on
has like a bit of hair coming.
Yeah, he's got his mullet, or is that the sort of the ducktail? But he's looking busy. But yeah, that wave from Tristan was talking about just that little bit extra quality.
Yeah.
Or having already just got a 7, he did this, Zay.
Yeah, again, not the most obvious wave, but look at this surfing. Beautiful on the rail turn. Another one, bit of a lay back there, and then just really quick release fins there. So that's what you call quality.
Yeah, just a bit of extra class. Probably not, as incredible wave, but just to back up at 7 as well immediately. And just put himself well clear. He won't have to get involved in the last 10 minutes of any real cut and thrust or interferences, or you can just now play it pretty calm and wait for his priority, you'd imagine. So, yeah, smart surfing from Tristan and really good surfing as well. But speaking of good surfers, Claudia Pinto, she's down on the Millennium stand. What have you got for us? What's going on down there on the beach, Claudia?
The beach, and the surf fans can get a lot of things here, from free surf lessons to tryouts at the Mata Shapes boards. And here at the Millennium stand, I have a quick challenge for my dear mates Ben and Zé. They are doing a quiz, so we're going to test your surf knowledge, and hopefully you're going to get a little gift from us. So let's start. Are you ready?
So, in which year Teresa Bonvalot won Caparica Surf Fest?
I'm waiting for you guys. Then, Zé. Ben, Zé, which?
Yeah.
Okay,
well,
do you know this answer?
I would say
2021.
2021. I said 2022.
We got that wrong.
Yes. Well,
what's the next one?
It's okay. Next one.
Thank you.
Next one. So, what's a Portuguese surfer is a sponsor for Millennium?
That's Teresa Bonvalot.
Yay! We have a winner. Okay, so what do we got?
A car?
What do we get?
Okay.
Get us the popcorn machine.
What do we win? I'm glad you're. I mean, when I say we, we were a team.
Yeah, the team here.
What are we going to get? We got Teresa Bonvalot, we got the Millennium.
But you were very off. 2024. That was last year.
I panicked. I wasn't here last year.
I know.
I need my colleague.
Okay, they're fighting over the gifts.
Okay.
You also can get. We're trying to find out what did you get, but you can also come here and just take a photo at this amazing barrel.
Yep.
Stand.
Cool.
Yeah. You got the Bali wall for surfing, and you got the Millennium board in Costa.
All right. Well, thanks, Claudia. Well, while we're sorting out what our actual present is, I'm pretty excited what it could be. There's so much to do. If you're down here at Caparica, get down the beach. There's the Millennium. Stand there. The girls will help you out. There's prizes. There's incredible photo opportunities. I'll tell you what, Millennium just such great supporters of surfing in Portugal. They've been just, they've been here for forever, just always backing the sport, giving a lot of money and opportunity. So really big shout out to that, to those sponsors who make these events. Well, without them, they just wouldn't happen. And while we were getting showered with gifts, we had some surfing out the back here, and it's the current heat leader. Just waited for priority, and what's he got for the finish? Oh, big finish. So Tristan Gilbert.
Sexy turn.
Look at that, just whacks it. That is great surfing. Wow. He's feeling it. So powerful. The Brazilian was behind him, just lacking the rail sort of, engagement of Tristan, but staying busy and then just clicking the fins out. They did a 4.57 to get over the Portuguese, and then Tom Murphy, the Irishman, just a little bit of a wobbly wave, a bit of foam on the face, waits for it to stand up. Now might have one more section. Can he finish off? Waits for it, gets it down. So Tom Murphy fighting, scrapping, doing his best to stay in the game. But it was that man, Gilbert, has just been too good. Throwaway there. So what do you think the present could be, Zay? I mean,
actually, Claudia, gave us like two years ago or last year, like nice gift, which was a little keychain thingy with your name.
Oh, okay.
You know, that's
the type. Yeah.
It's better than the keychain without your name.
Yeah, absolutely.
So
yeah, okay. So that's exciting.
Yeah,
I'd take
that's
that.
exciting.
I'd take any
Imagine Ben Money on Ben Money.
Yeah.
Not Monday.
Yeah, either. Show me the Monday. I'll take any present from Claudia. I'll take anything at all. So, yeah, that's exciting to come. We'll see. And yeah, she's busy. There's so much stuff going on this week too. There's skate events, there's music. So it's a real festival down here at Caparica. If you're in Lisbon, you're close by. Get down here. There's going to be so much fun. All the way till Saturday is finals day, Easter Saturday.
Yeah.
Friday nights, from what I've heard, can get pretty crazy around these parts. So the weather's looking good, the waves are looking fun. So yeah, if there's any spot to be in Lisbon or in Portugal this week, it's down here. And yeah, get down, get involved. Love to have you on hand and have some fun. Tell you what, Tristan Gilboa's had some fun. A 7.13 for that last wave. So 2 7s. 14-point heat total, best of the morning so far. The Frenchman stamping his authority on it. As we see him go again, he loves his little wedges, really suits his style. Just picks off another little one, and that wave didn't. That one just didn't rope down the line, but he's done enough. He was completely safe. It's all about that second spot. We've got the Brazilian in green hitting a 4.57. And Tom Murphy needing a 5.8, but this wave, I'm going to get Zay Ferreira to talk me through what has been the best wave of the heat so far.
Yeah, so beautiful little cut back there with a roundhouse, that's of the essence. And then look at this, prepares it. That's like a re-entry with a lot of rail work, which is something rare. And he doesn't go over the lip, he just goes under the lip all the way. It's like he's surfing the lip with the rail on his way down. So it's not every day you see a turn like that. You know, it's actually obviously not a not a rodeo clown or a backflip, but it's just beautiful, you know, trademark European surfing rail game. So love that.
Yeah, well articulated. Yeah, 7.13, you're right. He just whipped it over. The line was perfect, just over the lip. You could see the rail the whole way, but it had a bit of flair and really surfing to his strengths. And Tristan, he's got this on lock. He's safe. It's all about this all-important position. He's swell still roping in, west-northwest angle. And, you know, it's onshore, it's northwest wind. But such as Caparica, it doesn't mind the onshore, does it, Zay? Like, it handles it, blows in, the groins protect it. Okay, you see Brazilian chasing that score, just a 4.57.
I think the current is pushing hard now.
Yeah, it's low, it's super low, so let's have a look. Check the forecast to see where we're at with the tides. But I think it's probably just gone past the low, so it's going to be a bit scrappy for a little while, and then as that tide fills in, it should get a bit more order.
Yeah, and kind of hard to, you know, identify what's a good wave and a bad wave. Sometimes like a little double up is an amazing wave. Sometimes a set wave is just a very average wave, dies out.
Yeah. So it's literally 10:30. Local time was low tide, as we see. Tristan, he's just opting out of that one. Yeah, so literally 10 minutes ago, as we see, nice backhand from Pinho, the Portuguese surfer from Cascais. Oh, there's another nice turn. Can he finish it off? Oh, and a nice smooth backhand whack as well. Only chasing or trying to get it above a 4 to make his position a bit more safer. So good surfing. But yeah, literally it's dead low tide as we speak.
Yeah.
So from now on in, it'll take a little bit of time to ramp up, but over the next 4 or 5 hours, it's just going to get better, you'd think. Especially on the mid-tide where it's absolutely perfect. Tristan did well there, just didn't have priority, didn't get involved. Reckon this is better than a 4, going to make his position a little bit stronger, say?
Yeah, I would say so. He wants to better a 4.0, so a lot of water in that last turn. He wants to distance himself from Namor and Tom Murphy, which I think has a good probability of getting. He did well to manage that first section, and 487 actually his best wave. So doing the job, João Roque Pinho, smart decision from him. Smart decision from Tristan. When I saw him taking off and just fading that much, I was like, no, he's not going to do a bottom turn of this amplitude. He was obviously running away from João Roque Pinho.
Yeah, well, we said he's in such a commanding position. He doesn't have to get involved in that sort of business, but he's smart enough to know that it wasn't going to infringe on his competitors. So, yeah, it did well to get out of there. And a 4.87, so it did improve João Roque's Pinho's position. So he's up into second still. And we've got now K-Rez in priority. 30 seconds on the clock, chasing a 5.44. And we'll see, we've got Claudio Pinto just come in, delivered our gifts and our prizes. This is exciting stuff. As you see, K-Rez, he's going for it. This is his last wave, chasing a 5. He's going to go for the air, you'd reckon. Flicks the fins out, goes down. It's going to be academic. He's not going to get that. So looks like the Portuguese surfer will join the Frenchman in going through. 10 seconds remaining. Tom Murphy and Namor are going to unfortunately exit the Caparica Surf Fest 2025. He is gone. There's Murphy. That might have been up just before the hooter. Needing a 6.67, so this will count. We'll have to see what he did out the back. Not sure if it's going to be enough to get up near that 7-point range. We can see that that was all there was, so that's not going to be enough, you'd think, to move up into second. So there we go. That's the end of Murphy's run. Only young. He'll come back stronger and better next year, you'd hope. But he's not going to progress for this one. Too much, too strong, too good, too much technique, too much experience from the Frenchman Gilbert, and he is through. So great surfing from him. And that's the man there, just coming in now. He'll be happy with that. That board looks good. Sharp eye, it looks great. So while he comes in, while the judges have a breather, well, we have a rest. We're going to have a short commercial break. Come back with more live action from the Caparica Surf Fest 2025 right after this.
Na vida, há sempre algo que nos inspira. O milénio está sempre presente, ao seu lado, na conquista de novos desafios. Juntos, partilhamos a paixão pelo futuro. Milénio, aqui consigo.
It's good to try, even when something seems to make little sense. Put your weight on it. Make an impact in this world. Call everyone, set ambitious goals, and ask yourself, do you want to change surfing? Dare to test. Ride the future.
Welcome back to the Costa de Caparica. That's a great shot looking down south to the empty beaches. Endless waves, endless banks, loads of nice little fun little restaurants and bars down on that little stretch as well. My name's Ben Mundy. I'm joined in the booth by Chico Alves, local Costa de Caparica legend, the myth, the local, the legend, the lifestyle, the liver.
I like the view you
How are
just
you, mate?
described, yeah.
Hold the phone. Live action. Stanley Norman, the UK surfer, smashes a lip and comes off. Can't quite hang on that one, Stan. The man, he's down. Not out. 22 minutes on the clock. You've been out and about. You had a little break. Chico, what's the vibe? What's the energy out there like? Who'd you talk to? Who'd you talk to, Chico? Talk to me.
I talked to my mom.
Oh, how is she?
She's great.
Yeah, I know. I talked to her as well. Yeah. Yeah, she's doing great.
She's great.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, she's doing fantastic. Yeah. No, it's nice.
She's
yeah.
ready for the Kiwi.
Yeah. Yeah, it's great hanging out. Oh, that's good.
But I had
Where's she been surfing? Where's she been at?
Just in Brazil with the jet ski.
Yeah,
she likes to go there with my uncle, and
Yeah.
they surf there a lot.
Yeah,
Step offs.
Yeah. She's not paddling quite as well as she used to, but she's still, when it gets oversized.
As we see Suarez.
Yeah, he's doing good. And then finishes off a nice crack. So we've seen some waves. Dead low tide as we're talking about, as we see another replay here. Look at that little wedge, Chico. Nice little bank, just that rip bowl. Dead low tide. As we see Elliot Barton just come around the corner and just finished off there, staying busy. A lot of action. A goofy foot attack here in this heat. As you see Cohen in that one.
Yeah, a lot of goofies on this one. But as you said, Stanley there with the big layback couldn't hold that turn. Looks really difficult now with the rip and with the low tide. This morning was a bit cleaner, I think.
Yeah, I think we're dead on low tide, so just going to probably take in half an hour, perhaps, just to settle down. And as soon as that push comes in, we think it'll improve. Yeah, a bit less bump, a bit less chop. Still some great waves when they do stand up, but just a little bit tricky, that ripping out there. As we see this one.
As we see, like a small wave, I think it wasn't the best choice of wave, but suddenly he had like a bit of a juice to work with there, so a bit of a snap, and it was a 227, so nothing really substantial. But funny part about this comp is that we have been coming here for the last 4 or 5 years, right? And it's the same bank working every time.
Yeah, really consistent. Live action, Stanley Norman just comes around the corner, first turn. He likes his roll works, his strength. Gets another one in. Hope to finish it off here. Another little top 10. Not a lot of variety, but he's finished. Speaking of right now, though, speaking of variety, though, I'll tell you what, a man who absolutely smashed that heat, Tristan Gilbert, down on the beach with Claudio Pinto.
Another French win by the surfer Tristan Gilbert here at the beach with me. Tristan, how did it feel? You looked very confident out there. What was your approach?
Maybe I looked confident, but it was pretty tricky. Conditions are a little bit stormy, but I think I did a few mistakes at the start. But I knew I could turn the heat really quick. In those conditions, you can catch a lot of waves. So as soon as I get the first 7, I felt a little more relaxed and I could control a bit more, but it's definitely not that easy.
Is becoming a surf coach last year making you a more confident surfer and more strategical? How does it change your competitive perspective?
I think it helped. I think you try to find the little details in the coaching, and so I can do it myself. Like for me, I've been working with a new coach as well, so it helps. And but I think it's just trying to figure out the little details before the event. So then when you're in the water, you know that you can do it. You just find the right waves, and that's it.
Regarding your position in the ranking, what's the goal for this year?
I don't have any goals to be honest. I want to start with a clean slate in the summer. This one is just a bonus to see how much the work that I did in the off season can pay off. And if I get a good result, then it's bonus. But I'm going to try to have fun.
Do you think that more relaxed result takes the pressure off you and maybe it'll get you to the top this year?
Maybe a little bit, but I want to be in the same feeling, you know. I try to find that pressure that you find in the contest, because you can train, you can do heats when you're at home, but it's definitely not the same. So, trying to get this feeling again, and yeah, keep working.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Back to you guys.
Yeah, thanks, Cardi. Good interview. Good mindset there from Tristan. Just I like his approach there, Chico. Just trying to get right back into it, trying to get the feeling again.
Yeah, he said it's just like this one is just for to see if the work he has been doing on the off season is paying off. But he wants a fresh start. He's waiting for summer for a fresh start. As we see the replay here, good snap off the top and bang, nice turn there for Stanley Norman. I like the second one, really tight in the pocket. So nice work there for Stanley, and this was Suarez. 2 wraps, third one now. A lot of turns done on this one. Just taking his time and bang, releasing the fins. And another one. So really nice wave there by Suarez. Really long one as well. So looks really stormy out there right now.
Whoa, where'd that come from?
Well, where that wind all came from as well. So and the rain. And
it's a big squall just come in, isn't it?
Yeah, suddenly like everything shift. And waves look really hard right now. Okay.
Yeah, it's sort of
look at it's like a cyclone.
It's almost gone offshore, but like we're onshore, offshore.
Yeah, it looks really tough right now. So anyone with scores until now is going to feel really happy about it for sure.
Yeah, a little gust. They'll just come and go today. It's quite squally, localised. There's a storm very close to the coast here. That's why we're getting a bit of weather. Yeah, as you're talking about, it's trying to lock in some scores there. Norman's done that before this score with a 5, 5 and a 4. So really impressive from him. But yeah, we're going to get these over the course of the day. Little wind squalls come in. It's supposed to be a bit more sunnier this afternoon, and that wind, it's going to go a bit more west tomorrow potentially. As we see, Cohen, the Israel surfer, a little bit of a slow first turn. Second one, a little bit more aggressive, and then just lacking a bit of intent at the moment. But just think, well, it doesn't finish it off out the back. Suarez. Yeah, we like, you know, he'll be dangerous with that mindset, Tristan. Just trying, he's done a lot of work, obviously. He's only here just to get the feeling back, surfing with no pressure. Unlike there's a lot of these other guys will be really feeling it, you know, trying to get into that Challenger Series. So important if you can get into that, Chico. So if you don't have that pressure on you, it could be a benefit.
Yeah, and it was such a bummer for him because he actually qualified for the Challenger, and back then he injured himself, so he was basically trying to do the Challenger a bit forced. I remember he went to the Goldie and couldn't barely surf. So Tristan, he has the skills, he has the talent, but unfortunately on the year he qualified, he got injured right after the season ended. So as we can hear the rain.
Yeah, there's a big wind squall and rain squall. You can see it on these screens. It's not going to be here forever, but right now it's pretty violent, and it's just coming in and sweeping over the contest zone. And you can see how difficult it is, especially with the low tide. So these surfers are going to have to battle through it. This is what the ocean does to you. It can come and get you. And then we go again. So a late takeoff there from Barton. And then give your footer. Just can't quite get that one. He'll be used to these type of conditions. A lot of wind and weather in the UK where he surfs. Cohen as well. A bit more aggressive, just a little bit more intent, and goes for a half bait kind of finish turn, so that's not going to really impress the judges much. Surfers might just have to ride this out. This 5-minute little, hopefully, wind squall. Bit of weather around, as you see. Norman, the heat leader, that's a bit more like it. First turn, got in quick. Nice rail work to get back to Roundhouse. Trying to eye off a section down the line, but it wasn't there.
Talking about someone that is used to surfing these conditions, probably Stanley.
Yeah.
Has the most experience.
Yeah, he's from North Devon, up there in Cornwall on that north coast of the United Kingdom. Yeah, a lot of beach breaks, a lot of wind and weather. Yeah, so
cold, right?
Yeah, cold. It does get cold, so this will be quite nice. Yeah, he's used to this. I mean, they're all used to it. I mean, so from Israel, he's used to wind swells as well. All right, first turn, then just knew nothing was coming. And yeah, that's not going to improve his score. Did well to get up that first turn, didn't he, Chico?
Yeah, the first turn looked really nice, and then the wrap looked he was on his way to a good number, but then, as you said, the wave just died off. As we see some size on the outside.
Yeah, and some sun, so that squall almost just starting to drift off into the distance, and some swell out the back. So, as we know, we keep banging on about it, but that high tide will come in, they'll stop braking on the back, and they won't lose all their energy, and they'll hopefully hit this inside bank. Which, as you say, yeah, it's been here it's been pretty consistent. This bank next to the pier, isn't it? Like, just sort of,
yeah,
it's solid.
It's solid, like Caparica beach wreck, and then suddenly you surf the same right for like 4 or 5 years. So
yeah,
it's quite.
What do they call it? Does it have a name?
It's called Barabash.
Barabash.
Yeah. And
so I know the left. It's called Mundy's left off the other side of the groin. But this one had a name for it. Oh, there's a tube on the backside. Look at that's going to spit. So look at that. So that was nuts. It's kind of makeable, that one.
Yeah, it was.
Cohen just picked order it. Very rare set of circumstances. Eyes lit up.
Watch the replay.
And they're like, yeah.
Wow.
They're doing all the finger yet. Classic. Nothing like the old bit of mind surf before the heat.
I want to see that in slow-mo. That cutty with the finger in slow-mo.
Yeah.
I think we need to ask our production to put back them doing the finger surfing, because it's something that people at home need to understand. Like, surfers do a lot.
They do a lot.
They kind of like use their fingers to show what type of maneuver they are doing.
Especially coaches. That's their
coaches. They love it.
It's their only form of communication.
They don't even need to talk.
No.
They just need to go dance.
No, they just use their hands.
Like an orchestra.
Yeah. Interpretive dance.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's what they do. That's actually, if you go to the coaching courses, which is
you learn how to.
Yeah. That's like
the orchestra.
That's the first year.
It's a full year of end signs.
Yeah, conductor's course, and you get that, and then you get your certificate, and then you move up. It's pretty important.
And then you start talking about surfing.
Then you do a year of leg rope change, and a year of
running
video
towards the beach with the second board.
Yeah, and then the last year is the VHS, the big video camera training. Which is the most difficult.
Can you imagine if the course was like
it should be. Should be. As we see, that's Cohen. So that was after that barrel. He must have either something
broke
his
everything.
Broke his board, his leash. I'm not sure. I don't know where it is. So
rough start for Cohen.
9.5 minutes. That's going to take a good chunk of time out of his heat. There's a little deep patch of water you have to get through. You can see this is where the training should come in. Out the back, Norman. Hands up, so we did out the back. So, yeah, I love to see that replay, that backdoor barrel that Cohen parked and then lost his board. I'm not sure
that barrel was sick.
I'm not sure it was a leash or a board, but
everything disappeared.
Here we go. Suarez live action. Wow. Oh, there's a nice first turn. More aggressive, more intent. A bit late to the second one, but still managed to hang on and might get a reform here.
Yeah.
Third turn.
Last one. Oh.
Short, sharp stabs and gets it in. So Suarez, probably his best wave he's had. And just looking at the back to see what he got. So 8.5 minutes on the clock. Norman out in front. A little flurry of activity. We'll see how that panned out. Cohen getting a new board, a new leash.
I have a question for you, Ben. What do you reckon? Like we've seen like CT surfers change a lot of coaches nowadays. They kind of like shift around, like the same coaches. They're like 6 or 7 on the CT. They kind of like shift a lot between them. What do you think are the main differences?
From moving coaches?
Yeah, exactly. Like
sometimes I think it just comes down. I think the tennis players do it a lot as well. I think it just comes down to sometimes you just get a bit not stuck in a rut, but you're just doing the same things. You want to change things up. You think it might be, just to change your approach to see if that works. You can change your board, you can change your stuff, but changing your coach is an obvious thing to try and make a change. Sometimes it's just personalities. Sometimes, often the coaches travel with the same group of people, and if those personalities are rubbing it, they might want to change it. Sometimes the coach is just rubbish. So yeah, there's all sorts of reasons. But right now, we're going on a short commercial break. Come back with more live action right after this.
Na vida, há sempre algo que nos inspira. O Milênio está sempre presente, ao seu lado, na conquista de novos desafios. Juntos, partilhamos a paixão pelo futuro. Milênio, aqui consigo.
It's good to try, even when something seems to make little sense. Put your weight on it. Make an impact in this world. Call everyone, set ambitious goals, and ask yourself, do you want to change surfing? Dare to test. Ride the future.
Welcome back to Costa de Caparica. We had a wind squall. We had some crazy action. Suddenly the sun just burns up. I'll tell you what, if you don't like the weather, wait a minute. The classic line over here, it's very true. Got some change of weather. We've got some waves out there. Keeps coming through. You can see the tide there still dead low. Full moon last night, I think. So 2.5 metres differential on the tides at the moment. There's some numbers dropping. Stanley Norman has a pretty solid heat lead at this stage, a 5.83 and a 5.5.
Suddenly is glassy again.
Yeah.
They've surfed like three different days in one day.
Yeah, exactly.
How a coach prepare a surfer for a day like this? They eat like this.
Yeah, pretty difficult. Although, would you say that, I mean, it looks different, but have the wave changed that much? It probably just looks a bit different on screen, but I suppose you have to, when that wind came through.
When the wind came through, like Cohen had probably the best, like, he had the best opportunity of getting barreled of the whole week. That barrel looked insane. It was like mini the box suddenly, but yeah, I think just the wind shift. I think wind is the thing that affects the most a wave. So yeah, I think basically that's it. I'd rather be surfing like this right now. It looks way more fun.
Yeah. So this is
look.
this is his barrel.
What happened? No way.
That was totally makeable that way.
Bro, this was so
probably so surprised.
He was like, what happened?
Yeah, he
lost his board. Did he actually lost his board with the rip? Like,
yeah, we're not quite sure. Asking, yeah.
I want to see the drone shot of that one.
I assume he just lost his leg rope broke, and it was easy to get another board, as we see.
Oh, this one looks
little double up section. Oh, there's a big floater. Handles it. Can Barton get around the next section? He has. And then waits for the final one. Nice little whip in the pocket. And ending at 4.57 and another one. Really good wave selection there from Barton, and he managed to connect all the dots. Meanwhile, out the back, the heat leader, Norman, fellow Brett. Oh, there's a big turn from Stanley. And there's another one. So that's good surfing from the English surfers, working a lot with the coaches there. The Olympic money has helped in terms of training and support. Made a big difference to these guys. They've got a lot more training, a lot more access to coach, travelling more for camps. Been down here already, training pretty hard. So We'll see what Bart needed at 4.57. Stanley Norman out in front. So that wave, we'll see it here. Chico talk us through it, but he identified, had to sort of pump to get into it, but obviously saw the potential that we probably couldn't see from the front angle.
Yeah, I like the first turn. Like, this was a really committed turn. This one, bang, nice floating turn there. And then the wave kind of like waited for him, which was nice. Nice snap. I like this one as well. A bit safe on this one, but this one looked nice. So he's hitting a 4.57. I think he's right there, the number. I think he will get it. The first turn was really critical, and judges have been really like, according to the conditions, really like neutral when it comes down to big turns out the back. So as we see the replay of Suarez as well, nice wrap, and the wave kind of like dies.
Yeah, really different approaches, isn't it? It's a bit more angular, a bit more spray, whereas Barton's right in the pocket. But geez, he worked hard for that, Suarez. So looks like that score coming in for Barton was enough. It was a 5 before that wave. Suarez. So as it stands, live action here. Norman staying busy. Nice roundhouse cut back. Oh, just got caught trying to do a bit of a sort of, was going to go for a layback and then just got stuck. He's pretty safe. Barton up in the second. There's the English connection. That's Elise Barton. I assume that's her younger brother. And you got Luke Dillon, former qualifying series and Challenger Series surfer now, coaching, helping Team GB. Super good man to have in your corner. Really strong team connection. All travel together, train together. And yeah, really tight-knit crew down there. So it looks like their man has just done enough. 50 seconds on the clock. Suarez now needing just the 3.78.
As we see the replay here of Stanley, I really like his approach on this heat. I don't know what happened there, but he was going for like a Larry layback, and I don't know, looked like his foot just slipped on the back of his tail. But yeah, he surfed well this heat. He did a couple of good waves. The 583 was nice. Surfed really powerful, and Elliot just dodging a bit of a bullet because until now he didn't do much. So with that last one, saved him from early loss on this event.
Yeah, he's got through with that wave. Saw the wave out the back, had to fight hard to get into it. And then, yeah, identified a little section. Yeah, that first turn was critical because he went for it. He could have played it safe. He didn't have to go for that first big sort of lip bash, but he did. And
I think he actually needed it because otherwise he was not going to make the section, I think.
It's another crazy bowl. I think that's after the heater from Cohen. So I don't think this is going to count. We'll find out. But it's a crazy takeoff, late takeoff. He's found another real bowly section. But I think it might have been too late. It is too late. The official results are through. Stanley Norman getting 7 for that last, well, not the last wave he fell off, the one before that. So great surfing from Stanley Norman. And he's through with his compatriot, Elliot Barton. Suarez and Cohen miss out. But we've seen what this bank can do. We saw all sorts in that heat, didn't we, Chico? We saw waves, we saw wind, we saw rain, we saw sun, we saw barrels.
We saw everything.
We saw everything. And yeah, so exciting stuff. Right now, though, while we take a break, we're going to do a short commercial break, come back with more live action from the Caparica Surf Fest 2025 right after this.
Na vida, há sempre algo que nos inspira. O Millennium está sempre presente, ao seu lado, na conquista de novos desafios. Juntos partilhamos a paixão pelo futuro. Milênio, aqui consigo.
It's good to try, even when something seems to make little sense. Put your weight on it. Make an impact in this world. Call everyone, set ambitious goals, and ask yourself, do you want to change surfing? Dare to test. Ride the future.
And welcome to live action here at the Caparica Surf Fest 2025. We kicked off this morning, the round of 96 of the men's. We're going to complete the round of 96, make a call on the round of 64. This is the final, the culminative final event of the European qualifying series to decide which surfers get into the Challenger Series. Big prize up for grabs. Stanley Norman there. He's the one that won the last heat. He looks pretty intense, having a debrief with his coach, Luke Dillon. He'd be pretty proud of what he achieved. Worked well. Meanwhile, live action, Eduardo Papa, the Italian, just goes for it, goes down. So first turn, not making it stick. My name's Ben Mundy. I'm joined in the booth by Chico Alves. Then we've got some more action. We've got some more Italian surfers. We've got a nice surfer here up in Seifert. Can he get the little inside? These waves improving, we think, as the tide comes in. And he's got a big section, drives around the corner, and there's it is. And then just, well, I don't know what that was. It wasn't enough, just sort of unstuck. And hasn't been able to capitalise. Julien Seifert from down the Algarve, surfing under the French banner, but living down in the southern part of Portugal. So we've got more action. Chico, what would you advise these surfers? You're from these parts. What's your advice for surfing this rip bowl? You know, if you four-man heat, priority system in place, what's the strategy?
Well, I think based on the scores that the judges have been giving to the surfers, I think if you catch a big bolly section and you do like a big strong turn, you're gonna get a healthy number. So I would tell them to really approach it aggressively at the start of the wave, because it's when there's more energy on the wave and the first section gets steep, and then just finish it off the wave, but not try too hard to connect the dots, because in Caparica it's nice to understand the logic of the energy of the wave. When it's steep, you can really attack really strong, because the lip is kind of like okay to be pressed, you know. Yeah, it's not like a super tubus lip, you know what I mean. And then in between sections, you kind of like need to go with the flow. You don't need to push too hard, because you want to save the speed to when the wave gets steep. So it's basically like a dance in between speed and steepness of the wave. So, but when it's steep, you can really attack it, because it's not a place where you're going to lose control. You're not going to have more speed than like you usually have. Like you're gonna be safe. So you can really go for broke when the wave gets steep.
Okay.
You're gonna.
So it's well put. Really interesting. The dance between, I like the dance between steepness and speed is important. But I'd probably sum it up by you saying your approach to most things is not to try too hard. To not try too hard.
Yeah, basically that's it. It looks good in Caparica. If you don't try too hard, it looks better than if you try too hard.
So your motto for life.
I never try too hard.
Just not try too hard.
Never try too hard.
No,
just don't commit, you know.
Just don't commit to anything. Don't try too hard.
Stay safe, boys.
Yeah. Just pull it back a bit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hold back.
Well, we'll see if that approach. But you're right. Yeah, it's all about finding those steep sections and trying to capitalise on these banks. I suppose the priority is not so important, because there's so many waves getting ridden, right? You don't have to hang on to priority. You might reckon it's worth just keep pulling the trigger, or worth waiting for that section, because you can get sucked out to sea, can't you? Like you end up battling the rip.
Yeah, I think it's great to always have a look on anything that comes, because Caparica is another like art thing about the wave that is sometimes the good one tends to be bad at the end. and the one that doesn't look amazing at the start ends up being really good. So it's a bit of an annoying wave sometimes when you're surfing a rip ball like this, because some wave the wave starts slow and gets really good at the end, and it didn't win because the start of the wave looked it's just bad. You know?
Pretty hard to identify.
Yeah, you just gotta be a bit lucky as well when pulling the trigger. I think basically it's like this everywhere, but yeah, today looks fun. Like today is probably one best. I'm not gonna say the best conditions for you to compete in, but there's so many opportunities for everyone, and everyone is standing up on a wave every like minute or two for the last 3 hours. So it's great. Like if you want to compete and have opportunities to make a heat, this is the type of heats that you want to surf. You don't want to like surf like on a perfect right ender, but then having like a wave every like 15 minutes, right?
Yeah, exactly. I'll tell you what, Red On, he just found a wave there, just cracked it off. A bit foamy on the face, but still managed to carve it through a real compact style. So the Frenchman, Samuel Redon, surfing really, really well. Someone who surfed very well was Stanley Norman. He's down there on the beach with Claudio Pinto.
That's right. We just had a heat where we could see how unpredictable the conditions here in Caparica are. Stanley, how did you have to change your approach on your heat, or you didn't have any pre-plan?
Yeah, so I had a pretty strong heat plan. I didn't change too much. I couldn't hear any of the scores or the guy speaking on the mic, so I just trusted the plan, and yeah, it worked out this time, so pretty stoked.
Guide us through the waves you got out there.
Yeah, so the waves are fun, kind of windy and a bit stormy, but I just found the clean ones and the ones with the wall, so it worked out, and yeah, stoked to get a couple scores under my belt, and yeah, it was a fun heat.
You've been showing some consistent results throughout your career, even though you're just sharing with me that not as you wish so much. How do you keep motivated even though you see the results are not delivering?
Yeah, this year's been a tough one for me. I've been getting knocked out early rounds. I feel like my surfing's the best it's ever been. Just tweaking a few things in other departments of the professional career, and yeah, hopefully it works out, and this contest will be the one just to get me bump up the rankings for the following season.
Tell us a little about the quiver you brought for this event.
Yeah, so I've been really lucky to been out in Australia in January to get some boards with the GB team, and they're supporting me through surfing, so it's really good, and got some sharp eyes. So yeah, it's pretty good, living the dream really.
And what are you riding today?
I'm riding the 77 model, 511. 28 litres. But yeah, it's really good, nice and buoyant for these waves, not too much power, but yeah, it's nice.
Thank you so much. Back to you guys.
Okay, yeah, good wrap up there. Covered a lot of territory, Claudia, and Stanley, yeah, he's got his boards on point. Hasn't had a good competitive year, but he's still just trying to tweak a few things. We see another squall come in. And we see Samuel Redon, the Frenchman. Oh, there's a nice carving, nice turning. He's got a good style in his backhand, real compact. And the finish, wow, and that's another strong finish. So Samuel surfing really, really fast and powerfully. And yeah, as you see, these conditions coming in again. As we see, nice carve. Shika, you're a goofy footy. You must love this sort of business, don't you?
Yeah, I thought it was really tight on the pocket there, and I like the approach at the end. He got early, but he released a bit of the fin, so he gave a bit of an extra there on that turn. And what a moment to ride that wave, just because we see another like cyclone coming in.
I know. Every 8 minutes, a new cyclone comes in. As we see, that's another Alan, the Brazilian. Oh, it looks like there's a priority battle there, and Papa had priority over him, but he couldn't get it. I don't think it's going to class as interference. Meanwhile, Salo just keeps S-ing and turning away. So interesting if Papa had been able to get on that. It could have been a decision to make, but he couldn't. So I think no harm, no foul.
Yeah, he wasn't in position. He couldn't get the wave, so I don't think he didn't make the wave because Alan was on the wave. But yeah, let's see. I don't know. I think we should watch the replay as we see. Alan takes off. Yeah, he just got stuck on top of the wave. and he couldn't get the wave. So I don't think it's going to be an interference. Do you think?
Interesting, wasn't it? Because
Looked like he got it. Like
he should have been able to catch it, shouldn't he, at the start?
But suddenly, like, just
backed off. But
yeah,
that was nothing to do with what was happening by Alan riding it. Oh, there's a pig. Julian just does a top turn and a hair flick to go with it.
2 for 1.
2 for 1, and it was more about the turn than the flick, but we'll see what the score was. Yeah, interesting. I don't think the judges are going to have any problem with that wave. But if Papa had just another half a metre and got on that wave, Salo could have been in trouble.
It was weird. At the start of the paddling, looked like he got it, but suddenly he wasn't on the wave. So, yeah, the wave just backed off, as we see Alan Saulu on a rare left. First left we've seen all day. Of course, a goofy needs to take it. Of course, a goofy identified the left on the right-hand point break. And 367 for... not 367, sorry. We are waiting for the wave for Redon. And Alan Saulo, as we see, Eduardo Papa.
Yeah, Papa. S-turning, looking for the section. Clicks off the top, but no more open face to work with. Clicks out, 12 minutes to go, halfway through. A lot of waves getting no real quality as yet. No one's been able to stamp their authority on it. There's another squall comes in. I think we'll just keep sending these all day, potentially. Trying to get a juicy section, had to work for it.
Yeah, the wave was just like really bad. Not the way he surfed it, but just the wave, the quality of the wave was not there at all. So just a bit of a mistake there for Papa. I think he will barely improve on his core line. So it's weird because when we look at this heat, we think about the most experienced surfer on this one. And of course, we think about Eduardo Papa. He did really well as well on the ISA in El Salvador. I remember he got through like 9 rounds or 10 rounds, I don't know. But he was surfing really good, as we see. Redon, nice. It looks like, I don't know, he gives me like vibes of like Sean Kensdale. You know, like,
wow. There you go.
You know, like the 2 arms like down, like on the bottom turn.
Gotcha. There's a blast.
Nick Fazisech, you know, like kind of style.
Blast from the past. Yeah. Well, Cairns, one of the incredible surfers.
That guy, he didn't qualify because he didn't want to.
Yeah, he
just likes to free surf.
Yeah, he's a bit unlucky in some respects with injuries and stuff, but yeah, just in terms of pure talent,
it's
he's one of the most talented surfers I've ever seen.
Yeah, it is.
He also wanted the quiet life. He just shapes boards up down the north coast, still rips, obviously, but
I had like a stormy surfing Kira once, and I was alone surfing, and was Meek and Nick, right? And I just saw this goofy, like with the best style ever on a stall, double hand on the same side, suddenly like drags for like 10 seconds, comes out in front of me and goes for a huge carve on his backside. I was like, wow, this guy rips so hard. Yeah. I was like, I'm leaving the water right now.
Yeah.
I just want to watch it, you know?
Yeah.
And it's crazy how good he is.
Yeah, he's good, and Redon's got a similar style. Yeah, I like it. Really big backhand wax. He's got a 6.33. He's going to get another 4, so he's got a pretty commanding heat lead. Looks like that squall's gone. We've got some sun coming out. We're going to go a short commercial break. I reckon you're going to come back to some sunny skies, some great waves. Stay tuned, folks. We're going for a short commercial break. We'll come back after this.
Na vida, há sempre algo que nos inspira. O Milênio está sempre presente, ao seu lado, na conquista de novos desafios. Juntos, partilhamos a paixão pelo futuro. Milênio, aqui consigo.
It's good to try, even when something seems to make little sense. Put your weight on it. Make an impact in this world. Call everyone, set ambitious goals, and ask yourself, do you want to change surfing? Dare to test. Ride the future.
Eight minutes to go. We are halfway through the round of 96 at the Caparica Surf Fest 2025. That squall has come in, it's gone. Clear skies again. So that was, well, it's probably every 4 minutes we get the cyclone in. As you see, while on the break, we saw this from Seifert. A little jab in the pocket, comes down the line and looks for the little finish. A little bit awkward. Seems to have claimed it. Meanwhile, left-hander, I haven't seen many of those. And a little short stab there from Papa as well. Both needing small scores, so worth a crack potentially.
337, so it helped improve the and it is his best score, so he needs a 341 now. So with 7 minutes to go, he needs a low number. And Julian Seifert as a 410, so he needs to improve on that 267. But yeah, really tight heat. I think Redon is just like living life right now. He's having fun. But basically for second place, everything is so tight that the next surfer that gets a good one will probably end up having a bit of a heat shift in position.
Yeah, 7 minutes to go. Just both surfers in fourth and third inning a 3-point ride. So yeah, as you said, super tight. Next set. The next wave ridden going to be crucial in the scheme of things. And they're adjusting that tide, just sort of ripping it out. Hard to keep in position. That right hand has not disappeared, but it's become a bit more confused and hard to get your head around. And they'll be struggling to maintain position as this tide fills in. We've got priority is with Redon. He's got a pretty convincing heat lead. He's probably safe. These other three surfers, white, green and red, all chafing to get one more wave to make it count. And it's going to be, yeah, as you said, it could be a deal breaker. Kind of moving just off that right-hander perhaps, trying to find a bit more water that's not in that rip, potentially, just stay on the sand a bit more, Chico, do you think? Or it's a tough one, or just trying to find a bit of space maybe.
Yeah, I think if you're sitting in third or fourth right now, you need a low number. So anything like a single maneuver, like Eduardo did, is gonna make you jump into second. So you don't need like a spectacular wave to make that happen. As we see Eduardo here, it's second priority.
Yeah, live action. So he pulls the trigger, little wave, just trying to get a little nice little swooping carve in. It's small. I mean, he's done well to get this far and ekes it out in a nice little turn. So poor wave, but as you said, didn't need to be a spectacular wave.
Is that a 351? 341?
I think the judges might put that up in around that mark. It's a low score. You talk me through it, Shika. You're the judging expert.
Well, I like the first turn. Really nice gouging.
Spray.
And I like the combination with the second turn. He had a lot of projection, so I think he will get it for sure.
I think he'll get it. I think he deserves it. And it's coming in at 3.67, so he has got it.
Oh, he got it.
So, yeah, we were just about
They
right.
were quick.
They were quick, yeah. Well, we were still chatting about it. But, yeah, I think he deserved that. I mean, he maximised the potential that wave, didn't he? Could have done much more. So, good surfing under pressure, clutch surfing. Now, Seafoot netting a 2.94, a tiny score. And Salo netting a 4.11. So, still really, really tight.
294 to second, it's wild. He basically needs to stand up and do like a turn.
Yep, he doesn't need to do much. Here goes Solo though, going left. The goofy foot is going to go for the air, is he? Clicks it out, spins it round.
Wow.
So close to making that. And that could have been a 4.11 if he'd hung on. Meanwhile, the heat leader.
Wow.
Oh, he's so aggressive in the pocket.
He's good.
He's good. I haven't seen a lot of him surf, but I'll tell you what, he's come out here and just
belting it.
Belting it. Really?
Gives me like Team Bisso vibes.
He's got a lot of
as
Bisso
well.
in him, yeah. Just
He's got some like. I'm gonna go through the whole ranking, saying he looks like everyone else.
Every single goofy footer ever born. It's ever surfed in a competitive event. But look at it, really strong bang in the pocket, comes out. It's only doing, so not a whole lot of
It
turns.
will improve though. He's gonna get like a 5 something for this single turn.
Really powerful, really technically difficult.
5-5.
Yep, that's what he got.
I don't know. I feel like sometimes I should be on the other tower.
You should be a judge. Yeah, I mean, I think that all the time. That's all I think often.
I'm not actually good at what I'm doing right now. So
no, you're good at judging. You're good at picking a score. As you see, red on again.
Nice one.
Just really in the zone at the moment. Just getting loads of waves. Really enjoying himself. You can see he's just got the heat lead down. He doesn't have to worry about anyone else. He's just catching waves and absolutely belting the bag out of it. Meanwhile, this surfer needing a 2.94 on this wave. Goes for the layback and got caught. Almost got railed to the nether regions. So didn't need much there. Over-egged it. If anything, Shikowi needed to just surf that wave to get a 3. So a bit of nerves, a bit of inexperience.
yeah, I feel like he had the wave, but at the start there, he just the back foot just slipped off. So unfortunately for him, as we see Red Dawn, as you said, just like really connected on this one. You can feel he's got the confidence now and just having fun. So, but Julian here, yeah, just a bit of a mistake. You see the back foot now slips off. So, but yeah, he was on his way.
Need to push it that hard, did he? Well, it's hard to say what the wave was going to do after that, but he just needed to do a carve.
But the wave looked good after. Like
yeah.
we could tell there was something after. As we see, Saulo here, just looking for a 4-1-1, and this is really close. So as we see Eduardo Papa here going left, nice snap, and belts it again. Can he make it? Yes, he does. He needs to get better than a 3.37 on this one. As you see,
Philippe Marveau coaching the French connection.
Is he not coaching Eduardo Papa? I think he's with the Italy team.
Cool. Yeah, Philippe with Papa, as you said, right, Chico, well corrected. Yeah, he's such an experienced coach. Coached some of Europe's best surfers and world surfers, and he'll be happy with this. 2-turn combo, just trying to improve on a 3.67 or a 3.37 even. So 5th minute on the clock. Yeah, it's you know, only every now and again you get the chance to redeem yourself pretty quickly, and with 10 seconds on the clock, I think that will be the one he'll be focused on in terms of what could have been, what should have been. But unfortunately for Julien, he's not going to get through this one. As we see, Papa just before the hurt of this one. This is his last wave. He surfed well under pressure. Didn't get the waves. Had to manufacture the scores and has done that. So really good competitive surfing from the Italian. But it was Red on, the Frenchman, who, yeah, you can see, look at what he knows the mistake he made. He had the opportunity and he fell. Red on, really impressive from the young Frenchman. Can't wait to hear him speak to Claudia and see what he's got up his sleeve. Papa was impressive in terms of just performing under pressure. And we move on straight away into the next heat. So up to heat 9 of the round of 96. Going to go through, finish off the round of 96 at least. Potentially start the round of 64 where the big guns come in. We'll keep right now though, as the big guns come in, get a rest. We're going to go for a break. Come back with more live action. Idigo Hagag, Dylan Donegan dos Santos and Tom Balsema up against the next heat. But stay tuned, folks. I'm going to go short commercial break and come back with more live action right after this short commercial break. Fredo Moraes is watching. You should too. See you for now.
Put your weight on it. Make an impact in this world. Call everyone, set ambitious goals, and ask yourself, do you want to change surfing? Dare to test. Ride the future.
Welcome back to the Caparica Surf Fest. We are here on another heat 9 of round of 96 with Dylan Donegan dos Santos, Ido Agag, and Tom Bosma. So great heat on our ends, and with myself, I have a really ex-pro surfer from Portugal, Zé Ferreira. Welcome back.
Thank you, Chico. And straight to Ido Hagag, Israeli surfer. Similarly to the Italian surfers, we see growth in Israeli competitors. They've always surfed. And Dylan Donegan, one of Europe's best hopes, lives in the Canary Islands. And Tom Bolsma. So back-to-back waves here.
Yeah, a lot of waves ridden. We've seen all day. A lot of waves have been caught at the start of this one. Nice carving here by Tom. Gets up there again, gets around it, and was able to feed one more in there. So nice wave there by Tom. A great start. I don't know if the score is going to get huge. I don't think so, but he connected a couple of turns, and as you said, Dylan Donegan has been surfing really, really well. I saw a couple of clips of Dylan recently, and he's really good.
In the Canary Islands?
Yeah, on Instagram. I don't know why, but I see a lot of clips of him over the last few months, and yeah, he's good. He's really good.
Yeah, Spanish mom, Brazilian dad. So a lot of that going on in Europe at the moment. And wow, Ido Agag, very strong. Actually, kind of reminded me of Adi Glushka. That turn, like super, like compact and solid. Adi Glushka was one of the. Let's just see. Yeah, very, very strong. One of the first, and I would say, well, I wouldn't say the first because I don't know enough about Israeli surf culture to know that. But for me, it was a first Israeli good competitor, and a good one at that. And at the moment, we have Claudia for an interview with the winner of the last heat.
That's right, we're here with someone who's in a really good mood, exactly how you looked in your heat. Was the strategy just having fun and being relaxed?
Yeah, my strategy is always more or less the same. I mean, I try to start strong, like hit I'm the first guy to hit, and I was in a good rhythm, and so it was a fun hit. I had a good re-entry on the backhand, so I'm happy.
We were seeing today how inconsistent the conditions are and how it can change from 1 minute to the other. Does this change at all your vision on this?
Yes, at first we were on the right hand there, close to the rocks, and then it moved so fast. So we went in the middle of the beach, and there was some close outs, but I had a good score, 5.5 on one turn, so it's all right. And I got a good combo, all right, on the also in the backhand, on the right hand there. So
tell us a little bit about how you've been getting ready for this contest.
Yeah, honestly, I worked a lot because I have no sponsors, so I didn't surf for 1 week. From this contest, I was doing carpentry all day long, like 10 hours a day, to pay this competition. So I'm giving all the money to the WSL and to the restaurant, to the Airbnb, everything, to the transport. So I have like no coach and everything. So I didn't really train a lot for it, but I have like that that motivation coming from my hard work, because I pay myself my competitions and all the season. So.
How does one organize and combine not only, as you said, your side work and sustain the surf career, but also all the factors of being a surfer, like social media, the sponsors, everything? Like, how do you do?
Yeah, it takes a lot of time, so I'm not the best on the social media and everything. I need to train to be better at this. But I try to do my best, and I prefer to focus on real things as my own work as a carpenter or surf instructor, things like that.
Hardworking, and hopefully the results will get there. Thank you so much.
Thanks.
Back to you guys.
Chico, are you loved his surfing and now you love him?
Yeah, I think he's showing off that he does a lot of things to be here, and well said. He worked his really hard to make possible to come over here and compete. So making everything he can to compete is it means a lot for him. So he's giving his all, and yeah, I think it's incredible to see. As we see Ido here, beautiful carve combination with the big snap off the top. So
power surfer.
Yeah, I think he will improve, and yeah, nice wave. I think it's going to be the best wave of the heat so far. And we can see the tide is filling in already, Zé, and we can see that the waves are getting bigger on the inside. I think on later afternoon it's going to be like double the size.
Double the size.
And for a day like this, like, do you take like your small wave board for the morning and like maybe a step up in the afternoon?
Yeah.
Because it can get a lot bigger than this with the tide shifting and with a lot more power the wave as well. So
for sure, and you do see the waves down there. Oh, one of the first lefts of the day. No potential, that's why. But still going back to Samuel, with sponsors and surf brands, like at least the legacy surf brands being how they are, how often are we going to see cases like Samuel? No sponsors.
I think it's going to be more and more. I think basically, if you compare it to other sports, they are in the same position. If you go to karate, judo, kickboxing, boxing, UFC, it's a long way until you actually make and own a lot of money. So yeah, it's just a question of before. A lot of brands, they were in the industries supporting a lot of surfers as well. So I'm not going to say, yeah, it was just a shifting in the industry. So I think him being off the social media, I think it's a no-go. I think it should be, because basically it's where the brands are investing all their money. And yeah, of course, he likes to focus on other stuff, and of course, we need to respect that. But if he tells everyone about his journey, I think he would inspire a lot of people and probably inspire a lot of brands as well. So I think there's always a point of view of being on social media or not. So maybe it's just a question of time until he understands that, and he can maybe get more support in terms of money-wise. And with 14 minutes to go, quite a slow heat. First slow heat we had in a while.
Yeah, gladly actually, because we can breathe a bit.
We can talk about other stuff, right?
Yeah, 10, 12 waves ridden by each surfer. And actually, this heat only has three surfers, so they can also be a bit more calmer and choose. You can see the three surfers are kind of well distanced from each other in the lineup.
Yeah, they are.
In three different peaks. So, and here we go, Ido again. Power surfer. Let's see what this wave holds, and doesn't hold much. But yeah, I always get... I think the social media really is an important
tool, right?
Important tool. It's like a surf clip or a surf magazine 20 years ago. It has the same effect. It's the way you connect with people in the industry. I mean, clients of the industry, fans of the industry, who are actually the ones that make the money move. Oh, is this Griffin Colapinto?
I think it's his
Maybe
brother,
it is.
right?
Maybe it is. But yeah, so you definitely need to be on social media. I think that's a good point. But yeah, well, it's just, you know, as a surfer that, you know, our generation was pretty much the last generation
without social media.
That yeah, no, we had social media, but
was early
Instagram
days.
started
Like
when
days.
we were like 17 or 18.
Yeah,
When
maybe.
it started, there was Facebook, but I'd say the last generation who had like a decent amount of money from brands in a more generalized way. But anyway, we're going for a very quick break, and come back with us. We'll have a lot of action for afterwards. See you in a bit.
Na vida, há sempre algo que nos inspira. O Millennium está sempre presente, ao seu lado, na conquista de novos desafios. Juntos, partilhamos a paixão pelo futuro. Millennium, aqui consigo.
It's good to try, even when something seems to make little sense. Put your weight on it. Make an impact in this world. Call everyone, set ambitious goals, and ask yourself, do you want to change surfing? Dare to test. Ride the future.
And welcome back to the Caparica Surf Fest. We are here on the beautiful beach of Barbas, and sunny skies. There's a lot of shift on the weather right now. There's sunny skies and rain, but it's a beautiful day down here. We are on Heat 9, round of 96, and tide is coming up, so we are going to probably see some bigger numbers coming our way soon, and a bit more lefts now, Zé.
Yeah, it looks like, at least for Edo, 2 strong turns. This happened during the break. Didn't make it on that last one. This one was fairly strong. And then super strong kid. Edo, very solid, composed, and Dylan Donegan couldn't make that one. And Chick, this is happening right when the tide comes in. That inside section just becomes very shallow too.
Well, I think we are seeing a bit of a shift. Like I think if the tide still comes in, I think we won't see as much as the right near the pier, and I think we're going to see actually them surfing in the middle of the beach, as we see a big turn here for Edo and another one, and he has been falling on the second turn every time, but he's making with only the first turn, so he has been surfing really good on this one so far, as we see the replays there.
Yeah, strong first
Nice
turn.
one.
Bit forced there.
Why do you reckon he's poking the nose so
Boom.
much
But that
on the
one
second turn?
was very strong. I think it's just about that
confidence going to. So it's like, I don't know, but from the outside it looks like he don't wants it so much that maybe he's lacking some calmness in the finish, you know. Also, he really wants to go big and just maybe seal the deal, you know, strike for the jugular and just 2 big turns, so he's not holding back for one. But for second, you know, in this phase, you're building confidence. You want to make sure that you go through and that you leave your opponents in a harder position. And, you know, could also be smart to play it a bit safer.
As we see Tom here improving a bit, 217. He's in second now, and you see Dylan here on the inside. Nice, tight snap and a float. So I think Dylan is gonna go back into second again. And Ido, though, he has been finding a lot of good quality waves right now. What do you reckon? I don't know, he's sitting on a different place, it looks to me, a bit further left down the beach, as you see. And the waves are going his way, all of them. As we see the first snap and then big section here.
Oof. Okay,
Nice one.
so that's what he was looking for, like a 2-turn.
He's getting all
wave
the
with a
good ones.
Finish.
As you see Tom upper riding again, bit of a snap and really sleepy wave overall. He was able to connect the 2 turns, but I don't think he will improve by much. That 217, I think he will go into the 3 range. Barely, I don't know. But yeah, with 6 minutes to go, I think Tom needs just a bit more.
Yeah, this left first turn, you know, just pretty much check turn.
This one was actually nice.
Yeah, nice
I see
technique.
The replay now.
But yeah, average wave. This wave though, first turn was also kind of a check turn, but then very powerful on that second one. You see his eyes are looking ahead and looking to this turn, but so very expressive turn. And this is Dylan's last wave. Beautiful first turn and then finishes off. So you can see the difference in the technique between all surfers. A lot of sharp style for Dylan Santos, a bit more precise than Hidu, that is really more about power and just drives through all those sections regardless of what there is, you know. If there's like a lot of white water, he's the guy that can go through that no problem, you know.
Yeah, he's surfing good. He has found a lot of waves with quality of scoring. I think if he didn't fall on none of those second turns, this one looked great as well. Bangs it again. But yeah, the 4.83 and the 4.8. So he improved 5.83 now. So Ido well and truly in the lead right now. Dylan in second, needing a 6.03. It's completely attainable by the talent this kid has. And Tom needing a 3.97. So Dylan is not safe. And Tom he has a really good chance of trying to beat. I'm going to hold my thought because Dylan improved with that last one. So 5.03. And now Tom needs a 5.49, which is isn't that easy for the conditions we have on end. We can see by the numbers we have on our screen that a 5.49 is a special wave for today's end.
Here we go, Ido again. Some extension on this wave. Again, powerful turn, a lot of water, but yeah, just wanting it too much, you know.
He has surfed 11 waves.
Yeah, well, you can't say he's not trying, and you know, great attitude by him. You just gotta turn that attitude into efficiency. That's part of what you learn while competing when you're young. And great things ahead for Ido Agag. And yeah, basically it kind of looks like, I mean, this is pretty an open heat still, but with 3 minutes to go, Dylan is needing a 5.64, Tom a 5.49, so pretty opened up heat. And Current is pushing a lot and loving the colors there of the yellow thing. This is Abdurrahman, Basque surfer. Great Basque surfer, one of the best in Europe. And here's the recap, Chico.
Yeah, it has been all about Ido Agag. He has been surfing really tight in the pocket, really well, and doing some strong turns. But I'll tell you what, Dylan, once this kid has the opportunity, he will unleash some big turns and some really good surfing. And Ido just having fun, cruisy style, as you said, Zé, powerful, just making sure he attacks the right section, and he's doing a good job on this heat. And I think he will for sure progress on this one. And but I would like to see Dylan Donegan having a crack on that first place. He only needs a 5.64, and for Dylan that's a really attainable score. I feel like he's so talented that if he catches one of those waves that Ido got a bit with more space to open up, he will do some damage.
Yeah, and Dylan, that 5 points, that first turn was just very nice and sharp.
Yeah.
Like everything was pretty much very well timed. And I think that Ido really just explodes when he gets to the lips. Maybe not as precise, but more powerful than Dylan. So we have a good, good mix of styles in this heat between Ido and Dylan.
As we see live, White just trying to go for a massive layback and a bit of a fall, but the layback was massive though.
That was massive.
Yeah.
That reminded me of your laybacks back in the days when you did laybacks.
Yeah, I would never lend them, but yeah.
No, you were
with Dylan,
the best in the world at that.
throwing the board to the sky. As we have 50 seconds to go, and Dylan showing signs of frustration.
Yeah, I mean, he's missing that second wave. I know he wants it.
Look at the rip.
Yeah, it's super strong at the moment.
Which is weird, like when the tide like normally fills in, the rip gets softer. Now it's actually stronger than it was on the low tide.
Dylan, I think he's going for the air.
Hopefully. No, section wasn't there. So, as we see...
Someone's mom.
Someone's mom, exactly. Dylan's mom, they're praying, so her son makes it, and Tom with a big turn and a fall. That's it. We have Heat 9 done. Zé, Ido, and Dylan made it. Yeah, give me your thoughts about this.
Super fair and just result. Ido, Mr. Hagag, was definitely the standout of this heat. And then Dylan also surfed very well. Couldn't find that second wave, but great heat. And these guys will go to rest, and we will go to a break, and we'll come back in just a bit. See you.
Na vida, há sempre algo que nos inspira. O Milênio está sempre presente, ao seu lado, na conquista de novos desafios. Juntos, partilhamos a paixão pelo futuro. Milênio, aqui consigo.
It's good to try, even when something seems to make little sense. Put your weight on it. Make an impact in this world. Call everyone, set ambitious goals, and ask yourself, do you want to change surfing? Dare to test. Ride the future.
Welcome back. Live action here on the Costa de Caparica, the Caparica Surf Fest 2025. We are progressing through the round of 96 at a rapid rate as we try and find out the last 10 surfers to make the Challenger Series for 2025. My name is Ben Mundy. I'm joined in the booth by Jose Ferreira, and we've got now to pay John Rabinovich, not to be confused with John Florence or Dave Rastovich. We've got John
That's
Rabinovich.
a good one.
Obviously,
like that.
Surfer parents were on the ball straight away. Alexander Van Hattem and Jakob Kuzia.
But maybe there's some, you know, some family related. Maybe John Florence and the parents or the grandparents of Dave Rastovich connected somehow, and John Rabinovich came to life.
We'll see. We'll see what if he's got some of the famous namesake style. Not a bad combination, those two.
Yeah.
And we are off here. This is Jakob Kuzia on his backhand. A little bit of a soft top turn and just kicks out. So yeah, we are looking at getting through all 6. Well, the round of 96 will be done and dusted today, and then we'll make a call on the round of 64. But what are you thinking? You're the Hugo Pinaz. You have to make a decision about going on to the round of 64. Some of the big guns. Would you do it?
Yeah, I think it's a no-brainer. We have some swell, you know, shower here and there, but it's super sunny. It's very pleasant to be out. You were just out. You can comment a bit on that. Kind of
fun
pleasant
out there. The crowds are building.
Yeah, and it's supposed to get better in terms of quality of wave. So I think we're going ahead.
Okay, well that's Ferreira's call. Not a bad one. I can't see why not, but we'll leave that up to the experts. But yeah, the crowds are building. All the food trucks are setting up. There's a wafts of pizza and Mexican and Thai, every sort of food known to man on these lovely little food trucks.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
had one? Did you have a burrito?
No, I'm going to wait. As we see out the back, clicks and thinks that is John. So he's a goofy footer. So straight away he's got a point of difference from his illustrious namesakes. No, I'm waiting. I want to pick the right time. I was cursed by indecision. There were so many great little stalls. See, John kicking both fins out twice, then the third one. It's a strong start from Rabinovich. Yeah, I couldn't sides. Then I was paralysed by indecision. Going to go back.
Too much choice.
Too much choice. So, but yeah, I've got my eye on them. I've sussed out the menus. I've had a chat to the vendors. They're all super friendly, good prices, lovely people. I recommend it. Speaking of lovely people, Claudio Pinto. She's down on the beach with the winner of the last heat.
That's right. We're here with Ido Hajjaj, representing Israel on the international surfing stage. Ido, how did you felt out there?
Wow, it was a bit hard, with the low tide and the everywhere conditions. But yeah, I found some corners, and actually it was a bit harder to close the waves, to close the maneuvers with the low tide and the shallow part in the end. But yeah, I'm looking for it in the next heat.
Coming from Israel, where the conditions are also sometimes changing with some wind swells and unpredictable conditions on the other side of the spectrum, does that help you, your approach in the QS conditions?
So in Israel, you really have to adapt, because we don't have a lot of waves, and when we have waves, it's
weird like this, so we have to adapt and to catch a lot of waves and try a lot. And yeah, it's really working, and I spend a lot of time outside of Israel too, and I'm training really hard, and yeah, I'm keeping it up, and hopefully it will.
Coming from Australia and Hawaii, what was your focus when you were training over there?
So I focused on technique, a lot of rail game, because all my life I was spending my time on airs, and I feel like really confident about it. Now I have to, improve my rail game surfing. So yeah.
And what's the goal for this event?
My goal for this event is first to have fun, and yeah, I want to be one of the best Europeans here, and yeah, that's my goal, to get as high as I can and as good as I can,
We've been seeing Israeli surfing growing throughout time, and how does it feel to be representing your country here?
My country is the best. I love it, and yeah, I feel so proud to represent Israel, and I have to say something to home. שכל החטופים בעזרת השם יחזרו בחזרה הביתה. אנחנו מתגעגעים אליכם ואוהבים אתכם, ושיהיה בעזרת השם יהיה טוב. אוהב אתכם כל המשפחה. נשיקות.
Can you tell us what you just say in Hebrew?
So I said first for the hostages, I want them to be back, and yeah, it's really, really hard when they are there, and it's cold and it's hard for them. Hope everybody will come back, and to my family, I love them.
Thank you so much. Back to you guys.
All right.
There you go. Alrighty, so we have Israel surfer through. We've got John Rabnovich staying busy, 4.23 and 3. Noah DePoy, Alexander Van Hattem, and Jakob Kuzia. So it's been a sort of slowish heat. 10 minutes gone of this one. And we've got a replay here. Back in the water, Van Hattem. Just one turn there, Ferreira. Not a lot in it.
Yeah, showing control there, but this is Jakub Kuzia, Polish surfer. Nice one, kind of bit of water, a bit of shower there, but nothing very big so far. I see John is a very loose surfer. Kind of reminded me of like Nick Vasicek, an Australian goofy surfer that also looks at the lip like that. So you pick up these similarities and then you connect them. Ido very, very strong and focused in his mind, usually as Israelis, competitor Israelis seem to be. And it's curious to connect the personality of people with their approach as competitors. Super interesting, as we see two different realities. One person is chilling, the other meditating before the heat.
Yeah, there you go. That's nice little bit of sort of comfy there. That's actually Watt Hotels, WOT, who have been supporting us and putting us up for the week, and they've got some like cool little sort of chill zones all around the competition zone. You can have a little rest, a little lie down. There's one in the competition area I saw. So they've been big supporters as well. I wouldn't mind a little lay down there, feel the breeze on your back, watch a bit of surfing.
I'll expel everyone from there and just lay down in the sun. Ask Claudia for more of these presents and build a little home there. There we go. Live action is Alexander Van Hattem.
Yeah.
This is a very diverse heat. Polish, Netherlands, French, and Israeli. If we could change the French surfer for an Italian surfer, it's a heat you don't see that often.
No, that's the beauty of the surfing. It's getting wider and wider, and events like this encourage all different surfers from all around the whole European category. There's German surfers. The Polish surf, there is waves in Poland, up in the Baltic. They surf a fair bit. Often these Polish surfers do come from, as we said, based in Oscar or in Canary Islands or Portugal even, the Algarve. So, yeah, but I reckon it's great that we get to see all these different countries represented, and there's really little vibrant surf scenes all over the world.
Definitely.
And you think probably as the hold that thought, as we see Dupuy, a bit more classic French. Oh, there's a nice backhand turn. Oh, and the second one, he thought it was a little bit late, but he managed to hang on. So two-turn combo, a bit more traditional French power surfing there. But as the you'd expect the artificial waves and all the man-made wave pools start to pop up in all these countries, they'll only improve. Places like Poland and Germany, where there's Switzerland, where there's all these sort of ready-made waves, they'll, I think that we'll start to see more and more of these emerging countries come through.
Do you think you'll have like a world league for wave pool surfing? Because imagine in China, center of China, or we had a wave there, or countries that don't have ocean, right? But like there's someone coming out from there that is the best wave pool surfer ever that you ever saw. Like, can that guy surf in the ocean?
Well, yeah, down the track we'll find out, I think, for sure. As we see, whoa, winding up, this is ocean, this is real energy, this is what we want to see. And this is what you get. You get unpredictability, you get wind, you get weather, you get waves, you're not quite sure what you're going to get. And just saying, we've got John Rabinovic absolutely hammering a couple of backhand surfers. He's been probably the most powerful surfer in the heat so far. And he's just managed to click a couple off the top. And I'll get you to talk me through that one, Zay, but he's looking pretty solid.
Definitely. Cheeky style look at this. A lot of finesse and top to bottom surf. He's not hitting his board in between turns. Releases his fins there. He's happy about it. I found that wave beautiful, to be honest. This is, again, as you were saying, a bit more of powerhouse French classic surfing. 2 turns, and here he goes again. Vertical on that one. Again, yeah, very French, actually. I've seen that turn a million times. Always works.
Yeah, it's old school, but it works. There we go. Bang! Really vertical. Oh, and that's another great turn. So he's just found his groove, hasn't he?
Yeah. So he has a 6.5 on that one. I mean, not sure if that's his previous wave, but he did put a 6.5 in the scoreboard, which will secure his first place even more.
Yeah, he's just smashed his heat quickly. 2 quick waves, that's how quick it can change. Really suddenly with only 4 turns effectively, but really vertical, really powerful. And Noah just getting a 6.5 for his last one. Meanwhile, see Hattem, the Polish surfer, just saying he was slightly interfered with by the surfer, the current heat leader. I mean, that can be an interference potentially, as we see him there again, the Frenchman, the really strong surfer. He's just on lock, isn't he? He's got these same 2 turns.
Yeah.
Down pat, really committed, really critical, and less committed and less critical. There was Kuzia, who couldn't quite make that one.
Yeah, and we have this windows of like storm that come by, and you can see the wind changing a bit at the moment. Blowing a bit harder. Not sure if that's going to affect the waves, but you can see we are having like clear blue skies and sun, and then all of a sudden we have it covered by clouds. But these guys continue to deliver.
Yeah, really, really smart competitive surfing. Just not making any mistakes. Clicking off the top, clicking off the bottom. Meanwhile,
I'm not sure. I think I wouldn't put an interference on this because he didn't make the line right, honestly. He had to bottom turn to hit that section because there was nothing after that, apparently.
Yeah, and I think it was actually the surfer in blue that was sort of saying something to the judges about it, but I don't think it's no harm, no foul. So 5.23 Last one for Rabinic. Here comes another squall. They're coming in pretty much every heat, pretty much. We get one of these, sometimes two. Just a sudden blast of wind coming off the Atlantic. Just unravels the lineup, sort of tears it apart for a little while, and then as soon as it goes away, the sun comes out and she just backs off to normal. So it's going to be part of the conditions throughout the rest of the day. Got a localised little storm just sitting not far off the coast here that's providing localised wind and weather. Anyway, there's still waves. There's still some big numbers coming in. Dupuy out in front. We're going to go to a short commercial break and come back with the final 8 minutes of the heat right after this.
Na vida, há sempre algo que nos inspira. O Milênio está sempre presente, ao seu lado, na conquista de novos desafios. Juntos, partilhamos a paixão pelo futuro. Milênio, aqui consigo.
It's good to try, even when something seems to make little sense. Put your weight on it. Make an impact in this world. Call everyone, set ambitious goals, and ask yourself, do you want to change surfing? Dare to test. Ride the future.
Welcome back. Live action here. Up the top there is Alexander Van Hattem. Just trying to get over the top, trying to get a 6.33. We'll see what that did. There's a little, is that a tube? I don't know what that was. That's Dupuy again. He's been on fire. The heat leader was 6.5 and a 5.23. He's put a lock on this heat. The other four surfers, not much between, the other three surfers, not much between them. We'll see that on the replay, whether he did get a tube. We saw one other attempted barrel in heat two heats ago. He didn't make it out, lost his board. So there's the odd little square section that pops up out of nothing, and this is the break. Well, this went on Zay. What went down?
Yeah, just enough the top.
Van Halen.
Yeah, Van Halen. Nothing too crucial for him. He's looking for a 6.33 to advance. You can see our camera has a few drops of water because there's a lot of rain coming in. One of those moments, one of those windows. But regardless, look at the amount of waves ridden in this heat. Actually, throughout this day, maybe this could even go down in history as like one of the days with most ridden waves in a contest.
Wow, we'd have to get to the Rob Gunning spreadsheet on that, which he'd have to hand, as we see Rabinovic going for that one. Yeah, it could be up there. It depends on the number of heats, I think. Yeah, and they've done some long days in these European events. Some of those, I think Pantin days especially.
Yeah.
18 hours.
Yeah. 18 hours.
I think so, yeah. Yeah. It gets light about 3 in the morning and it gets dark about 1 o'clock. And they double bank it.
And if not, they just put, you know, the white lights in.
Yeah,
it's like a night surf event.
Yeah, they'll do whatever it takes. But yeah, well, in this heat alone, I mean, 18, it's, yeah, 30, there's 38 waves ridden already. And there's another one, the 39th, as we see. Guzia just looking around the section, ending a 6.59. Just, whoa, and there's Rabinovic just kicking the back fins out. So those two surfers, just two goofy footers. Just a little bit more quality, a bit more class, as we see Noah there just kicking out. So yeah, plenty of opportunity. Not a lot of high numbers. So they're pulling the trigger. These wind squalls just take the edge off these waves, make it a bit less defined.
I think Jacob is going like for a turnaround. Is it? No. Something. Yeah, he wants to know the time. He still has time. Okay, that was just a waste of time. Would you use a watch if you were a competitor?
Well, yes. I mean, I think it's almost a. Yeah, you'd have to. I mean, even when surfers, interesting question. When surfers do ask for the time from the announcers, you know, often they did that classic tap the watch with their hand signal. Is that just to sometimes just to put pressure on their opponent?
On the other guy.
Everyone knows. Everyone's should have a watch on. They know exactly how long.
I know. But truth is, a lot of guys don't use watch. You know, because you know how you should be in the sick. Let me just. Yeah, this is the replay of Alexander. Covered a lot of ground there, but how you need to be in the rhythm of the ocean and in sync, in connection, and sometimes the watch in the eyes or in the mind of some surfers can come like as a thing that like takes you your naturality in that flow of catching one wave, waiting for the other, you know?
Right.
Wow, big turn.
Yeah, that was a big turn. Can you hang on? Yeah, huge turn. Yeah, I kind of understand that. I mean, I don't wear a watch in the surf either, and it might, if you're not, it might bug you if you do, but I just think, I mean, the whole point of competitive surfing is that you're surfing to a time schedule.
Yeah.
Like if you want to get in the rhythm of the flow, you know, go to Byron, go on like, get a bandana, get a cooling fan and just, you know, just flow, man. But if you want to go
get a fun board.
You want to surf in a QS event in Caparica against the Europe's best surfers, get a watch.
Get a watch. Get a watch, get a sharp eye.
Get serious.
Get
on the program.
Get your game face.
Exactly.
Get
on the job. Get on the program.
Start jiu-jitsu.
This is start jiu-jitsu. But it's a serious business. As we see, a backhand attack. Get a coach.
You need to get a coach. You need
get one of those rolly ball that you travel with, like one of those.
Yeah.
Get one of those.
Exactly. That's a good one. That's a good one.
Get a yoga mat.
Get a yoga mat. Get some bananas.
Get a lot of bananas.
And yogurt. But green bananas, because you're a competitor, so you have to force it. You know, even if you have green bananas, then you're gonna be stronger because
green bananas better for you than yellow bananas.
Yeah, exactly.
They're harder.
They're harder. You're challenging yourself.
Yeah.
You know, the sacrifice thing, discipline thing. You know.
Gotcha.
So
it's all good advice.
Yeah. Get a water. Yeah, get a life.
Have you seen Alexander Van Harten trying to get a life? Well, there's his best two turns. Needs a big number. That was 7. I'm not sure if Alexander's going to get that, but at least he's showed a bit of his potential with 30 seconds left on the clock.
Get a power balance.
Get a power balance. Get it all. Get like an Indo board.
Exactly, one of those you put on the.
Yeah.
Get a surf
skate. You can break your back on if you do it right. Yeah. As we see down the line, he's winding up here as a Frenchman. What's he got? Just kicks the fins out, little rota. That's his little last throw of the dice. He's won the heat convincingly. He's got all those things. He's got a good competitive act. He's got a great style. He's got a heat win in the round of 96. Really, really solid surfing from Noah. And also John Rabinovic. And he was pretty impressive, especially that last big turn. That was his best wave of 5.3 for that one big backhand whack. So the two goofy footers are through. The Dutch surfer and the Polish surfer. Unfortunately, just getting a taste of what it's like at the top echelons of European surfing. It's hard, it's difficult. Even in the round of 96, there's a lot of great surfers here, and they'll have to go home and regroup and get the experience and hopefully enjoy the experience. Right now, though, well, that heat concluded. We're going to have a short commercial break and come back with more live action from the Caparica Surf Fest 2025 right after this.
sempre algo que nos inspira. O Millennium está sempre presente, ao seu lado, na conquista de novos desafios. Juntos, partilhamos a paixão pelo futuro. Millennium, aqui consigo.
It's good to try, even when something seems to make little sense. Put your weight on it. Make an impact in this world. Call everyone, set ambitious goals, and ask yourself, do you want to change surfing? Dare to test. Ride the future.
Welcome back to the shores of Lisbon. There's one of Europe's great capital cities there in the distance. We've got some Atlantic swell. We've got Europe's best surfers. We've got Ben Mundy in the booth and Jose Ferreira, and we've got another stacked heat. Again, good mix of surfers. Oliver Heinz from the Netherlands. We've got the French Maël Laborde, Mathis Azam, and that's the man from Oliver Heinz, Dutch surfer. First turn was strong. A lot of goofy footers, and then Maël Laborde comes around, nice little tag off the top, then a second, finishes off there, and then out the back. Well, all this happened in the break, so 1 minute left in the heat, they're all up and riding. That was not such a good wave there for the Israeli surfer. And Azam, surely nicknamed Shazam, if he's got any mates that are on the job. And good start from all four surfers, getting their feet in the wax, feeling the groove of things, and getting just into the, getting into the swing of things. We've done up to our 11th heat, Jose. As we see live action, the Israeli surfer, oh, there's a big turn. Can he hang on? He cannot. And more, I think, your call, Jose, about number of waves getting rid in a single day. Hopefully it could be that record.
Yeah.
Interesting.
A lot of waves. It's, I wouldn't say this is a wind swell, but it's definitely very affected by the swell, this wind, where it brings the waves way more. And so the period is not that small, but it's actually the amount of waves that come in that are rideable. Look, one wave, the one after that is also rideable. So yeah, I would love to actually, we'll get Rob into
we'll find out what the record is. Yeah, I mean, it is a pretty small period for this part. I think it's only 9-10 seconds or something, which for this part of the world is pretty small, isn't it, really?
Yeah.
Most other parts of the world that considered, a strong period. But here it's small. I think tomorrow, that it does drop off a little in terms of the size, but I think the period just increases a little bit more.
I'll check it out.
So, yeah, I mean, there's still swell, but there's still plenty coming in. I think this high tide will make a difference. Someone who did make a big difference, I was in that last heat, and the winner of the heat down there with Claudia Pinto.
Here at Noah, bringing the beach break knowledge from Hossegor into Caparica. How was it?
It was a tough heat, as the waves are. It's a little bit hard. There's a lot of wind. But we train for this every year, like every day. And then, as Thomas Debier said, we have been training a lot back in the few weeks with all the French guys and the French Federation. So I'm confident on my surfing, and I'm confident on my emotion and everything. So I'm just taking it by it. And I love Portugal. I have a lot of friends here. Just spending good times here.
It was a quite tight and competitive heat to the last minute. Guide us through your...
I mean, a heat is a heat. I mean, you can lose and you can win all the way to the last second of the heat. And every surfer is really good here. There's none someone that's less better than the other. Everyone's really good. So, like I said, you can win until the end. So I was trying to stick to my surfing until the last minute. And then I was just having fun, So always good to be here.
You really look like you're having fun. Back to you guys.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Daria. Yeah, thanks, Noah. Yeah, he's in a good frame of mind. His English is amazing. And yeah, it's just a good attitude there, Jose. Just seemed to have it all just quite well balanced.
Yeah, for sure. You know, Noah Dupois, I've heard about him. I'm not sure if I've heard an interview of him. Super cool and chilled and relaxed and humble and, you know, good approach for him.
See, another good approach here. That's another Frenchman. That's Laborde coming around and then finished off with a second turn and hangs on. So that's a bit more like it, a bit more commitment. Meanwhile, at the back, oh, it's a big, big turn there from Azam. Only a one turn in it, but still had some push, had some power, and he's through. And we'll just see if he can come up with it. So only one turn, Zay. It drove hard.
Definitely. One of those, you know, upside down kind of backside turns. And Emmanuel here, surfer from Israel, used to this kind of waves, used to these kind of, you know, windy waves. And here Maël Laborde with nice style, just got a bit stuck there and finished off. I like his style, very on the back foot. But let's see how the judges react to all those last waves.
Yeah, a bit of a mix, two-turn combos versus the one big turn. And yeah, a few numbers to drop in as we just see that squall just has backed off again. See the water texture just not clean, but cleaner than it was. And the surface is taking time to readjust. These rip banks are pretty solid, pretty consistent, but just in this corner, obviously the water comes in, has to escape. It usually just runs along the shore till it finds a bit of deep water, but with these groins, it just runs along till it hits the groins and then funnels out next to it. And that helps the sand formation off it. So there's a designated takeoff spot, fairly well presented, even with this wind and short period swells and the rest of it. So they know where to sit. I'm just got to try and be a bit patient. Often after these squalls, almost it feels like it just goes through a bit of a flat spot and then readjusts. As you see, Heinz clicking off the top, and another one. Can't quite make out of that.
Yeah, but in Chasing Mavericks, I'll just say like the biggest cliche ever you'll ever hear on a WSL commenting booth. But in Chasing Mavericks, they were saying rocks are swimmers' worst enemies and surfers' best friends.
Right.
But it is true. Like if you go in Costa de Caparica very close to those rocks, you don't even have to paddle.
Get straight out. Yeah. Yeah, the water movement does help. It helps those rip banks form. And often you'll see surfers, if they get probably on the high tide a bit more, sometimes if they get caught and they can just do the run around and get zipped back out next to the wall.
And I imagine, I don't know how, actually, like, how was it Costa de Caparica before the piers, before the rocks? I don't know how the quality of the waves were. Maybe we'll get in Chiqualves after this to explain a bit
He's
more.
not that old.
Yeah.
I mean, he's pretty old, but I don't know if he was around.
Yeah, I think he's, no.
Yeah, it would have been interesting. It would have been, yes. Well, we can probably, that's a very good point. We'll have to do a bit of research on that. I imagine the estuary would have been a lot longer, so it would have been less sand, more sort of a wide, sort of shallow kind of, you know, the river would have spread out way back in the time.
Yeah.
So, but
there was like an amazing left, not amazing, but a nice left, like when the river finished, the swell was big, there was a wave there. In Cascais, for instance, before the marina, the waves were very different. Actually, were very different. A lot more swell. There were some waves that were longer, so it really had an impact. But
well,
here, I don't know.
Yeah, well, we've just had a bit of intel from our esteemed director, the Vasco, the George Clooney of the director world. And yeah, he said you used to be able to walk up to the, was it the Bijou, the old prison?
The Bijou, yeah.
Bijou, so
yeah, my mum did that too.
Your mum was in prison? Yeah, I heard that. I'm sorry to hear about that.
For, not saying what did she do,
she was,
but...
I wouldn't, let's not go
But
through
it's
that.
radical, so it's a cool one.
Yeah, so you see that little, often they'll scan off to the right, and you'll see that, the little structure in the middle, which was an old prison, a pretty effective one. But yeah, at dead low tide, you could walk out to there. So yeah, we'll have to investigate when all these groins are put in. But it's made it better for surfing, I think, as we see. One of the beneficiaries of that, I mean, you'd imagine that probably there were some incredible waves to turn on the right swell with big directions, but in terms of just consistency, I think it's probably enabled a lot more waves. As we see Azam trying to get one of those, just got caught, his heels got clipped.
Oh, but look at the texture of the waves. It's really fun and like easy to go for airs and turns. So it's really getting better now, and I think we're going to see great action.
Well, especially those big seeds starting to pop up in the next round of 64. Still got 5 heats to go this round, but in the next round, if we progress, there's going to be some big guns heading our way. Likes Jorgen Kuzene, Adair Matrain. As we see, this is the board. We've got Afonso Antunes, the Portuguese hope, the only Portuguese surfer in the top 10. So we've got some big names coming up in the next round. So with the conditions improving, better surfers, I think we're going to see some bigger numbers drop, you'd imagine.
Yeah, I'd say at the moment, we like the only Portuguese after Afonso Antunes that can qualify is Francisco Ordonhas, I would say. The ranking is pretty much all French and Spanish.
Yeah, real.
This year.
Yeah, exactly. Real concentration by those two. Basque surfers.
Yeah, Basque surfers have been like producing an amazing generation.
Yeah, and the French led by Kuzene. So yeah, on Antunes, the only one flying the flag at this stage. So we'll see. But they're on home turf. You'd hope that at least one makes the final to give the local crowd a bit of a fight for. As we see, Azam, the Frenchman, he goes up and goes down. Even maybe a bit of patience. I know there's so many waves coming through.
I like Azam.
I just think that you might want to just, you can afford to sit on that right-hand peak if you've got priority and see if a better wave comes up, not just go everything that comes your way. Easy to say, but there's been a lot of waves ridden and no real scores of note. The best wave of 4.57 from Matisse. So
you have noticed the change in the rhythm of the ocean now. It's the first heat where I say, it's not as well defined, the peak, or where you're sitting or which waves you're going to get. It's super fun, like the texture, but it's not as long as, that rip currenty right doesn't seem to be the same wave they've been surfing.
Yeah, and that was Oliver Heinz. So he just got 2 turn combo. This is a bigger wave out the back from Emmanuel. Israeli surfer, can he finish it off? Goes through it, nice turn and finish, so he'll be happy with that. One of his better waves. Meanwhile on the left, Azam just going down. So yeah, it seemed to be sort of more 2-turn, 1-turn combinations.
Exactly.
In this heat. But I think that wave will the 2 waves, one by Heinz and Agastamo, will make a difference. Both surfers just needing 3s and 4s to move up to that all-important second round. So second heat score. So we'll see how they went. What do you think about this wave? What do you like about it, Zay?
Well, bigger wave. Still a kid and very light. So, but this one, a lot of water, and you can see he's overcoming himself, and so, but still a bit behind the technique and maturity of Oliver Heinz, for instance. So you can see that on that rail game, still missing some weight, still missing some expression, but nice work. 3.91. That's what he needs to advance to 3rd place. Let's see if he gets it. He's looking for that 2nd place, though.
Yeah, 4.4, he said. I think that was too good two-turn combo. As we see, Laborde up and riding. That was a closeout. It's a poor choice, considering he had priority. So we'll have to go back up and regroup. Heinz looked at that one, didn't go. 9 minutes on the clock. Still some scores to come in. All three surfers needing a score, so plenty of time to go. We're going to let those judges just start to have a look at what's possible. See those three scores. We've got the next heats coming up. We're going to have a short commercial break. Come back with more live action for the Caparica Surf Fest 2025 right after this.
Na vida, há sempre algo que nos inspira. O milénio está sempre presente, ao seu lado, na conquista de novos desafios. Juntos, partilhamos a paixão pelo futuro. Milénio, aqui consigo.
It's good to try, even when something seems to make little sense. Put your weight on it. Make an impact in this world. Call everyone, set ambitious goals, and ask yourself, do you want to change surfing? Dare to test. Ride the future.
Welcome back to the Caparica Surf Fest 2025. So the judges have all but made their decisions on those last three waves getting ridden. A 4.13 for the Israeli surfer pushes him up into second place. That means Laborde now needs a 4.13. And that score just coming in, so he didn't get it. Meanwhile, this is it. While the break was on, oh, there's a nice swooping carve from Emmanuel. Comes around the corner and bang. Bit more aggressive, starting to find a bit of confidence. So he was in second place. Prior to that, Laborde, that's a nice slash, a smaller wave, but really nice style. Meanwhile, he's just staying so busy. Is Emmanuel really getting the job done. Still really tightly gripped. Zay, 6 minutes to go. All surfers, and this man included, needing a 4-point ride. So, you couldn't possibly call it even at this stage, even with 6 minutes to go.
Yeah, still everything pretty much open, but it's surprising Emmanuel being in second place here. I think he really showed, let's say, quite some authority in that last wave. But he'll have fierce competition now for that second place, with both Mael and Oliver being a bit more experienced.
Not a lot of airs. I thought there might be a few more aerial sections, or
because it's fun for that.
Yeah, it looks like there's the odd ramp. The wind's not too bad. So, but I haven't seen many even attempts at this stage. Maybe when those big guns come in the round of 64, which we've been told will progress on. So we're going to try and run 8 heats of the round of 64 this afternoon while the going's good. So we might see a few more aerial exponents coming in that next seed. The seeds turn up. There's some. Well, Fonzo Antuna's got an air game on him, hasn't he? Hans Odrizola, he can boost. Renan Granville is a good aerialist. Maxime Huguenot as well. So, yeah, some big names coming in. We've also got Federico Moraes is in heat 8, so potentially the last heat of the day if we go that far. Sami Pitier, he's a good tube rider and a good aerial. So, yeah, so some big names coming up in the next round. And we are going to go through conditions permitting. Right now, though, these surfers, they are vying to get into that round of 64. We've got Azam out in the lead. We've got the surfer in green from Israel in second. And then we've got Laborde needing a 4.13 and the Dutchman Olivia Heinz needing a 4.43. So not numbers. There's Federico Robin working with Mel Laborde. I would imagine they're saying, yeah, move over, get closer to that groin. Maybe a few sets approaching. And just trying to get their surfer in position. He only needs a 4.13. He has got priority. He's got 4 minutes on the clock to do it. What do you reckon, Zay? Is it one wave or two waves? He's got the opportunity. You reckon just wait for that one big opportunity?
Yeah, one wave. Here he goes. Is he? Yeah.
Yeah, he's up. So this is his chance, potentially. 3 minutes on the clock. And it's not a good wave, and it's not a good wave choice, and it's not a good wave manoeuvre choice either. So everything went wrong on that wave. He had priority. He had 3 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, it looks like he's a good surfer. Just quite inexperienced in terms of competition, because we're just nervous. I don't know. But look, this kid is probably younger, but making quite some good decisions, and that's what competition is all about.
He seemed to be hanging a bit wider, doesn't he? Getting the bigger waves, breaking just a little bit wider the takeoff zone. So they've got a bit more green face, and even though he hasn't been getting multiple manoeuvres, he's been getting one big turn in. Also saw Azan. So this is that same turn from above. Fairly committed. Just trying to improve on a 3.93. Look how much section he's got there. He could have gone a bit. It's still a great turn, isn't it?
And I think he got a lot of confidence for that last wave, the one with the slash carve in the re-entry. We had Matthias Azam there on another average wave.
Okay, so this surfer now needing a 4.43 as it stands. Nice compact style. A bit of flair. Can he finish it off? He does. And he thinks he's got it, but that's more of a sell to the judges more than anything else. We'll see, needing a 4.43. I don't know, Zay didn't have a whole lot of opportunity on it. He worked it pretty hard.
Yes.
Would have to be better than any of his waves caught so far. And he's did a couple of nice two-turn combos, but here he goes.
Let's watch it from the beginning. So, nice carve, but like the wave is pretty flat, so then he hits this, stomps this actually, kind of late for that last section. So, you know, it's pretty tough. It can, you know, I don't know.
Is it the score or is it not?
Yeah, I don't think so.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to get above his best wave, which was a 3.63. Surfed it well, surfed it as good as he could. Meanwhile, down the line, so Laborde gets another chance at this. This is his last wave of the heat. 10 seconds to go. Nice little top turn. It's a bit frothy, but he's working his way around. There's a nice little swooping carve. Can he finish it? And he can't. And he sort of looks more in hope than expectation about that score as well. As you said, his surfing looks good. Style is great. But unfortunately, you can see the disappointment. He doesn't think he's got it either. He's coming in. This is his last wave. What do you think, Zay? Again,
I think hard position that he's in, looking for a wave that he knows that's his last wave. The wave didn't cooperate neither. Like he had to go a bit bigger on that first section, because then the wave pretty much died out. So unfortunately for him, I think it will be time to reflect and learn and evolve for the next one. Young surfer with a lot of potential ahead of him, as a lot of these surfers have. And yeah, it's just a way to then operationalize that potential.
yeah, it's going to take time. They'll learn their lessons, had the opportunities, didn't quite take them. Still scores to come in. So not official yet. Definitely Azam looks safe out there. Emmanuel, yeah, he sets a smart heat. Unfortunately for Heinz, both chasing scores. Oliver's last wave they're taking their time with. That was a while ago. The board was the last one. It's probably less, you know, only needing a 4.13. So both the surfers really, really hoping that something may have changed. They're coming in. Still haven't heard a lot of the scores, you'd imagine. So just waiting, praying that the 4.43 will pop up for Oliver. Nail needs a 4.13. And they're just seeing if those scores coming in. Still, judges taking their time, getting it right. A lot of waves getting ridden. A lot of opportunities. A lot of low scores.
Getting a lot of waves again.
Yeah, 32. What's that? You did them. Yeah, 35 waves ridden. Most surfers are averaging 7 or 8 waves each, basically. Which is what, every 3 minutes you get, and that's without priorities.
Yeah.
Yeah, there is a lot of opportunity. Maybe a bit more patience might be a little bit more, but it's hard to say. You see the results. He's just waiting. He's sort of questioning it. How's it going to be the score?
Olivia's going to make the. It's going to make the heat.
Okay, we've got Oliver. Oliver, he's waiting. So is it the score? He gets 4.63. And that is the score, and they get it. The coach knows. Stoked.
It's Didier Pité, right?
That means a lot to that young kid. You can tell. There you go. Amazing. What emotion. We're going to have a short commercial break. Come back with more emotion, more surfing, more fun right after this.
Na vida, há sempre algo que nos inspira. O Milênio está sempre presente, ao seu lado, na conquista de novos desafios. Juntos, partilhamos a paixão pelo futuro. Milênio, aqui consigo.
It's good to try, even when something seems to make little sense. Put your weight on it. Make an impact in this world. Call everyone, set ambitious goals, and ask yourself, do you want to change surfing? Dare to test. Ride the future.
Welcome back to Caparica Surf Fest, where we are live on E12 round of 96. And in the water now we have Fantine, Paul, Luis, and Daniel Virdes. And interesting thing about this heat, Luis Perlouro having his first win on the Nationals last week.
Definitely big milestone for him. Not a surfer known for his skills in competition, because I'd say he's more of a free surfer than a competitor these days. But you know, that can change, and it was a big win in good waves, good conditions. So showed his true colors, and he's probably excited by that. He's competing here.
Yeah, just driving out of that momentum and taking advantage of that freedom to surf without pressure, right? And why not? Like with an event like this at home, so close to his house. He's surfing good. He's one of the best. in Portugal right now. So yeah, I think he's doing a good job on
Look at the
having
colors.
fun.
Sorry to interrupt.
No worries. You can interrupt me. It
Wow.
looks really good. Yeah,
Amazing.
every time you put like the drone shot, it looks a different day.
Yeah.
And then you see
the storm,
and
as
you
well.
see the front camera, and it looks a bit more messy. But every time you see a drone shot, it shows all the colors you have right now in the ocean.
But yeah, you were saying about Proleur. Sorry, I interrupt you. Being close for home.
Yeah, just surfing without pressure, right? Because he's got nothing to lose here, and that's quite dangerous, right? He can suddenly be in a momentum where he's in a good space. His head is on the right space with the right thoughts, and yeah, he just got a win with all the Portuguese there. So everyone was there competing. So it's an amazing.
You weren't there.
I wasn't there yet.
So
what?
You never know. You never know.
You never know.
Could have been you. Anyway, in this heat we have Fatin Abashi.
You reckon it's Fatin or Fatin?
I don't know.
I love it to say Fatin.
Is he from Czechoslovakia?
Yeah, I think so. That those are the initials, I think.
Wow, if that's the case, I don't know if I've seen a Czech surfer in the QSs. Paul Boniface and Daniel Virdi. Anyway, we're going for a quick interview with Claudia.
That's right, we're here with Oliver, the winner of the last heat of the day. So, how did you find your position out there in such challenging... It must have been hard to find yourself on the...
Yeah, it was super tricky. I mean, I was struggling pretty hard out there. I found it, because that current is pushing, you had to really go against that current to be in the right position. And for the first like 15 minutes in that heat, I was really struggling. And then I got one at the start, kind of was a backup. And I was like, all right, let's just get it going, stay calm. And then that last one, sorry for the claim at home. It was just so I could get through the heat. It was just a nice little wrap, another wrap, nice turn to a finish. And I was just stoked because I was like, I've had so many close heats this year where it hasn't gone my way. And I just wanted to give it that extra stamp of approval to the judges. You know what? I felt like that was the score. Give it to me.
Was it for them or for yourself? You're telling me you've been training a lot?
Yeah, I've been training a lot in Australia. A lot of the beach breaks there. They're pretty similar to here at Manly Beach. Been training a bit there, and then at Avalon Beach, where I'm originally from. And yeah, it's very similar to here. Nice punchy beach break. Kind of gets weather like this in the winter, so kind of feel at home, you know. So it felt good.
You feel like it was a claim for all the hard work you've been putting in?
Yeah, look, it's not my proudest claim, that's for sure. But it just felt nice to kind of get something in that last couple of minutes. You know, you're in the heat of the moment, and you just want to get something under your belt. And when you get that score with my coach Micah on the beach, it just feels good to have someone behind you supporting you. And then I know all the folks at home, they can see how much work I've put in. So yeah, it was awesome.
So what's the goal for this?
I would love to get quarters and better. I mean, obviously winning the event, that's in the back of my mind. I just want to focus one heat at a time, one wave at a time, and just stay present in the moment. I feel like that's where you get through those heats, and then you can start thinking about quarters and better. But the goal is to get quarters and better, and if not, we're still smiling, we're still happy at the end of the day.
Seems like it's working. Congratulations. Back to you guys.
Nice one for Matthias Azam. No.
Olivier Heinz.
Yeah, that was Olivier Heinz, but Matthias won that heat, right?
Yeah, I think Olivier got through in second.
Exactly. So, yeah. But great interview, great spirits for Olivier. Apparently he grew up in Australia, in Manly. And look at the conditions really changed. And Daniel Virdi, Italian surfer, super happy and claiming that
that wave. That was a great wave for him, in his opinion. Really curious to watch that replay again, Chico. I think you're going to enjoy. Anyway, Luis Perlouro has had 3.83 on that one, and here we go.
As we see, a bit of a cutback here. Gets.
He loves it.
Yeah, he loved it. And a lot of wind just coming in there. I can feel our ground a bit shaky. It means there's a lot of wind out there right now, and wow, the weather is shifting so fast. Every 1 hour it's a different day, but yeah, with 16 minutes to go, we have in the lead Luis Perlouro. Daniel with that last one, he got a 1.87. So talking about not the proudest claim, probably Daniel will have a second look at it and will maybe feel it was not the moment to claim, maybe, but
it's kind of like
a 1.87. It's hard to claim.
Yeah, it looks like he doesn't
I don't want to be rough, but a 1.87, it's hard to claim.
you really have to like not have much experience to claim a 1.87.
Yeah, 1.87, but he's stoked and he's living his best life. So
living his dream.
Yeah, and
living the dream.
As you see, Fantine, the surfer from
where? Czechoslovakia. That's the only thing I would say, because Czech
Republic
Guevara.
As you see, Fantine here with trying to go for the 2-for-1 and not making it.
But he looks like he has an amazing style. Let's you could go to your Instagram and check.
Yeah, I'm gonna check that. As we see, looks really hard out there right now.
Yeah, look at it. You can see a lot of white water there moving, a lot of wind. You can see the boat like really further out there in the outside, and you can see the difference of colors. You know, a darker part of the ocean and then a clearer part, and that's the rain.
Wow, looks tough right now. Looks like we are having a lot of rain right now, and the wind, it's so strong right now.
Yeah, it's a good time to thank our cameramen.
Wow.
That are out there in the middle of the storm.
Sometimes we forget about them, and I think it's important to give a shout out to them. They're having a rough day at the office, that's for sure.
Shout out to the production team. And you know, this is still like a day in a paradise island.
Look at them.
Yeah, look at them.
Wow.
But this is still a paradise.
He's our hero.
Compared to last year. Do you remember last year? This is João Alves, one of our champions.
Yes.
There he is. Kudos to you, my friend. Thank you.
He's doing such a good job, because otherwise we would not be sing this way, right?
Sing? You want to sing?
I want to sing a song with 13 minutes to go.
Yeah, not a lot of action. This is maybe the first heat where not all surfers caught 10 waves.
Can we actually fly from where we are, Zé? Can you feel that?
No, we cannot fly. I wish we could.
I wish we could. With 13 minutes to go. Yeah, this has been one of the most relaxed heats we had. And just because there's not many waves ridden, we saw probably we saw a 1.87 from Daniel, and then Paul has a 2 now. But yeah, Perlouro still in the lead with that 3.83. So I feel like,
and with the priority, so he has everything. I see a bit of worry in your face. Are you afraid of some wind?
I'm not kidding. I'm feeling that we can
just like fly from where we are in a couple of moments. So
look, good wave for Fata. That was a nice first turn. We haven't seen many lefts being scored, and Daniel Verdi is super interested to see this guy surf again. I hope he claims not on this one.
But yeah, Daniel, I don't know if it's his first US, but shout out to him to having the courage to come here and perform. With 11 and 50 minutes to go, we are waiting for some major scores.
Yeah, and unfortunately this heat is really being affected by all this storm and wind. You know, the day has had its moment. Some moments it's super sunny, and other moments we get pouring rain and wind like this. And Fata with the 3 points goes to first place. This is a super low scoring heat. I would say the worst scoring heat so far. But we still have 11 minutes to go. And it's would also be fair to say that it's the worst time of the storm, and that is really affecting the waves. It's, you know, you don't really know where to surf, where the wave's going to show up or not. This is cleaning out the waves pretty much.
As we see white now, Boniface on a small wave. Nice roundhouse cut back there. Waits for the wave to build up. Nice snap off the top. And another one. So, well surfed waves there. I think he's going to help his cause. He's got a 2-1-3, and I think he will better with this one. As we see out the back, Daniel. Nice wrap there. Winds up again. Let's see what he can do here. Can't get into that inside section at the end, but I
would love to hear him in the interview.
Just a good wave, and Fatin on a really hard left. The left is up against the wind, so it's really hard to surf.
It's good for airs.
Yeah, if it's bigger, it would be really good for airs. But yeah, Paul there with the best wave of the exchange. I believe he's going to go into first because Perloro doesn't have a backup. As we see Daniel with a bit of a wrap, just trying to gain speed down the line and couldn't get into that last section.
Unfortunately couldn't make that last section.
As we see Boniface here with a bit of a snap off the top end, finish. So I like those, a bit like flat, the snap, but the finish was great. And Fantin here trying to make the best he can out of a really hard left to serve. So, and Perloro there only surfed the wave for almost 20 minutes. So, what do you reckon he should do to change his approach, his strategy, his energy in the ocean, his connection with the next wave?
Get moving.
Get moving.
Just catch something. I know he has priority for a long time, so he doesn't want to give that up for an average wave.
He's really smart.
But sometimes you just get, you know, stuck in that easy heats because of that. He does have the best wave of the heat, but beware, because White just went to first, and Fata and Daniel are not here to play around, so.
As we see Perloro live on a good-looking wave, gets a snap. And
see, all that time for like a very average wave. So, you know, sometimes it's just better to be active, but he did a good thing, which is he didn't wait until the last 5 minutes to do that.
Yeah, as we see White upriding, a bit of a snap there, winds up off the bottom, and yeah, the waves look hard right now. I don't know if it's the tide or the shape of the wave. It looks really rough. As you see Daniel.
On the bigger wave.
Almost lost it there. Let's see if he can get the double up. And he gets up there.
Oh,
almost.
I'm cheering for him.
Almost made it. but unfortunately for him, couldn't get the last turn in. He has a 187 and a 113. A nice start, but just trying to find his feet still on this heat. Daniel from Italy, and yeah, unfortunately he was going for that big section and couldn't get enough speed to drive through that turn. And Paul Boniface on a good looking wave, getting a snap, winds up off the bottom, and just a flat wave overall. So, and we have Perloro in the lead now again with a 157 from that last wave. Paul needing 218 and Fantine needing a 237, and Daniel, he needs a 34149. So anything can happen there. I think we can see Daniel catch a wave and do like a 4 and go and jump into the lead. We can see Fantine catching a good one and just going into the lead. So everything is really close. So let's keep an eye on this one because anything can happen. And I think it's the lowest scoring heat we had all day for first and second of the combination of scores.
I think so. It's a bit of a reflection of how the waves are now. But we're going to have one strong turn for Paul Boniface, and he needs a 2.18.
And Fantine now.
Ooh,
coming back, so a bit of spice there from Fantine. He needed this wave with 5 minutes to go. Everything is really close, so he's not really behind anything. He's just needing something to make it. So as we see Perloro, nice snap off the top under the lip, and he makes it. A bit of a exclamation point there, looking at the judges, making them know.
Making that face.
I made it. So winds up off the bottom, and look at it. Judges, I made it. And this one looked great as well. Nice snap. But I think
very slow motion.
He was afraid to fall. But Fantine here, on the other hand, gets a bit of a double up and tatao. I like this one.
Yeah, smaller waves. The first turn was a bit ticky.
Wow.
This looks like a bit better one.
I don't know what happened, but that looked like a big turn.
So a lot of changes now in the last moments of this heat.
Tapping the board, making sure he's hyped about his last wave. And yeah, it looked like a big turn. The wave had was a meaty section, it looked like. So yeah, a lot of changes on this one so far, just based on, let's see again, Zé. Nice turn under the lip.
Yeah, very hard section there. Under the lip. He's excited.
Although I felt like Perloro's one was better.
Was better, yeah.
You
was
had
more in
amplitude,
control.
yeah.
Was more in control.
And he had amplitude on the turn as well, so looked a bit better. As we see Boniface now on the left again, and Tao. He made it, so
it's quite a pleasant style.
Yeah, he's like just chilling. I'm here just chilling. But yeah. And something that can play against you sometimes if you look too relaxed on the surfboard, don't you reckon?
Yeah, I like it.
No, but
he was a bit late.
He can play against you, right?
Can play against you.
You know, like you remember back then when they used to say like Joel.
It was it made it look easy.
You were a problem on that point.
No, not really. You were. No, you were.
No, you were. You had to go to classes of body expression, yeah, to put your arms up.
I went to Hollywood to
to surf better.
To have an actor's course.
To surf better.
How to be more expressive.
So with 2 minutes to go, anything can happen still. So we are waiting to see who's gonna perform the best. As we see 4.4 Perloro jumps into the lead.
Wow.
So now Fantine is needing a 4.56
and the last of Fantine has come in already. Or we are I think we are waiting still. He got a 367 on the last one, the previous to that, the right-hander. Let's see how the judges are going to compare Perloro's turn with Fantine's turn. And to see, but I think they're going to run away a bit with this one. Fantine jumps to the lead with a 4.9.
Wow.
With that backside snap.
So
and
I think judges were comparing the actual sections, because the turns, although Perloro's wave was a bit more controlled, the turn itself technically, Fantine's wave provided more risk, and I think judges were, using that as the the point of difference between one wave and the other.
Yeah, for sure.
What do you think?
I thought Perloro's was better. I thought it was more. It released the fins out the back, so you had the full extension of the body and the board. I felt Fantine's section was harder, but was a bit more lateral. And yeah, I feel like yeah, Fantine though got the knot. I'm not a judge, so yeah, he's in the lead. Perloro is in second, needing a 4.18, and in third, Paul Boniface needing a 5. So Daniel in fourth, needing a 6.36. So as we see Perloro on a good-looking wave there. Nice snap off the top. Let's see how he can finish it off. Nice. And a third. So I think, wow.
Very competitive, very solid.
He is. He likes to compete.
Yeah.
So let's see if he can go back into the lead. What do you reckon, Zay? This is a 4.18?
Yeah, definitely. I would say this is the best wave of the heat. Because, although the wave was smaller, the turns were good. They were kind of different. And here we have Paul Boniface looking for 5 points. Nice turn, but he's hardly going to get that.
As we see the score, you're right. 5-5 for Perloro. Goes into the lead. So Luis Perloro gets the knot, wins this one. In second, Fantine. And losing this one, Paul Boniface and Daniel Verdi. They need to try harder and come back next year, is it?
Yeah, hopefully. Hopefully they do. They put on a great show. And Luis and Fantin are the just winners of this heat. As you can see, the scores and their names down there. We are heading for a next very interesting heat with Matias Canhoto, João Mendonça, and Pietro Garro. One Italian, 2 Portuguese surfers. And we have sun now, so it's getting better and better. Keep up with us. We'll be right back.
Na vida, há sempre algo que nos inspira. O Milênio está sempre presente, ao seu lado, na conquista de novos desafios. Juntos, partilhamos a paixão pelo futuro. Milênio, aqui consigo.
It's good to try, even when something seems to make little sense. Put your weight on it. Make an impact in this world. Call everyone, set ambitious goals, and ask yourself, do you want to change surfing? Dare to test. Ride the future.
Welcome back to Caparica Surf Fest. We are live with João Maria Mendonça, Matias Canhoto, Pietro Garro here on the Caparica Surf Fest. And joining me on the booth now is the man, the myth, the legend of the sport, Ben Mundy.
Thanks, Chico. Yeah, stoked to be here. Look at this, another stacked heat full of some of the Portuguese best young surfers. So, yeah, excited.
As we see live now, Matias Canhoto, one of the best up-and-coming kids of Portugal, looking fresh and bang. Big blow tail there, and he made it, Ben. That looks sketchy.
Yeah, saw the fins blast out the back, didn't we? You haven't seen a lot of that. And he smashed it, hometown Peniche. Had a lot of big raps on him, hasn't he, over the years, Matthias? Just sort of starting to really fulfill his potential. How good is he, Chico? You see a lot of his surfing. What's his potential?
Well, in my opinion, he is one of the best we ever had. Just based on his talent, he's that good, and it's impressive to see him surf. Every time he stands up, you don't really know what he's going to do, and he doesn't care. He goes for broke every time. You saw this section. Any other competitor just goes for like a nice Rio at the end, and he goes and he just wants to blow the fins out and make it.
Yeah.
And he doesn't care. He doesn't really care if he fell there. He just wants to go for broke. So it's nice.
Nice. Yeah, that's good to hear. It's good. Young surfers not constrained by the competitive sort of
boundaries.
Yeah, so just going for it.
As we see live now, Pietro on a massive turn. Wow, that's going to be a massive number. Blew the fins out, and that section was huge. So I can't wait where the score is going to go. But yeah, João Maria Mendonça there from Arifana with a massive turn, and we see Matias having a look on that one. Decide not to go, but yeah, João Maria here, Ben, just going for broke.
Yeah, another surfer that I'm not afraid to go for the big sections, and again the fins just blast out the back like his fellow Portuguese competitor. As you say, just sort of moved his body, torqued his upper torso, got the fins out, and came out with a fair bit of control. Was never in any doubt really. So a strong start from the two Portuguese surfers.
And right now we're going to go for a quick interview with the last heat winner, Luís Perlouro. Take it away, Claudia.
The last heat, how was it out there?
It was really hard in the beginning, especially when that kind of cyclone or big storm, I don't know, just came and sent this down, and everything was hard. The waves were really hard to find, and the rain was pouring, and then it became a beautiful day again, and I managed to find a good wave in the end.
How do you manage to stay focused when the conditions are so challenging and switching so fast like this?
I don't know. I just try to find a wave where I can do at least one turn, and just find a wave that gives me that feeling of satisfaction after I finish a good turn or a good combo, and just keep on chasing that feeling when I'm lost out there. We were all lost out there because it was really hard in the beginning.
How's it been with about your training plan lately?
Just spending time in the water. I haven't been training much. I'm also studying. I've been having a lot of things lately, but I keep on surfing as much as I can, and I keep on the gym to keep fit and keep strong without injuries.
We were talking recently about all the factors that a professional surfer career has these days, especially adding up the social media factor. How do you manage all of this, and what do you think of these new reality that brings a new approach when it comes to looking for sponsors and make them happy?
No doubt it's a really important factor to have some visibility and a strong social media. Brands nowadays, I mean, they will sponsor you if you're like on the verge to qualify or really close to do that, or really huge results. Otherwise, they really invest on social media, on the visibility you have online. Either you like it or not, it's the reality. So I try to keep up with my social media and the environment around it, and it helps me generate some extra income. But what I really love is surfing overall. Yeah.
Of course, but you have a way of training and keeping the socials active and all of this. And what's the goal?
Just having the most fun I can, and surfing as long as I can, just for the most years I can, keep on surfing and having fun doing it. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Congrats. Back to you guys.
Nice one there. Quite a long one, though.
I like it. I'd rather listen to surfers and watch them surf sometimes.
Just chill and just listen to them talk.
Covered some territory there, though. Yeah, he's obviously... I was thinking when I haven't heard Luis talk that much, but at the start I was like, oh, you could tell he was a smart or articulate kind of guy. You get a sense. And then when he said he was studying, that kind of made sense. And the social media aspect of it is important, as you well know, Chico by Chico. So, yeah, he seems like he's just got, and just doing it all, really. Studying, training, social media side. Not easy, that sort of stuff. It's, you don't make... You're a bit of a social media star of the country, Chico. It's not easy, is it? People just see the kind of the end product. They don't see all the work that goes into it. What's the hardest thing about maintaining that social media profile and trying to engage brands and get a following? What's difficult about it that people might not understand?
Well, just being really trying to simplify as much is like finding a niche that you can communicate to and really be consistent with content that people like. Not be consistent with content that you feel that is not working. I believe a lot of people sometimes tend to be consistent with the truth about them, and that's fine, of course, but sometimes it's not working and they don't want to see it. But at the end of the day, I think social media is a great platform to give the opportunity to anyone do whatever they want and really show their skills, right? It can be cooking, can be singing on a guitar, it can be just doing interviews on a car. So it's basically anything you want and want to be that your personality fits into. And I believe that there's not only one way of communicating on social media. There's a lot of ways, and that's the beauty about it. So I believe it's a good platform to help like each individual personality achieve what they want.
Yeah, exactly. And I think, Luis Pello, he's got a pretty good handle on that. And, he's doing well. So, fair play. And it's just a way of the fans to get to know people, isn't it? They get to understand the surfer and cut out the middleman. So, I saw that big number drop in there, though, Chico. 7.67 for that one turn.
Is it the highest score of the day so far?
I think it might be. Yes, there was. Tristan Gubal got some big numbers.
You got like a 7.33 and a 7.
Thomas Debier got a big number as well, which would have been around that. But it's definitely, if not the highest, one of the top 2 or 3 highest for sure.
That turn was massive. So one turn and a 7.67. So this is a message to all the other surfers.
Yeah, you don't need a combination of turns all the time. If you're going to go big and do it cleanly and at the right section, you can get points. So I think the size of the wave was probably one of the biggest factors there. Like, you matched the power of the wave with the power of the turn.
Yeah, it was
massive. Got a huge number.
And Matthias, though, he got a 4. So on the other hand, we saw Matthias with the one big turn and getting only a 4. And we see White Ear finishing it off well there. Pietro Gajo, he started off with a 5.33 and now he's backing up his first number. So quite a solid start for Pietro.
Yeah, exactly. There's 5.33s. I mean, getting through heats loads of times. If he can back it up, doesn't need a massive number, and just did get another good score there. Been impressed. He would have heard those numbers come in, so knew that he was up against it. Saw it both serves, one going left, one going right here.
As you see, Matthias on the left, going for a big turn there at the end as well. Let's see what he did in the front angle. Nice drifts off the fins over the lip there. I don't think he's going to go huge, but
I love when you spray your opponent too, isn't it?
Was
Carving
close.
spray, give him a bit of water in the face. So, yeah, really good drone shot there, showing both sides of the angle, left and right. Its colours improved as the sun's come out. I mean, as Lewis said, we will get another cyclone. Every heat we tend to get one blast of just wind and rain, and it just comes up sunny. No wonder the bloody plants will be loving this business, won't they?
They're going to be like, oh, this is the best day of my life.
Sun and water. And
oh, so good. This
so
is the best day of my life.
It's like 8 foot and offshore for these guys for a succulent.
Yeah. Roses are like...
What's your knowledge like of plants, Chico? Are you local? You up on your botany?
Yeah, I love like a
pretty good. No,
good
most
palm tree.
Yeah.
I love a palm
native?
tree.
Are they native to this area?
Rose.
Rose?
Yeah, I love roses. White roses are great.
Right.
As we see live action now, quick cutty and bang! Oh, that face plant was huge. I'm not kidding, that face plant was hard. Like, it was really hard. Can we see that in slow-mo?
One of those stingers, wasn't it?
Wow.
He was looking so good too. He was in control.
All the water was on his neck when he landed. As we see, like, nice, and here he comes off the bottom and bang, blows the fins in. Oh, that face plant
that's
was
a ringer,
rough.
that one. This is what we're going to see here.
We need it slow. Look at this.
Boom. So, landed there.
Oh, and he came back.
Wow,
he came back, you know, when...
You say it's only water, but I tell you what, when you're smashing it with your face at that speed.
You saw the backwash of the neck.
Yeah.
Went like tatoof and came back up.
He was onto a really good score as well.
If he goes into the interview, I'll ask him about that face plant.
Yeah, salt into the wounds, literally.
Arshwa. That one was art.
A rattler.
And is he okay? Hopefully, yes.
Seems to be okay.
It's only water. If it was on skate, bro, you would be having a hard time with his tooth.
Yeah. I would say concrete is harder than water.
He went first though with the face plant, 177.
Could be his signature move.
Face plant.
He was really close to just finishing that off. It was such a stylish turn. He would have had a good number too. But
yeah, for sure. Maybe into the 5 range, 6. Was great. Great turn. Blew the fins out with 10 minutes to go. He's got the highest number though, so he might be feeling confident that he will just to put a backup number. And 533 there for Matthias for that lip line on the left. So judges really liked that.
So the judges thought that turn was 1.5 points better than the right-hander.
As we see the father, and we see Matthias. Nice snap. Another one really tight in the pocket, and the third. So Matthias there, 3 to the beach on this one. Looked like a completely different day on that wave. It looked so good.
It's all Burley's back.
Yeah, suddenly he was back at Diba. Look at this.
Yeah, camera in the corner. Nice,
wow.
Such smooth style. Second turn. And then you think, can he finish it? He was never not going to finish it. Bang. I mean, didn't push it, but didn't need to. You know, probably surfing to the criteria a bit. But this angle here, she goes, what you're talking about, looks like a beautiful green, D-bar kind of. That watercolour's incredible. And every point was on turn. See the flash of the fins again. So Matthias, yeah, really smooth.
Nice one. He looks so effortless.
Such a good style.
And yeah, I think this is going to be up there with the best score of the heat for sure. 710, so right up there with the 767 from João-Maria Mendonça. But what a wave. Really well surfed. Matthias just connecting the dots, but he's so good that connecting the dots, him connecting the dots, looks sick. Right?
Yeah, well, the first time, even if that was a setup turn, he threw so much spray, didn't
yeah,
he?
it was nice. So that was a goofy Dreams wave, right? Like setup, snap, just one to hit, and then the mushy, like, kind of like...
3 on the tree. Yeah. Lovely stuff.
Yeah, lovely stuff by Matthias. He's going to go left for the air now.
And he's going to land probably... I thought he was going to go for the alley-oop. He's good at it. But he's looking, and he knows the wind is good, so he'll probably try one in the middle of the beach now.
Right, you reckon he's going to go down? Yeah, he's got that in his locker.
Yeah, I think he will try one. With a 7 on his pocket. He moved away from the right, so he's thinking about that for sure.
Yeah, which is that a good idea though? Because I know he's got a good heat lead, but you don't want to take anything for granted. That's where the best scores are getting found. I'm not sure if it makes sense to move on the left, but as you said, he just goes by instinct a bit more, follows his heart. We'll see how he lands up. He has got a big aerial game. Pack massive tubes at Super Tubos, got a big air game, and he's got the rail work. So, yeah, really great all-round surfer.
As we see a good wave rolling in, no takers, and a lot of waves coming there. We see like non-stop rides.
Yeah,
coming in. But let's see if someone opts to go on this one. No, but Matthias sitting in the middle of the beach. And waiting for that left that he wants. But he's going right though. Nothing on offer. He kicks out. So he's in the lead though. 710.533. Nice wind though. Yeah.
Well, yeah, it's a nice wind. There's plenty of it. Preferable if it was just a little bit lighter, I would say. But it's it handles the wind, doesn't it? That is not in between onshore and side shore, isn't it? This nor'wester. But it's still, the faces are clean.
Yeah, the faces are clean, and we've seen a lot of good surfing. As you see, João-Maria Mendonça now on a good-looking right. Winds up off the bottom, bangs it. Did he make it? No. Blows the fins out, couldn't make it. So he needs a backup though. 767. And he's sitting on a 177.
Yeah, I reckon he's starting just a little bit nervous. He's got that great big, huge number for this event. And he's just had that face plant and fall, and he's opened the door for Pietro. And Pietro only now needing 4.12. So still time, still 5 minutes on the clock. He's worked a lot on his competitive surfing over the years. A while ago was involved in the PDF program and has worked really hard, so he won't be panicking. He'll stick to the process, but just to have that 767 and have only a 1.77 back up, that's just when you start to feel a little bit funny in the tummy. You know you've got this real opportunity. You just really want to hammer it home, and at the moment he hasn't.
Yeah, and Pietro only needs a 4.12, so anything can happen now if he doesn't get that back up anytime soon.
Yeah, he'll know that time's ticking down, 4 minutes on the clock. There we go, and that's his opponent Pietro up and riding, so chance here to potentially get back in the game. Nice little snap and a third, so he's probably potentially going to get the score of 4.14. Not a big number. João Mendoca still in the driving seat, just courtesy of that massive first open ride. And here he goes, Mendoca. Okay, that's a better turn, straight off the bat. Going to cut back. Good style. It's not going to be huge, but it's going to at least improve his position and make Garo's job a lot more difficult.
4 minutes to go now. And João here, as I said, blows the fins out. Gets a cutty there. He will improve it on that 177 for sure. And this one, Ben.
Yeah, so this is Pietro just trying to get back in the game, really. It's a bit of a frothy fella, wasn't it? So the judges like the open, clean face. It just makes life a bit easier to carve, and you get more rail, more spray, I should say. So Pietro hitting, well, before he took off on that wave, he needed a 4.12. Then João got that one wave that will improve his score, so we'll see what he needs. It's not going to be enough, you'd imagine. So just a 2.43. Chico. So still wide open this, despite that big number. It's all to play for.
Yes, it is. 2.43, the last of João. So he's in second now.
But as you said, Pietro only needs that 4.78, so it's possible, as we see Matthias' father looking at the action there. He looks nervous though, but yeah, I think Matthias is safe on this one. João Maria Mendonça needs a 4.76 to first. And yeah, 2 minutes and 20 seconds to go on this one. Oh, what a wave. What he's going to do? Air? Oh, it was late on that one, but
He went for the layback tube ride on his backside.
Would be nice.
Didn't quite come off. He's got a comfortable lead, so he's pretty relaxed about things. João Mendonça, he's the one that's still in second, but knows the heat is still right on the button. Pietro surfing white, needing a 4.78. João has priority, and here goes his opponent. He's going to use his priority. Uh-oh. He's got priority, so he knows he's pretty confident. But I'll tell you what, just then he would have had a bit of a little bit nervous just when the other guy thought he had priority. So that's into that. If what we saw on the screen was right, we assumed that João had priority and Pietro will get an interference. But it was strange. He just mustn't have seen the signs, or he's like,
he had a double look there.
Yeah, he checked the board, knew that the priority sign had his colour on it, showed the judges that he's in the red, and he should be fine. So what's he? So he's, yeah, everyone's a bit of confusion about who's got what and why. But from our perspective, with a minute to go on the clock, we think João, the surfer in red, had priority, and so he's fine. I think Pietro may get interference, and that'll be the end of that, but all to be revealed. He's still going to go again. This will be his last wave. Pietro going for the aerial flyaway pull-out. Can't make it. It looks like that will be the end of that.
30 seconds to go, and looks like Matthias is going to win this one, and well served by Matthias. Ten seconds to go on this one. And yeah, Matthias taking away this win. And as you said, Pietro with an interference on that last one, Ben. And João Maria Mendonça stayed in second place. So first Matthias, second João, and third Pietro.
Yep, that's that. The Portuguese surfers through, so that's good news for the local fans, and they were the two best surfers, surfed really well. João Mendonça with a massive number. You'll be disappointed not to back it up, but still surfed well, showed his explosive power. Matheus Canoto, he just looks like, yeah, he's superstar material, isn't he? So I really want to see him try and progress and see what he can do in the later stages against some of Europe's best surfers. I enjoyed that, Chico. Good times.
Good times, and I can't wait for more. We have plenty of action coming up next, and stay with us for more here at the Caparica Surf Fest.
Na vida, há sempre algo que nos inspira. O Milênio está sempre presente, ao seu lado, na conquista de novos desafios. Juntos, partilhamos a paixão pelo futuro. Milênio, aqui consigo.
It's good to try, even when something seems to make little sense. Put your weight on it. Make an impact in this world. Call everyone, set ambitious goals, and ask yourself, do you want to change surfing? Dare to test. Ride the future.
Welcome back to the beautiful southern shores of Lisbon. We're at Costa de Caparica, the famed beach break, just located over the river from the glorious capital city of Portugal. We are motoring through the first round here of the Caparica Surf Fest 2025, the final event on the European qualifying series, trying to work out who can get that all-important top 10 ratings, get onto the Challenger Series with the final goal of making the CT. Right now, though, a man who has designs on that in the future, but right now is sitting pretty, and that's Mateus with Claudio Pinto down on the beach.
That's right, we're here at Mateus, one of the most promising surfers in the European. How is it out there?
It was pretty difficult, but it always feels really good to compete at home. Not home, but super close to my place. And I just tried to do my best and get the best waves, and we keep going.
We're really close to whole heat from João. How is it to be sharing the heat with him?
Yeah, he's a really good friend of mine since we were really young. We compete together, and it feels like really good to now have like all my friends competing with me and pushing myself to the limit, and it felt pretty good.
How are you feeling for this contest? What's the goal?
I'm feeling really good. The goal is just to show my surf, show what I can do, and hopefully win. And I'm feeling really good. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, straight to the point. No nonsense there from Mateus. Wants to show his surfing and win the event, and it's a pretty good approach to have, even at this early stage. That's the goal you need. Meanwhile, Steph van Noordendenen just coming around the corner here on his backhand. Nice spray. It's got a little caught. His timing wasn't quite right there. Almost turned, made it into a two-stage sort of turn. It could have been just one big one, and that will affect his scoring. And now Enzo Cavallini, a bit more electric. The surfer based in Hossiga. Just a lot of ways getting rid of this short space of time. And there's a nice big gouge from Cavallini, and then a nice finish. I think we had a 4.17 for that and a 5.33. Meanwhile, this is a bigger wave. Oh, and Sherma goes down the hole. So Orion just really put it on. One of the bigger waves was seen from Orion. So Sherma. So yeah, the Israeli surfer comes unstuck. Just seen a maybe Chico. A slight change in conditions yet again. This tide filling in. We've been waiting for it to open up a bit, and these looked a bit more bigger faces, a bit more size.
Yeah, the outside waves are breaking on the inside now, so we are seeing bigger waves, and it's looking good. Enzo starting off well, 5.33, 4.17. He's good. Yeah, we have seen him get excellent numbers over the course of the last few years. He's one of the standouts from France. I think he lives in the islands, right?
I think he might be in Hossiga, actually. Yeah. I think he's based up in there. I think Italian heritage, but yeah, sort of grew up and surfed a lot around Hossiga. But yeah, as you said, we've seen him over the years. He's always kind of electric surfer. Can go big when he needs to be. He's a really good tube rider as well. So we'll see how he progresses. But yeah, he's a great surfer. And waiting for that sort of big result. You know, he's never really quite made the grades sort of there or thereabouts for a while. He really needs a big result here. He's still he's 39th in the ranking, so way down the list. He won't be able to qualify for the Challenger Series, but he'll be trying to just get right back in the game. There's stacked top 10 spots available here, only open to those ones in the top 10 that get onto the Challenger Series. And down those rankings, 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th, all the way to 15th. Everyone's in with a shot. There's not a whole lot of points between 10th all the way down to 15th. So yeah, a lot to get on with here. There's the view from up the top of this city beach, and we see Nordenen looking for that one, not quite getting it. Readjust on these banks now, don't you, Chico? Every sort of heat will change a bit. You might have to move it a bit in and out. Live action though, there's that bottom end turn. Oh, snaps it right in the pocket and gets another one, and that's the type of excitement you can expect from Cavallini. He's all action, all energy, all movement, all hair. He's all time, but it just couldn't quite get that second section. Really nice, powerful pocket though, Alves. What do you like about this?
Just the wave was there, and he attacked it, the section under the lip snap, winds up again, and it was just a bit late, and he had an awkward fall there. He almost landed with his back on the nose of the board, but hopefully no damage there on the board.
It had that real bowl, didn't it, that way? That real steep pocket, one of the steepest sort of bottom end turn sections we've seen. Saw the water drawing off the fins, which shows real speed. So,
if you see the highlights from today, you will think it's like a week of surfing.
Yeah, feels like it.
Just based on the colors we've seen all day.
Yeah, all the greens and the...
It's like 2 foot on low tide.
Yeah.
Lefts. Then we had rights. We had that barrel. Cohen almost got the barrel of the event, like the box. So,
yeah,
how do you prepare for an event like this? You don't prepare, right?
Very carefully.
Very carefully.
Yeah. Out the back, we got the Israel surfer going on the left. Little first turn in the pocket, set up turn. There's a second one, looked a little bit wobbly on that one, but gets it in, finishes. So that'll be good for the confidence, at least for Steph, just to get the score on the board, get a bit of confidence. His left-handers haven't been scoring as high as the rights throughout the day, but they're there, and he's capitalised. So his opponent hasn't got much scores on the board either. So smart surfing, and he elected to go left on this one.
Yeah, just a quick snap there, and as you said, just building confidence here. A bit of lacking a bit of speed there on that middle section, and was able to finish it off. But it's 2-5. Just lacking a bit of a meaty section, like a bigger wave. If we compare, for example, this wave or Enzo's wave to his wave, there's a huge difference in size. And pointing fingers after this turn is Shimmer. And,
yeah, 2-turn combo and a little swing of the index finger. So yeah, I'm happy with that. So should you be. And Cavallini, he got a 5.10 for that wave, for the wave he fell off on. If he'd managed to stick that second turn, that would have potentially gone up to the excellent range. So Cavallini, even with that fall, still has a really, really strong position.
My brother coming up next in green, Salvador Alves.
Yes, Salvador Alves. Is that your son or your brother?
Brother.
Sal Alves, yeah. Looking forward to that. Tough heat, Noel Leday, Malachi Hagley from Devon in UK, Martin Nunes. So they just keep coming through these stacked heats. We are progressing through the round of 64, where the top seeds do enter the event. First 8 heats of the round of 64 is the plan. So we shall see if we can get all the way through, but it looks good. Winds haven't had one of those squalls for a while. And we'll see there. Any local hopes from surfing in this event? Like from Max Costa, Caparica? Chico?
I think, yeah, Joaquim Chaves was born here. I think Gui Ribeiro might be the one that is the biggest hope. Like Afonso Antunes is original from here as well, but he moved younger to live in Santa Cruz. So yeah, I don't know. Hopefully I'm not missing no one, but Martin Paulin is not competing. I thought he was going to be here. He surfed really good, easier from Costa. Oh, I know. There's a kid from here, Tiago Guerra. He got the wild card, and yeah, he's competing. So I think that's it.
Who's the best ever surfer from Costa de Caparica? Who's a legend?
There's
you can't
a few.
put yourself in. Hold that thought out the back.
Wow.
Big section. Oh, and he's gone for it. Eyes lit up. Just needed to play it not safe, but at least a bit more controlled. Shima just couldn't quite hang on to that one.
There's a few actually from Costa, like Hugo Zagal, Nuno Mata, João Tunes, like David Luiz. Like they're huge. Like back then they were surfing so well. Like there's some big names in Costa. Actually, Costa produced a lot of good surfers over the last 40 years. I'm gonna miss someone for sure. But I know them all, but just by the names, hopefully I'm not missing just like the king of the kingdom.
Yeah, some OGs
like
from
Sean Thompson.
Yeah, Sean Thompson's Costa Caparica's best surfer. The other one was also Buttons. He was from Costa de Caparica as well, famously.
Hockey Lupa, I thought.
Yeah.
He was raised in Barbas.
Yeah, but moved. Yeah,
they moved to the
quite young. Yeah, so there's that. So that was good. And Lane Beachley. So she grew up here, but then she moved to Manly when she was quite young. So yeah, there's some great surfers from
Mafalda Lopes grew up here. Yeah. Lane Beachley, Mafalda Lopes.
Mafalda Lopes. Yeah, she'll be in the women's. We hope to see them. Probably we'll see them tomorrow if we.
Megan Abubu was from here as well.
Wow, that's good. Yeah, I mean, I was aware of all the others, but I didn't know Abubu.
Rachel Ballard as well.
Was from Costa Rica.
You know, like when I start, yeah, my brother is coming up next. You know, like when I start playing PlayStation, right, really young. He's one of my passions, and he's psyched up. And
hold that thought.
Bang.
See, well, okay, yeah. You played PlayStation when you were really young.
And yeah, one of the first games I had was Sunny Garcia Pro Surf.
Oh yeah.
You remember that one?
Yeah, I do remember that.
And Rachel Ballard was on the
game.
She
was good. Yeah.
She was so tight in the pocket.
Yeah.
On the front side. I was playing. You just press X like 100 times, and she was like ta 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 ta.
Yeah. She was.
Those hits were tough. Was like you get like a 10 and a 9, and your friend gets like 2 9.5s. As you see live, talking about legends, Enzo Cavallini with a bit of a fall.
Well, who else was in that Sonny's game?
I remember Sonny was there because it's his game.
Yeah, he's done that.
I think it was the Bashan.
Yeah, that rings a bell.
Bashan was there, I think. Rob, I think, was there as well. Machado, I think. Well, I think John was there as well, but really, really young. This is just like this Lego.
Yeah.
He was like 13. I remember he had the O'Neill sticker on it.
Yeah. We'll have to get it up. It's a very good game. Yeah,
check.
get it up. Let's research it.
They should bring it back, though.
Yeah, I'll bring it back for sure. Okay, well, live action. You see surfer here is Shima coming off. Everyone's all small. Maxim Husto, he'll be here. Don't you go near your face. We're going to a short commercial break. Come back with more live action right after this.
Na vida, há sempre algo que nos inspira. O milénio está sempre presente, ao seu lado, na conquista de novos desafios. Juntos, partilhamos a paixão pelo futuro. Milénio, aqui consigo.
It's good to try, Even when something seems to make little sense, put your weight on it. Make an impact in this world. Call everyone, set ambitious goals, and ask yourself, do you want to change surfing? Dare to test. Ride the future.
Welcome back to live action Costa de Caparica. Suddenly the winds come up. We've got another little squall. The greens and the turquoises, the whites and the emeralds of this stunning part of the Atlantic coast all interplaying. While we were away, we saw Stef van Noordenen just getting a backside attack going. It's a bit frothy, but he finishes it off. He does. And he is just finished that turn. Didn't need a big score to move up into first. Meanwhile, Shima. Oh no, that was Steph. Yeah, he does hang on. So good surfing, clutch surfing. Meanwhile, current heat leader Enzo on his backhand's got an air game here. Goes for it. Oh my gosh. Full rotation. I told you he can do some airs behind him. You took me through this one, Shika. You're the aerial specialist. He's going to go to the air, or is he going to go to the turns?
I think he's going to go for the turn. And again, winding up for another snap. Nice layback there. And he goes for another one. So long wave there by Steph. But just lacking a bit of maybe speed in the maneuver. Tends to stop a bit when he does the turn. But yeah, Enzo there. Ooh la la. If he can land that one, it would be a massive score.
Tens, right? If he landed that?
I don't know. Judges have been a bit rough with the airs nowadays.
Are they?
Do you reckon? The one I thought was a bit higher. Okay, personal opinion. 733 of Vital. That thing was massive. Bro.
In El Salvador?
Yeah, he went on the end section.
Yeah.
And the wave was like 6 foot. And he just, I don't know, he just, where he took off and where he landed was not even a wave anymore. It was like, it was so much in the front of the wave. And was a 733. I really thought it was going to be like a 8.5 more. Because that thing was ridiculous. So, but yeah, Enzo, he was going to go excellent for sure.
Yeah. But didn't look
10?
I think yeah, I reckon if he made it, he had a full road. We'll have to. I need the replay, but it was pretty exciting.
He was. But 10?
Yeah.
Would you give it a 10?
Yeah, I'll give it a 10.
Imagine being like 3 points away from the scale. Everyone like 6'8".
I am the
7'5".
I need to see it again, but just the fact that he went in the air is really impressive to me. No, yeah, it was pretty technical, but yeah, it didn't really look like landing it. There was a split second I thought he might do it, but then just got a bit talked out. And he's still up in the convincing spot in the lead, though. A couple of fives, had a couple of falls as well. And there's a big turn, and Ryan Shima just goes down as well. So a big section, big sort of open face. He could have made the most of it here. And bang! Saw the fins out the back. Couldn't quite hang on. So, yeah, another mistake from Ryan. Only needing a 4.11. So, it's all super tight. 5 minutes on the clock. It's been a close fought sort of battle primarily between the surfer in blue and the surfer in white. Cavallini's just done enough, even though with a couple of mistakes, to have a fairly convincing heat lead. And we've got 4 minutes 44. You just see that ruffling now as that sun goes down, the wind comes up. So she is ever changing.
Weather.
Oh, if you don't like it, just wait a minute.
Wait a minute. There's rain again coming.
Yeah.
And the wind is shifting again. So 4 minutes to go. Interesting hit though. I had a lot of fun.
Yeah, it's been fun. Just need maybe one last little blast of activity. Can Orion pass over Steph, get into that all-important second spot? Enzo is looking fairly comfortable. He's got priority. He's got the heat lead. He's looking at a few waves. He used to let that one go. And it's really about that surfing white netting, just a 4.11. He's in third priority though, so he might have a swing at this. He's going to go no matter what. So here we go. This is the way that might change it. First turn's a bit of a swoop. Had to cut it short to fang down the line. This is the big section again. Goes down again. So he's keep making mistakes, and you can't afford to do that at this level. You need to at least complete your manoeuvres, at least show the judges that you've got control of the surfboard. And now twice in a row, unfortunately, for Sherman. Meanwhile, live action, speaking of control of your surfboard, Enzo, oh, that's a potential groin strain of that one. His front foot slipped forward. His back foot stayed the same spot, so he seems fine though, no injuries, no twangings of the hamstrings there. And what went wrong here, Chico?
Yeah, he had a lot of speed moving. Oh, he had like a double lift down. Like he was like coming down and then he came down again. So a bit disconnected there from the board. So not getting the speed he needed, and here again, same thing. So 2 falls in a row, and 2 minutes to go, and Enzo though, he's in the lead, he's fine.
Yeah, he's in the end zone all right now. He's going to see this out. Hasn't been tested too much, couple of fives is enough. And here goes Steph, and then Nordenen, he's just trying to get into that, just to try and shut out his opponent. Get back out and get priority. 2 minutes on the clock. Try and improve on a 3.67. What other video games was there? Surfing ones. There's Sonny's one.
Kelly Slater Pro Surf.
Yeah, that was that
a bit later.
Bit later.
And then we have the WSL one now. But yeah, I was watching a video the other day of the video of Sonny Garcia, and I couldn't believe how bad it looks.
The video game?
Yeah.
Yeah, video technology has improved somewhat.
Yeah, like back then, for me, it was so impressive what I was doing there. And then I saw a video of it, and I was like, I can't believe I was having so much fun playing with these graphics.
Yeah.
So imagine having like the sickest game of surfing ever, like where you play online WSL events and stuff like that.
Yeah, build it, they will come.
Do you know if there's someone building it? That's a good article.
No, yeah, I don't.
It's really hard to build like a really good surfing game.
Well, it's very hard to build, anything, isn't it? They cost, those top games spends, millions and billions, don't they, on developing them. So, but one day, that WSL game's pretty good. It's pretty fun.
Yeah, it is. Have you played?
Yeah. I'm not very good at video games, but
yeah, I played the other day. It's actually fun.
Yep.
But yeah, we had like just like best changing conditions, changing tides, everything. Win.
Yeah. It's all going on.
You have to wake up. Imagine having to wake up early because you want to play when it's glassy.
Yeah, here we go. Last wave of the heat potential. He's going to launch on this one. He's eyeing it off. Goes for again. I mean, that was not very high, but tell you what, had some whip. The speed of the rotation was fast, but
was whippy.
No amplitude. But he finished it off, so that's a heat win. The other two still fighting it out. Stefan Nordenen sitting right on his opponent, and he's got that heat locked up with a nice bit of competitive strategy here. That's not a good wave, but it's enough to get his opponent off it, so he's done the job. So he'll be happy with that. He is through. Enzo Cavallini as well. And you can see him there, pretty happy. Couple of fives. He left a bit of meat on the bones just in terms of a few falls that didn't quite work out, but he's done enough with a heat win. So good surfing from the Frenchman. And it looks like he's going to go in around 64. I'm not sure if he'll surf in this today or not. He'll check in with the judges and find out. But right now, we're going to have a short commercial break and come back with more live action from the Caparica Surf Fest 2025 right after this.
sempre algo que nos inspira. O milénio está sempre presente, ao seu lado, na conquista de novos desafios. Juntos partilhamos a paixão pelo futuro. Milénio, aqui consigo.
It's good to try, even when something seems to make little sense. Put your weight on it. Make an impact in this world. Call everyone, set ambitious goals, and ask yourself, do you want to change surfing? Dare to test. Ride the future.
Welcome back to Caparica Surf Fest, Heat 15, round of 96. And yeah, we have Salvador Alves, Noah Lede, Martin Nunes, and Malachi Howley. And yeah, a lot of big names in the water right now. We're almost at the end of this round. We have one more heat to go, and then we're going to go straight into the round of 64. 8 more heats, and joining me right now on the booth is Sefrede.
Yeah, Chico, thank you. We go straight to this replay of this backhand roller, as they used to call it. And again, Malachi Hagley, British surfer from the Great Britain, from Croyd. Malachi, that could be a Hawaiian name. Maybe, you know, that's not a very British trademark name, Malachi. But Hagley is. So maybe a mix. Salvador Alves now with a nice first turn. He likes it. So I just went to confirm, and Daniel, the Italian surfer that claimed that 1.87 was just here for fun.
Oh, you met him?
No, I didn't met him, but I was talking to Jesus, who's the one of the coaches of the Italian national team, and I asked him, and he said that. So mystery solved.
Yeah, but the claim was there though, right?
Yeah, I guess.
I want to be rough with him, but he claimed it anyway. So
yeah, for fun, I guess.
Yeah, I had fun.
Yeah,
so,
that was nice.
As we see, double. Noah Lede there. Noah Lede with 2 turns on the backhand, and here Malachi with a big off the top there. Winds up again. A lot of different style. He has a different style, but really tight in the pocket, as we see Martin Nunes. Nice off
live action.
Off the bottom, off the top, and couldn't get into that third turn, but Martin, nice surfing there.
Yeah, almost. I really thought he was going to hit that last section. He was maybe half a second late for that, but this wave looked really nice.
Do you think if he had drawn a different line on this wave,
I think he could have hit that last section like on the, you know,
or maybe go around the first section, do like a massive carve and then a big finish? As we go for a quick interview with Enzo Cavallini.
That's right, we're here with the winner of the last heat, Enzo. How did you find your place out there today?
Yeah, it was good. First round of the contest. Cool to be in the water here. I really enjoy it because of the wind is like super side. I try to find right before trying else to the left, but yeah, I enjoy it. I lost my watch also like on my third wave. That put my mindset like a bit down, and yeah, luckily like I managed to catch a few ones like at the beginning, but then I was a bit lost with that thing happen.
You're just telling me how the conditions back home can be quite similar to this. Did that help to make you feel more engaged?
Yeah, pretty much. I've been like coming here in Caparica like a lot, but I feel like it's always like stormy, like I don't know, like 1 or 2 days during the contest, and yeah, it feels a bit similar like home, especially when the wind is come like side on the left, and yeah, it feels good just to be here.
Tell us a little bit about what you're riding today.
I'm riding like a 5.7.5. My shepherd is from Osogor, Chainville Surf Brand, and yeah, I pretty like it. It was a pretty okay choice, I would say. And yeah, maybe if the condition getting smaller, maybe grab the epoxy. But for now, the sweat is like pretty much there. Hopefully, it's gonna stay like this. We will see like tomorrow. And yeah, I don't think I'm gonna surf today again because I'm on the second part of. I don't know. Yeah, we'll see. Yeah, of the round, we'll see. I don't know.
Well, good luck for the next one. Congrats.
Really chilled on his words. Also really opened. So apparently he lost his watch on the third wave, and that really affected him. We like Ben and me were talking about the watch. Did you used to use a watch?
Well, it depends. If I see that it's a day that I can hear clearly.
No, I mean in competition.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So if I see that it's a day that I can hear easily, I'd rather not use so I don't get too attached. But if it's like windy and I cannot really hear, I'd rather use it just to manage my time and really try to rely on my thinking of my scores.
Okay, that's even less common. Wow. Nice turn. Because usually it's like either you use it or you don't use it. And you don't introduce like a new variable every time you're competing because of the conditions.
Yeah, if I feel like I'm not going to hear the scores, I'm not going to rely on any information that is coming from the beach. So the only information I can give to myself is the time.
Mm-hmm.
So I would play only with the time to understand where I'm at.
Then why wouldn't you use a watch when you can hear?
Because I wanted to be focused on making scores and not really rely on the time, because the time he was going to always say all the time. They have nothing to say to the beach rather than the score, so they say the time probably 10 to 15 times they eat.
Nice turn for Salvador Alves. I think Vasco is training this kid, or at least he has some strings attached there.
Yeah, Vasco told me he was coming down, so maybe...
He is here.
Oh, okay.
He's coming down here to the commentator's booth.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. He's in the competitors area, chilling with David Raimundo and some of the athletes he's familiar with. And Noah Ledy. Let's get that replay, Martin Nunes, in the meanwhile.
Nice there off the top. Bit of a snap and he kicks out. So, what do you think is the most challenging thing for today's competition, Zay?
The most challenging thing?
Yeah.
I would say the thing that it's always the most challenging, for me at least, is wave selection.
Okay. Were you good at it?
I really sucked at it. You know, after like 15 years of competing, I would still be very lost sometimes in competition. But then obviously, like, wave selection is harder or easier or easier depending on who you have with you in the heat. You know, if you have surfers that are a bit less experienced or have a little less like intuition for wave selection, it's natural that those waves go to you. Some weird thing like gives the waves to you, because then it's a lot of energies, and if you're in the rhythm of the ocean that day, because you know you make one bad decision and sometimes you have a loop of bad decisions, right? You have like but if you have a good decision and then the second one, the opposite can happen. You can have like a strike of good decisions. And it's not always easy, especially when you're competing with the best in the world.
Yeah, for sure. wave selection. It's really hard. And we see the importance of it on the World Tour, because basically they're all really good, and it all comes down to...
At some point in the Challengers, I had this clear thought, which was, it really doesn't matter how good you surf, like 70% is wave selection. And it really is, like, in the Challengers at least. In most events, obviously, not all. But it's like, you have guys that are like, you know, worse surfers than you, like, obviously, technically. But they just do so much better in competition. They're just so much more consistent. And that's wave selection. Obviously, then not just wave selection. It's also, you know, not falling, being smart in the turn selection. You know, how you're going to surf the wave, and then some surfers are a bit limited because they never go after 12 points total score. But truth is, like, if you have like a 12-point average score, like 60% or 70% of your heats in a season in the Challengers, you're qualified. It's crazy. Like, if you go through the statistics, 12 points of score will get you through, like 80% of the heats, maybe more.
Although making 2 6s seems easy, but it's hard.
I mean, but when you're like in your rhythm and surfing well, like, if you're in the Challengers, you can do 2 6 points in every condition. Like, you can. It's like, that's not the point. The point is, if you're going to catch those 2 waves, and when are you going to catch them, right? Because if you start with, then we have here Uri Uziel preparing for next heat.
As you see, next heat getting ready. Michat Skopa as well on that heat. And yeah, really good surfer. Yuri, really nice style. I think he works with Laranjinha, right?
Yeah, that's true. That's right. I just met them out there. They were chilled and preparing.
Laranjinha, one of the best.
Yeah, great coach. Been coming up. Nice first turn for Melody and another one. So probably his best wave sheet. What do you think?
Yeah, I like it. A bit back-footed on that one, but he was able to fit one more in there. And yeah, as you said, I think he's going to be the best number of the heat so far.
Lost priority there. Malakai. Malakopa. And here we go. Salvador Alves to the left, looking for that air section. It's very windy now. Look at this. Martin Nunes. Bit sticky on that backside turn sheet.
I like it though. I think it's going to be his best number so far. I think he's building confidence. He needs to get rid of a 3-3. So, what do you reckon?
Yeah, we're gonna have a look at that wave again. Maybe he had something before that section, but yeah, not so much release on that last section. You know, as we've seen from the previous heats, you know, João Maria Mendonça with a 767 with just one turn. So this is Malakai's last wave. Also
under the lip.
Under the lip. Exactly. Very not so well timed. This section. He'll go out and search for another one.
As we see, in and out there for Martin Nunes. And
what would be your strategy, Chico? for a day like today?
Well, for a day like today, in course, you just want to go out and have fun. It's really easy to understand which ones are the best ones. You can kind of feel.
Is
by
that
the
easy? Maybe easy for you. They're like one of the best surfers in the world. But Salvador Alves again. But
yeah,
for
try
the
not
common
to go left.
For the common European challenger surfer, maybe not.
Look who's
Vasco
here.
Ribeiro, our good friend, and definitely one of the best in the world.
Talking there with Seabra.
Takes, you know, really glad to have Vasco around. Even though some difficulties in the last periods, so it's very good for him to come around, show his face, and you know, in no time, this he'll probably be back at competing. But truth is, he's doing really well. Besides that, he has the Vasco Ribeiro Surf Experience, where he goes to different places. He's been to Morocco, he's been to Alentejo. He has his own group of clients and basically students that gather with him, and they just do a simple good old surf trip, and it looks amazing. So if you guys want to check it out, Vasco Ribeiro Surf Experience, I'm sure he has it on his Instagram, so go have a look.
Yep, and thinking about a guy that that could easily win this is Vasco, right?
Yeah.
Oh,
nice wave there. Chico would have selected this wave for sure, because it's super easy to select the best waves. But yeah, how good was that one?
really good one. Off the bottom, off the top, nice carve. I like the release of the fins here. Bang. And he made it, so seek one there by Noël Lédé.
Rail there, beautiful rail game. And then risky. So definitely his best wave so far. Here we have Martin Nunes. It's probably just a one turn. And nice snap off the top.
As we see, we have 6 minutes to go. And yeah, Noé in the lead, but Martin trying to get back. And that layback though was stylish. Martin's known for his wave selection.
Is he?
Yeah, he is. On his friends group, everyone says he's always on the good ones.
Oh, that's, yeah, smart.
On the free surf and on the comps, they always say he's on the good one. So
did you teach him that, or did he learn that by himself, or was it you?
No, I think it was Nuno Telman and David Raimundo. It's their coaches, and they're doing such a good job with the new generation of surfing. And they basically coach a lot of them, of the good ones. So as you see, White going right here. Nice snap there. Waits for the wave to give him something else. And yep, nothing on offer there at the end. A bit of a sleepy wave overall for Hagley. And we have 5 minutes to go, and everything is really close. Noé got a 5 on that last one. And we are waiting for that layback snap of Martin Nunes to see where this is. But yeah, Salvador Alves with a 417 needing a 3.
And replay here of Malachi Hagley. What does Malachi need to go to that second place? Or even first place?
Yeah, I don't know. I think
Beautiful
Nice
turn.
turn. Oh, is he gonna get stuck? Yes.
Ah, such a mistake.
First turn though was beautiful.
Beautiful. Very stylish. First turn.
Look at the face of it. Nice. Really tight in the pocket, and then.
Yeah, just had to play it a bit safe. It's super hard. These are the kind of decisions that are hard to make in competition. It's like, you know, you need a score. You know, you want to guarantee your passage. So you have this dilemma: should I go big? Should I risk it, or should I play it safe and have a smaller score? But that really depends on your strategy, but also depends on the context of your heat, right? Because if everyone is pretty much risking it and, you know, having good scores, you definitely need. Did we had a? Was that like?
I don't know what happened.
Did you hear that?
Yeah.
Looked like it was going to finish, but.
Is it stopped?
No, I don't think so.
It's weird though.
That's weird, but maybe that was a mistake.
Now on hold. We still have
Oh no, it's on hold.
3 minutes and 40 seconds remaining on this one.
All right, so contest is on hold. Right, there's an issue with the score system, so we will have a break now. We'll be on hold for a bit until we get this technical problem right. You know, judges have the support of a scoring system, which is crucial to make the averages and to basically process all the scores of every heat. And so, as any technical, informatic, technological thing, it can, you know, it can have its problems. So we will have to wait for a little while. Probably won't take long because we have a team in place that is specialized in this area and will resolve this ASAP. During that time, surfers will hold their positions. And as for us, we're going for a quick break while we get this problem fixed. And when we get back, we'll get back on track and bring you all the action from beautiful Caparica. And until there, stay tuned. See you in a bit.
Na vida, há sempre algo que nos inspira. O milénio está sempre presente, ao seu lado, na conquista de novos desafios. Juntos, partilhamos a paixão pelo futuro. Milénio, aqui consigo.
It's good to try, even when something seems to make little sense. Put your weight on it. Make an impact in this world. Call everyone, set ambitious goals, and ask yourself, do you want to change surfing? Dare to test. Ride the future.
Welcome back to live action. We are in Costa de Caparica. That is the brilliant views of Lisbon in the background. The old prison in the foreground. The white caps of the Atlantic Ocean close to your screen. We've got some waves. We've got some of Europe's best surfers. We've got Ben Mundy in the booth, Jose Ferreira We've got an action-packed day of the round of 96, 2 weeks to go, and then we go on to the round of 64, the best seeds, the big numbers, the big European surfers, the big dogs come in to surf in this event for Zay Ferreira. It's been a big day, loads of great waves, but the big seeds are coming in soon. Are you excited?
Yeah, definitely a lot of waves. As we were saying, maybe one of the comp days with the most surfed waves. Good scores, good turns, good surprises too, and yeah, excited to see the next round as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Got one more, as we said, one more heat of the round to go, and then we go on to the round of 64. This is all about trying to find the 10 surfers in the Challenger Series events. You think a lot of those are in the round of 64. Some big names, Jorgen Cousinet, for example, the current heat leader. Can't wait to see him up. We've got Alfonso Antunes, the Portuguese hope. So, mate, you know what? I'm going to have to put you on the spot here.
Go for it.
Who are you going for? You know, who do you think, who can win the event?
You know, second time of the day you've asked me that so far, putting me on the spot here.
Yeah, well, you didn't answer last time.
Yeah, I know. You know, I have to say, I would love for a local kid to win. So either Joaquim Chaves or Guilherme Ribeiro. Afonso Antunes does deserve it. You know, we're in Portugal, we're in Caparica, so I'm going to go for the obvious choice and stick for one of my country mates.
Okay, and there's been some pretty good surfing from some of your countrymen so far, and in this event so far. Also, the French have been pretty impressive. We're talking about highlights of the day so far. We're talking about, Tristan Gilbo. He's been really, really impressive and set some of the biggest heat scores of the total so far.
Yeah, definitely, with that amazing style. But then we also had Thomas Lédé, right? With
Matias Canhoto, the
Matias Canhoto as well. João Maria Mendonça was surfing very well. Thomas Debier, sorry.
Thomas Debier, yeah, that's right. Yeah, we call that heat. Did that massive big turn at the end, didn't he?
Yeah, the 3 ones.
So, unfortunately, though, the conditions have been a bit, they've been up and down, haven't they? They've had some great waves, and we had wind squalls coming in. The winds have picked up. So, we've had a kind of a mixed bag of conditions throughout the course of the day. It still looks like that wind is starting to pick up a bit of velocity. Still swell, but the winds are just causing a bit of havoc. You can see a lot of people battering down the hatches. See that sort of storm clouds brewing. But, we've got the tide coming in. And, we just have to sort of wait and see what's going on in terms of the conditions right now. It's been economists almost wait every 10 minutes and see what you get.
You know, if you're having a heat today, you're probably having a shower, a rain shower. But then it just cleans up and colors couldn't be more beautiful, actually. But the wind, as our production team is trying to enforce here, is blowing. But truth is, Costa da Caparica, this is side shore here, side onshore, and still some very rideable waves.
Yeah, we've got a bit of an issue. This wind has caused a bit of havoc. Some of the cables have been blown off their haunches. We've got a bit of a problem with the internet, so I think we are just going on hold as we speak. We are put the heat on lock at 3:39. We've seen that there's a bit of a halt proceeding. That's why we've had to just put a halt, pull the brakes, and see where we're at. See all the surfers trying to get, no doubt, the various internet providers getting it sorted. So, yeah, we are just going to put it on hold now. Right now, it's stopped at 3:39 on this particular heat. Hopefully, as soon as that technical issues are sorted, we will progress.
Oh, nice fish.
There's some fish coming in. Probably, hopefully, used as bait.
That's a sea beam.
Yeah, is it a sea bream? Well,
bream.
Is it big enough? We'll see.
Yeah, that's dinner. That's dinner.
Yeah, you might do that. Some surfers learning to surf on the inside. Still great conditions to learn to surf. There's actually some free surf lessons. You can come down here at 10:30 and 3:30. I think most days that will change depending on the tide, but you can come down to Caparica, get some lunch, let's watch some skating, get a free surf lesson. Yes, there's
maybe
so
a
much,
chicky beer.
Yeah, there's so much to do around here. And yeah, of course. And there's still waves as well. We're just seeing how this plays out. Everyone just taking the stock. You can see the sun still shining out, and there's still loads of surf fans soaking up the atmosphere.
it's a bit chilly, but it's still sunny down here in Portugal. The element's always not far away from the surface here. Of course, we are trying to, well, we're not trying to, we will whittle down the Challenger Series contenders from Europe.
Top 10.
Top 10, exactly. So what happens as the qualifying series goes down, the top 10 from each region qualify to compete on the Challenge Series, which are held all over the world, including Ericeira in October. So right now, this is with the heat recap so far. So up until there was a few technical hitches, some sort of scores coming in all round. This is Noah Ledee.
Yeah, Noah has been the standout of this heat. He has a 5 and a 6.83. He's pretty much going on the left here, as you can see. This one, though, is his best wave. Nice on the railed end, and look at this. Tail free. Could have been, mistaken with a bit of unbalanced there, but I think judges considered it as being a risky turn, and I think they did very well. Martinun's here with that, his trademark layback snap there. He's in second place. Does need a 7.16 to advance. But, with 3:39 seconds to go, this heat is starting to be a bit close. But truth is, when things like this happen, you do have an opportunity to, kind of reset. And, things can change from then on. You never know.
Yeah, it's up to you, I suppose, to use it to your advantage, isn't it? I suppose it's like in football when there's been a big injury sometimes and the game can get stopped for 8 minutes or whatever, and everyone has to, it can stop the momentum of the game for one side, but the other side can come in. So you can use it to your advantage, reset. There's not a whole lot of time. There's enough time to turn it around. So Matakai, surfer in white from Croyd. Devon in the UK needs a 6.64. But El Salvador Alves, only a 4.81. Looks like we are live back in action as we see Salvador just get one top turn. That was his first big recap, or re-hit, and didn't quite get what he wanted out the back. A paddle for Nunge, so he can't make the most of that. And we've still got waves. Yep, so we just a little technical hitch was sorted pretty quick. I don't know, probably someone climbing up a massive telegraph pole, just, like no ropes, just soldering, some piece of internet equipment, or someone, probably maybe Rob Gunning, or one of the...
Probably just,
underneath the cables, like swimming out under the sea flat, connecting a socket that goes from the two...
And screaming a lot.
And someone screaming at someone junior to fix the problem. Either way, it's all been done and dusted. We are back in, 2 minutes to go on the clock. Scores stayed the same. Surfers kept their composure, and it will continue. 2 minutes to go. Hagley, the goofy footer from, here he goes. Sorry, no, this is Nunes, the local competitor. Trademark little tag again, but coming off, so no one's really made the most of this little break. Noah Ledee, one of the brothers. Actually, I think he's a twin. His brother Rips as well, so real talented family. So Martin, it's bread and butter, that stuff. Really shouldn't be making an error. Trying to improve on a pair of 4.67s. And we'll see how he goes. Not going to go make it. So still in second spot. Still, he'll be super happy. 90 seconds on the clock, but knows that Alves with a 4.81 is his dangerous opponent. And the ball doesn't have priority. Still got, he's still got to, there's a chance for him to try and make amends, try and get something. One big turn might do it. He's out there sitting patiently.
Yeah,
there
exactly.
is Alves.
I think that was what he was trying to do. That first wave he caught when we got back. Unfortunately fell, but I think that's the strategy there for both Malakai and Salvador, is get a big wave and try to do your best turn, because you won't have time for much more than that.
I think he's going to pull into that tube instead, just fangs down the line, nice smooth style, and he knows that's not going to count, but probably half a block turn. Meanwhile at the back, this is Hagley, and again, that wave's not going to do enough. So it looks like, despite the reset, despite the turn, meanwhile, Nunez, there's another one. That's not going to improve his score. So a lot of action, not a lot of scores. Looks like we are going to sit in the same position. Leddy has won the heat. Nunez gets through the round at 64. We'll see how the draw shakes up, see whether they do get the surf again. But that is that one. As you see, Martin's family be happy about the current position. Pretty stoked. 6.83 for Leddy. That was a wave of the heat. So that is the penultimate heat of the round of 96. Yeah, we've got another 9 heats to go today. Fingers crossed. We'll get through that. Big opening start to the day. Try and make hay while the sun shines intermittently. And the boys just go over their heat, shake each other's hands. They did their best. Right now, though, after that, we're going to have a real commercial break, get an update from our partners and sponsors, and come back with more live action from the Caparica Surf Fest 2025 after this.
Na vida, há sempre algo que nos inspira. O Milênio está sempre presente, ao seu lado, na conquista de novos desafios. Juntos, partilhamos a paixão pelo futuro. Milênio, aqui consigo.
It's good to try, even when something seems to make little sense. Put your weight on it. Make an impact in this world. Call everyone, set ambitious goals, and ask yourself, do you want to change surfing? Dare to test. Ride the future.
Welcome back to Costa de Caparica. Surf fans all around the world watching this qualifying series event here in Europe. WSL bringing surfing to the masses. Of course, down in Australia, we've got the CT kicking off down there at Bells Beach, Rip Curl Pro. But right now, over in Europe, this is the only event that matters. This is the one where the top 10 surfers of Europe can qualify for the Challenger Series. But hopefully, one day get their chance to surf at Bells Beach, one of some of the biggest events in the world. We've got the judges up there in the tent, not the tent, it's not the old school, up there in the booth. We've got 4 new surfers straight in: Scopper, Uziel, Ivy and Summer. So another mix, 2 an Argentinian, an Italian and 2 Israeli surfers, all here hoping to get through to the all-important round of 64, try and get their mark. It's been a pretty strong start. We started early, 8 o'clock in the morning. First day of the waiting period, kicked straight off. And no women surfers today, Zay. We'll hopefully see them tomorrow after the round of 64. But it's been, well, it's been a kind of Caparican day, hasn't it? Bit of sun, bit of wind, bit of waves. And right now, someone who has dealt with all those in her stride. I think we've got the interview down on the beach with Claudia Pinto.
That's right, we're here at one more French winner of the day, Noé. Guide us through your heat.
It was, I mean, at least there is some waves, so it's nice. But it's not easy. I just try to find the best wave I can and surf it well, and like just made my turn, and yeah, it was hard out there, but got a couple, so I'm stoked.
You're just telling me how you got here earlier to get used to the cold water. what's your strategy for this contest here in Portugal?
Honestly, I'm not too good at the ranking right now, so it's only fun right now. So I try to have the most fun as I can, and make some hit and go further.
Thank you so much. Back to you guys.
Simple. Thanks, Thadia. Thanks, Noah. Pretty simple. Just have fun, go as fast as you can, in as far as you can. So it has been a solid result. You'll get to surf in the round of 64. It's Michel Scopa, a lot of Italians and Israeli surfers in this early on, and here's the first wave ridden of the heat.
Michel Scopa, beautiful style there, with a lot of finesse and sharpness in that first turn. So just the one though, but beautiful surfing there for Michel Scopa.
Yeah, Scopa hit that backside really sharp first turn. Yeah, it was electric. Only got a 3.5, but you could tell that his surf was on point. Meanwhile, Sommer taking off on his backhand as well, and the Goofy just pushing that back foot too much, and those fins released, and he skipped out. Another backside attack here from Uziel, the Argentinian, and Uri just couldn't get around that one. So he's back out there. Argentina, not quite as well known in terms of South American countries for waves. So he's got some good waves, a little bit more protected.
Yeah, actually, I was there not so long ago.
Really?
Last year for Mari Playa. It's a surf. It's like a project for surf and reflection. It's not surf therapy per se, but it's in there.
Right.
And I surfed in Mar del Plata. It's like, it's like a beach break, nothing amazing. It does has its days. Like they have this right-hander called La Paloma, which is. Have you heard about it?
I've heard about it. Yeah, the right-hand point.
Right-hand point on a cliff. Leandro Suna he's the king there at Mar del Plata, and this kid has some beautiful surfing.
And we see on his backside there, Uziel just finished that one off. And yeah, talk us through was it a course or was it an event,
actually,
or what was it all about?
Actually, so these guys have the Mari Playa Surf School, which is basically a program for youth at risk that focuses on art, on social connection, on reflection through surfing, through, again, art, through writing, through painting, and through social connection. So cool. It's basically comes off the fact that kids these days, go to preschool and school, then we have a wave.
Don't worry about it, mate. Keep talking. I'm interested in this.
So preschool, school, university work, and they don't really have, spaces where they can stop and think and reflect about themselves, about the world, about, and so that's the aim of the program. And they wanted to start the same thing in Cascais. So basically they're in Mar del Plata and in Mozambique. And I went there to pretty much like soak in the experience and understand what they're all about, and basically to give them a hand to start in Cascais.
Oh, cool.
Which I did, and they're there now.
So they started that event over here as well. Oh, there's a similar type event as it started, or is it?
Yeah. It's like a 6 months program actually.
Cool.
And yeah, I basically help them get started, get a place, introduce them to some surf coaches, understand, explain how the licensing process work, and just help them structure the project.
And Scopa here on his backhand, he's reflecting on trying to get some 2 big turns and gets a third, just can't quite make it. Now, it's really important, that aspect of this competitive surfing is really important in terms of, where it does for the, the competitive kids and the future of the sport. But that type of stuff is as important in terms of surfing, making a massive difference, and really trying to set up a future for some of these kids who are using surfing as a central pillar for that, which it can do. It's changed a lot of people's lives, changed their lives, and if you can coordinate it and make it meaningful for these kids and they can see a plan and the way out of it, you can change lives. So that's good to hear, mate. You've always got some little sneaky cool project up your sleeve, haven't you? He's always got something. Always doing good, ain't you, Zay? He always got something up his sleeve.
Yeah, I guess.
As we see live action here, yeah, he's got nothing up his sleeve there. That was Dan Ivory just trying to sneak under the lip of that one, can't get out. So no, except that way, but Michelle Scopper, that first backhand couple of whacks, has got a 4.53. Not much on. Yeah, no, Argentina. It's just another little those little surf havens. I haven't actually. No, I've been to Buenos Aires and I haven't surfed. Yeah, so actually, hold the phone. As we're talking to a surfer from Uruguay as well.
Marco?
Yeah, no, he was a longboarder. This guy. And anyway, it just sounded fascinating too. Up that north coast before you hit the Brazilian coast, there's a whole other little stretch of coast. It's a bit more sheltered and a bit more sort of softer.
Uruguay, you mean?
Yeah, in Uruguay. And yeah, some great waves up there.
I'd love to go there.
Yeah, it's supposed to be super cool. Really cool scene. You were saying like almost like a bit of a throwback, you know, like the California longboarding scene from the 60s and 70s. Yeah, it's quite sort of
that's interesting.
Underdeveloped, sort of, you know, not still behind the curve in a good way.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Yeah.
As we see, this man's ahead of the curve. Oh, nice top snap there from Uriuzil. It's been one of the leaders, sort of Argentinians. Spends a lot of time in Israel too, and he's
super classy. Yeah, I thought he was competing.
I think he may. Yeah, he must have Argentine heritage. We need to double check on that. But yeah, I'm pretty sure he has competed for Israel in the past. Which I'll need to double check on that, or someone can give me a text and let me know some of my gaps. In some of these, there's so many surfers coming out from all parts of Europe. But yeah, really stylish surfer. He's won some heats here in Caparica over the years. Really explosive surfer, really good style. So
yeah, classy, you know, classy approach from him. Really, you know, really calm on his bottom turns, but then really releasing, and you can feel it's solid. His surf is solid, and a lot of rail game there. So good for him.
Yeah.
But yeah, when I was in Argentina. I was there as well with Leandro Suna. He's a good friend for quite some time, and he told me that. Oh, we have some action though.
Tube can't come out. He's under the lip there, yeah.
But in the north or the south, I'm confused. But either the north or the south, like when you're in Buenos Aires, like the other end. I would say it's the south because it's colder, right? So it should be the south. It's like slabby and perfect, and no one in the water, and very nice one.
So big top turn from Summer, cracks around the corner. Can he finish it? And he does. And well, he does not.
Big mistake.
So another mistake.
He knows it.
Yeah, you can tell the disappointment. He's done all the hard work. So what you're basically saying, if I can get this right, say, you're telling the whole world, I mean, the amount of people watching this all over the world, all glued into the one event that matters right now in surfing. And you're saying there's these empty, perfect beach breaks down the south of Argentina.
Actually,
and you're saying for everyone to go down there and ask for your mate, Sandro, and he will look after him.
He will take them.
Okay.
Actually, it's Leandro's brother.
Right, he'll take him.
Has been going for some, but it's it's the same as if I tell you, man, I've just been to Tanzania or Tasmania and Mauritania. It's amazing. I heard it's amazing, but now go, like you go there. It's like because in this place in Argentina, wow. Beautiful technical surfing
that's
here.
2 big turns from Israel. That is, you use the word.
Very impressed. I think he's maybe the best Israeli surfer, and Argentinian.
Well, you said the classy was the word you used, and yeah, just the style, really smooth, really polished, and he was just finished it off. Unlike his competitors, he hasn't been able to. Just finish their turns where Uri has managed it. What do you like about this, eh?
Yeah, classic, solid. Just doing everything right in the right timing, with flow, So it's not boring to see. It's everything, yeah, well, nothing to say. Everything done right here.
Yeah, really smooth. Already got the heat lead. Out the back, a nice big top turn, and that was a completion at least for Dan. So the Surfing White just trying to get above a couple of twos, and he did that with that, hopefully with that wave. So Uziel, super impressive. He's going to get another score to drop, which will be his best wave, you'd think. So he's saying it's a bit remote, still the southern parts of it. Well, I'm back on the Argentina, back a bit remote, a bit hard to get to.
And also, a lot of those fields are like private fields.
Right.
So like you can't really go in, but you can.
If you know the right people.
Yeah, and you have to have like a big Jeep and stuff.
If you just drop your name, you should be fine.
Yeah, Zé Ferreira heard about this place, and people will say, oh, okay, yeah,
okay, you're
they
in.
go in the door,
the
gate.
We told him to keep it quiet. And
yeah. But they'll they know me.
Just shows this is waves in every part of the world, and there's also surf cultures in all parts of the world. You'd just be surprised when you pop up in these little spots. It's such a great wave. Okay, on the left hand, look at this left. Oh, there's a nice first turn from Scopper. He's been on his back and now going on his forehand. There's a frothy bit, and that wave he finishes off. So really nice. Probably one of the better lefts we've seen of the day. He's had to up his game. The 7.33 was that last wave of Uri's in the red. And also on the backside. So that was a really nice wave. That sort of breeze, a bit more sort of offshore on the lefts. Not offshore, but a bit more protected.
Yeah.
And yeah, such a nice looking wave. And we go again, live action. So more lefts coming into play in this higher tide. Drops down. Here he goes again on his backhand. It's been working. Kicks the fins out. So just trying to impress on that 4.67. He's got a solid heat.
I was saying classy, but I would even say old school, right? There's
quite traditional.
Like, quite traditional. If he had like that Tom Curran wetsuit that was like orange, and this could be like 40 years ago.
Just gets a little bit hung up, and then he just keeps low center, and then just kicks it out. Nice surfing there from Uzi, trying to get above a 4.67. You see, there's the contingent up there, Anna Laylor, so she knows. And then this left.
Yeah, that was a nice first turn. A bit on the bottom there, could have put a bit more rail, and then safely finishes that wave, and reinforces his second place, because that's not going to be a 7.47. But smartly played from.
Yeah, there's just a bit. Do you think there's a bit of difference in class, isn't there, between these two, the red and the blue, the top seeds, up against the the two surfers. In white and green, they're just not quite at that level, and then if they're not at that level, they're going to have to get the best waves of the heat to progress, and they haven't got those either. So at the moment, it looks like Uri and Michelle just holding a pretty solid lock on this. Having said that, Scopper now just getting that last wave of 4.6. That I think it might be a bit higher than that. We'll see. We'll see this wave. So, no, I think all scores have come in. Only Uzi's there. So this is left. So, we're saying a 4.6. Why do they go low on this scale?
Yeah, I think because, the relation between the quality of the wave and his surfing. So this turn is a bit flat. This carve is also a bit flat, and this is a bit on the safe side. So
it's soft.
Yeah, so although it was well served and smart surfing in competition, like in comparison to what Yuri is doing and pushing, I think the judges felt that it wasn't more than a 4.6.
Yeah, fair enough. And still got to get him up into that all-important second spot, but not with a whole lot of breathing room. We're going to go to a short commercial break. Dan Ivory netting a 4.03 and Yoav Sama netting a 6.30. Stay tuned, folks. We'll come back with more live action like this from Uri right after this short commercial break.
Na vida, há sempre algo que nos inspira. O Milênio está sempre presente, ao seu lado, na conquista de novos desafios. Juntos, partilhamos a paixão pelo futuro. Milênio, aqui consigo.
It's good to try, even when something seems to make little sense. Put your weight on it. Make an impact in this world. Call everyone, set ambitious goals, and ask yourself, do you want to change surfing? Dare to test. Ride the future.
Back with live action here in Caparica. We've got a bit of a break made by the surfer in red. He's got some space between him and his opponent. It's been surfing good, well deserved in terms of his ability, just cut above, going left and right. It's got a 7.33, one of the sort of bigger numbers of the day, to be honest. Really impressive. So it's come down again, and here he goes again, the heat leader on his forehand this time. Nice little check turn and a big third, and gets 3 in a row. So had to really work for that one as well, though each section was a bit ahead of him, but he's managed to just get through each particular section. And really, dealt with it well.
I'm really loving Yuri surfing. Not just backside, frontside too. You know, the amount of acceleration that he can generate on after that carve is impressive. This is still a beach break, and the waves are still fast. So beautiful to see. Would love to have a replay on that, so we could have a little slow motion. Thank you. Let's look at it. So beautiful carve straight to this floater, and then still gets this last one. So that's look at that. That's beautiful surfing. Really beautiful surfing. That's not something you see every day.
Yeah, really strong, wasn't it? Just managed. Oh, there's a big turn. Can he hang on? And he does. So he likes that. So Summer needing a big number, and he went for it. Arms spread wide.
Kind of upside down too. He needs a 6.3. What do you think? Where would you bet your money?
It's going to be there or thereabouts. He went for it. It's a big section, wasn't he? He was a little bit ungainly in terms of got his body a little bit out of whack, but it was a big section, a big turn. Didn't hold back. We saw that the last turn from Skopje didn't apply because it was a bit safe. That was a bit more risky, but just because it wasn't clean, was it? So it wasn't really technically that sound.
Yeah.
And although he made it, it was a little bit late, a little bit clumsy coming out. So a 4.5.
And by default, like when you have someone like you in your heat, judges will, will use that as a reference to score you. That's just how it is. Judging is also done by comparison. So yeah, if your style or if your technical skills are that much different, you're going to be, in this case, judged by that.
Yeah.
It's actually...
Yeah, I mean, that's the whole point. They set a standard across the board, but a 4.5 for that one was incredible. 4 points at 5. Still needing now just to, he's really improved his score. Meanwhile, on his backside is Skopje. And really managed to, surf that really well, but not the score he needed. But he's back in the game at least. And so it's the replay, came around the corner and then just looking for a 4.63 if you can get it. Nice turns, but just probably not up into that 5-point range that he needs. So it's tight now. At least both surfers really having a crack at this now, trying to impress on those sort of 4s and 5s they need. So it is really, really close, except for Uziel, who is out in front.
Oh, there he goes.
Oh, there he goes again, and that's the first kind of mistake we've seen. Just Saw the fins drawing off his bottom end turn, really laying it over, and just caught a rail and goes down. He won't be too worried. Still got really commanding heat lead. It's all about this second spot.
But no, I would say, like, we've been watching Yuri surf in Europe for a while now, and you know, I see a big distance from the last moment I remember his surfing from now. Like the speed, his consistency, his safety, confidence while surfing, his rail game. You know, it's. I remember when I saw that, for instance, with Aduramatrian, with Ruben Vitoria, some of these. You know, when you have that surprise effect, whoa,
yeah,
this guy's surfing good, you know?
Yeah, and sometimes at that age, aren't they, 21, 22, 23, you get real big. You still, some of these, you know, young guys are still growing.
Yeah.
Their experience. I mean, probably all, you know, we all know our best surfing. In terms of acceleration, you get those big jumps, don't you, from year to year, especially when you're working that hard at it.
Exactly.
Suddenly, like 12 months, if you know, like us, we haven't been following it as closely. In 12 months, it comes up, and that can be a massive difference. So
definitely,
Uziel has clearly jumped and raised his game. And right now he's got a clear lead, but it's only needing a 4.03 for this man here. This is the wave he needs. 1:45 on the clock. Comes round. First will be crucial. It's a bit slow, but he still gets it in. The second turn is a cutback. There's no real flare at the moment. Really lateral. He's trying to work everything in for this 4, and he's not going to get another section, or is he? Gets it up. Don't think that's going to be enough, just because the wave didn't have enough pocket. I could say forever to talk me through it, but you can tell by his own body language that it just didn't quite have the opportunity he needed. He only needed a small score. I don't think he'll get another chance with a minute to go. Maybe his first turn where he should have put a bit more on edge.
Yeah, as you said, slow turns, no acceleration. And for me, actually, this word acceleration really was a big key in developing, you know, my own surfing. And every time I see, now that I'm commenting, you know, surfers that create acceleration, the scores really come up to a different place. So
yeah, he didn't have that. You're right. That board speed was never there, and there was nothing surprising about it, which is what the judges like to see. And we'll see this left-hander here, though. So Scopper, that's a bit more on edge. Frothy wave, still dealing with it well, driving down the line. This will be his last wave of the heat. And then can he finish it off? Maybe an air or just a nice turn. So he likes that. So it's all academic. 10 seconds to go. It looks like Scopper is through. Uziel has impressed us. Meanwhile, here goes the heat leader, last wave. Oh, and there's a big turn. Fin drop, air drop, and comes out strong. So he'll probably even increase his current heat total. And he'll go into the second, or the round of 64. Pretty confident with a strong start there. Yeah, just a cut above, really. And along with Michelle Scopper, a bit too good. And Avery and Summer will have to wait till next year's qualifying series, or the end of this year when it restarts again. Gives him the tube there. This is Rip Curl mate, Scopper, so the two teammates in terms of their sponsorship. We've done a few trips together, you'd imagine. Pretty happy with that. Well done, lads.
Surfing with a Portuguese board. So yeah, I think he does spend a lot of time in Portugal. He might even like live here.
Yeah, well, it shows, because right now he's got in through the round of 64. We're going to go to a short commercial break and come back for the start of the round of 64. The big seeds are hitting the water in the Caparica Surf Fest 2025 right after this.
Na vida, há sempre algo que nos inspira. O milénio está sempre presente, ao seu lado, na conquista de novos desafios. Juntos, partilhamos a paixão pelo futuro. Milénio, aqui consigo.
It's good to try, even when something seems to make little sense. Put your weight on it. Make an impact in this world. Call everyone, set ambitious goals, and ask yourself, do you want to change surfing? Dare to test. Ride the future.
Welcome back to Caparica Surf Fest. We're here with the last heat winner, Uri, surfer from Israel. You've been spending some time in Portugal. You really felt at home, even with a Portuguese board. Tell us a little bit how you've found your place out there.
Wow, it was really difficult because it shifted at the middle and there is like bumps of rain and wind and it's like all around, you know, so I just tried to keep the rhythm on and catch a lot of waves and yeah, I guess it worked.
Do you feel like spending time here lately is giving you more confidence for this event?
Yeah, for sure. Especially getting used to the cold water and like the wind and everything. I've been surfing here for like almost a month, like back to back. So I know the bank's pretty good and yeah, I'm just having fun here.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, Claudia. Yeah, been here a month, knows the banks, and it showed. Really, really strong performance there from Uri, and we are moving on through to the round of 64. We've just done 16 heats. We are motoring through Afonso Antunes, Thomas Lede, Aaron Strong, and Afonso Antunes, Seth Morris here. And this is Thomas Lede. He just saw his brother surf really well in the heats before, 2 heats ago. Meanwhile, this was Seth Morris, the Welsh surfer. He's fanging down the line, got a big section here. And he hit it clean as well. He liked that. So strong start from Seth, and another one backed it up on his backhand. Bit quicker whips there. Not as good as that right hand closer re-entry, you'd imagine. So Seth Morris getting the best of that start with a 4.33. So pretty impressive there. And then we just, the other serves, a couple of threes. But yeah, we're through here. I'm joined by Chico Alves. Mate, the big dogs they're in. The big guns, the big seeds. But Afonso Antunes, there'll be a lot of pressure on this heat, isn't it? Because he's currently ranked in the top 10. If he were to fall out of here, it probably would be the end of his Challenger Series, hopes for the year. So much pressure riding on that kid's shoulders right now.
Yeah, he needs to perform to qualify. So I think any he makes is improving, right? On in terms of points, as we see White. Wow, massive turn there by Aaron. Meaty section based on the score of Seth. I think this should be at least 2 points higher. So I think Aaron just got like a 6.33 on this.
Okay, yeah, well, we'll see. Big section here. You can see. Oh, crikey! Fell out of the sky. He liked it. You can tell by his body language. Yeah, you got to deliver. Oh, see, break this down. Bang. Wow. It's late. Oof. A little bit wobbly, but hangs on. Never
can go even higher, I think. That turn was massive. So, as you said, like just a beautiful bottom turn, meaty section, beautiful, but really hard to make. So, yeah, score is coming in. It's gonna be there or thereabout.
Yeah, big numbers dropping. And Aaron Strong, 6.83. So should go there or thereabouts. 6.33 was your original.
Yeah.
You did upgrade it though. So on second viewing, so you probably would lock that in again. You are missing your calling, what you really should be doing. Forget the social media.
Okay.
Forget the commentary.
See ya.
Forget everything. Just become a judge, mate.
Just don't commit anymore.
Just don't commit. You've been trying too hard all this time.
Yeah.
The one thing you're good at, you got to try harder. No, yeah, really big number there. But yeah, your point about delivering Afonso Antunes, probably he had a bit of a break, didn't he? And he's come back and
probably in the last few seasons, he hasn't had a lot of pressure on him in terms of, hasn't been, you know, each heat. I mean, it was important to him, obviously, but it just meant that there wasn't a number on his back. But there is now, and there's another big first turn from Strong. And a second, a lot of body movement, a lot of talk, a lot of, as ever, acclaim to the judges about it all. He's never shy of telling them what he thinks he should get. But, you know, going to back up at 6.83. May have left a few, maybe shaved at half a point or a point. Just that first turn was a little bit sticky, but finished off strong. What do you reckon, Chico?
Yeah, I think this is going to be lower than his first number, but first carve was great, and then the finish, I think he's going to do like a 4.83 on this one, but a nice backup.
Yeah.
Like 4.83 sounds like a number for this wave, flat 5.
Yeah, well, really strong start, getting waves back to back, and putting, you know, with 6 minutes gone on the clock, getting 2 scoring waves.
I'm wondering if they're listening to what I'm saying.
Yeah, maybe they just they just
yeah.
type it in. They wait for you and just type it in. Three of them, when you're in the booth, the rest of them they just all go for a break.
Just go for vacation.
They go for surf.
There's only one guy there typing the score.
Yeah, what's it? Yeah.
Oh. No way. Is it gonna be like the 4.83?
It's going to be there or thereabouts, maybe.
4.83. 4.93.
You're 0.1 of a point off. So, yeah, so really on the money. And that's another strong start. So straight away strong out to a nice healthy lead with 17 minutes on the clock. Now we can start to really be even more patient, more considerate. So there's Alfonso Antunes. Yeah, he's dad. Great surfer from this part of the world. He grew up, he was born here, has since moved up the coast a bit when he was young, but this is his spiritual home. So he knows it very, very well, where his family come from. And he surfed it, you know, all his life in many competitions. So he'll know what he has to do. His forehand's probably one of his strengths as well. He'll be sticking to the right hand, as you'd imagine. And we see strong. Well, he's already surfed once today, so I reckon, would that be an advantage? He's probably already surfed one heat today. You'd quite like to do that, wouldn't you, like in these conditions? You wouldn't want to surf twice or 3 times, but just surfing once in a heat give you the confidence and a bit of bank knowledge.
Yeah, he already competed, so he's got a bit of a mojo going his way, as we see Seth here on a beautiful turn off the top. we can see Alfonso looking behind his shoulder there.
Well, he'd be nervous because he just hasn't, you know, 10 minutes on the clock. Hasn't got a score at all. I mean, he'll kind of be a little bit confident. Seth here, he's got another wave. He's only in a couple of 4s potentially.
Wow.
Goes big. Not as meaty as some of the sections that Aaron Strong's got, but still in the mix. And he goes strong again. He's backhand this time, so he's just in sync. This happens sometimes. You get a couple of really good starts. You just start to wind up, and there's another one. This time showing his backside. Not a lot of variety, but a lot of aggression, as is the way he surfs, and he's just feeling it in the client. I don't know. Who's it to? Who's he? He's just to himself. I mean, he doesn't care. It's just he's always on display. And what do you think about this, Chico?
Nice snap there off the top. Winds up again. Bang. Really sharp on the pocket. And another one, so
a lot of spray, huh?
Yeah, 4 turns in a row, 6.5, beautiful wave.
Yeah, so really putting a marker out there already with the best 2 scoring waves of the heat so far, and potentially just about to improve on that. It might be just a case of everyone going for that all second spot. Morris's wave came in at 3.43 for that single turn, so still wide open. You know, he's got a heat total of 7.76 at this stage. Still plenty of time on the clock. But it's kind of must be hard. Well, not hard. It's the name of the game, isn't it? But when you're out there, just sitting there waiting for your wave, you're seeing one surfer just clean up. You know, there's nothing. Just a matter of like going back out, getting a wave, getting another one. It looks like that wave's come in a lot lower than Chico thought. So 4.33, maybe. Well. You know,
first turn wasn't that aggressive.
Yeah, and maybe lack of variety. Do you think may have held him back?
Maybe. I thought it was really well surfed. I like how he connected more than 2 turns together, and I believe that's really hard. And
we haven't seen a lot of 4-turn combos,
yeah,
have we?
exactly. That's why I thought it was going to be a bit higher. But yeah, maybe lacking that meaty section. Judges are being a bit harsh on not having that like committed section on it, and they like those big end moves, right?
Yeah, well, he's still got some scores. But yeah, you're right. We thought it would have been a bit higher. All those factors come into play. Still leaves Tunez as the surfer, the only guy here in the number 10 position. As Thomas Lede got his priority as one turn and clicks out. So Alfonso's a top seed, currently sitting 8th on the European Qualifying Series rankings. You know, this is the event that he can solidify his spot. Any progression will improve his scores. So pretty nerve-wracking for the local hope, for Portuguese, the only probably real chance of making the Challenger Series. And well, he's still got plenty of time. I don't want to get ahead of ourselves, but not having a Portuguese surfer in the Challenger Series would be, it'd be a really unusual set of circumstances. It hasn't happened in a long time. It's been really strong. But here he goes. Don't give up on this kid yet. He's got a nice looking right hand injury. It's just a bit deep for that one. So elects not to go. So now he's just got to know. He also knows that he's only chasing, 2 scores. They'll get him up to the 8-point, 9-point range. So he's been a little bit fortuitous in that none of his opponents have really managed to get any type of decent scoring waves except for the heat leader Aaron Strong. So just got to play it cool. Has to use that priority pretty well, I'd say, in the next couple of minutes before he starts to look at plan B, I suppose. But yeah, I suppose this is it, Chico, where the ability to control your nerves and control your emotions is really important.
Yeah, I think he's a bit frozen, I would say, right now, because almost 20 minutes have passed and he hasn't caught a wave. So hopefully he gets his rhythm going, just because second and third I haven't done a lot yet. So
yeah, they keep pulling the trigger. I think it's probably wise just to wait for that better wave and get a solid score, and then you're right back in it. But time is ticking. And that was Morris, sorry, my mistake. Looks like there was a right on that. So that's probably not going to improve his score. Meanwhile, out the back, some sets approaching. And Tunez with priority. And Strong in second spot with priority as well. So it is tight. 11:37 on the clock. Some sets approaching. Looks like this one might be a Tunez first crack at it, and he's going to have a crack. So here goes the Portuguese surfer. First turn's important. Gets one in. Not huge. It's going to score. It's going to put him up around the other guy's sort of lower range scores. So I don't know. It's, he had priority. He kind of, I don't know. He probably had to use it. Time was running out, and he's used it. Meanwhile, Strong, just that guy in position, current heat leader, comes around the corner. Nice little top turn and a nice little bit of expression coming. I'd like to see that. Something different.
Looks like a different turn inside the turn.
Oh, and there's a big turn from Lede. So that was huge. So that's going to make a big difference right in front of his opponent as well, which always helps. So big manoeuvre from Tomas. We'll see that replay. That looked pretty savage, Alves.
And it was. As you see the replay of Afonso, as you said, a bit of an under the lip snap. 383. And this was irons.
Rah.
It was like a second turn inside the turn.
That? Yeah, a little.
Rah, and then woof. And this was the layback.
Oh, that's savage. So that's just the whole cut above, isn't it? What are you giving that score, old Oracle? What do you think?
I think based on the scale, it has to go into the sixes. Like that turn alone was incredible, and the degree of difficulty here.
Oh, he slides the tail out. The fact that the lip sort of came over his head is a bit of flair, a bit of excitement.
I think he's up there with how difficult it was the Aaron's first wave, as we see the replay of Seth.
Yeah, it wasn't as big, but it was definitely more dynamic. And there's Seth Morris also getting some scores on the board. So
That's going to change things. It's going to make Antunes' job. Got a 3.83 for that one turn.
Oh,
so
going to go higher, I think.
Looks like Lede is going to go big. And it was really, really critical. It was done with style.
So good.
So it was a great, great turn. And those layback snaps under the pocket have been actually scoring pretty well all morning and day if you did them right, if you did them big. Just waiting for one more number drop. It's going to be, yeah, it's going to be a solid number. It's going to move him up into second spot, that's for sure. And it's going to need a Antunes needing some big numbers with 8 minutes 48 on the clock. So already the first rule, 6.93. So big, big number for Tomas. He moves up into the second spot. That leaves this man here on his backside, Antunes. Little lip line floater. And you can just see starting to get a little bit rattled perhaps. That wave never really quite looked like it had the sections he needs. So interesting. We've got the two surfers out in front, Aaron Strong and Thomas Lede, Seth Morris, and all eyes really in terms of the challenge. And see whether Afonso can come back and get his spot on that Challenger Series right after this.
Na vida, há sempre algo que nos inspira. O milénio está sempre presente, ao seu lado, na conquista de novos desafios. Juntos, partilhamos a paixão pelo futuro. Milénio, aqui consigo.
It's good to try, even when something seems to make little sense. Put your weight on it. Make an impact in this world. Call everyone, set ambitious goals, and ask yourself, do you want to change surfing? Dare to test. Ride the future.
Okay, we are back to live action here. 6 minutes on the clock. That wind from the northwest, the swell from the west-northwest, and all importantly, the scores on the board shows that current heat leader is Aaron Strong. We've got Thomas Lede just coming out the back of that one. So, as you see, this is replays that happened throughout this last ad break, and there's, wow, how strong he's really feeling, isn't it? So, it's going to come down to this last 5 minutes in terms of, yeah, the last 5 minutes. As you see, Lede coming around. Oh, and there's a big turn from Thomas. So he's got those down pat. He's had them on lock. He's looking pretty strongly. Got 6.93 and trying to back it up. And right now, these surfers, 5 minutes on the clock. It's getting down to the nitty-gritty of this. You see this wave, Chico. What do you reckon?
Yeah, just a big turn off the top there for Thomas. I don't think it's going to go as high as his first one. The layback was more committed. Although, I don't know if he will prove on the 3.7 or not, but he might. And Afonso here trying to come back on this one. I haven't seen what he done on the outside.
So 2 hacks out the back, and that was it. So he's going to come into the run around. He's starting to run out of time, though. So we've got the top 10 qualify for the Challenger Series, Chico. And
Afonso is in third.
He was in third place, so you never know. He's one of the top seeds for this event. We're in the, in a boilover. He could hang on to his position and still make the Challenger Series, but I tell you what, it's going to be such a nervous wait if in the next 4 minutes he doesn't get a 6.81. So he's got no time. He's going to take 2 minutes to get back out there. He's going to have 2 minutes to make a difference. He's done some work already on the qualifying series, but this was his real chance just to hammer it home, seal the deal. And as far as he's concerned, he's got a lot of work to do with 4 minutes on the clock. So all those below him, though, they'll be sort of pretty psyched on the fact that there's one of the top seeds has already vacated a bit of real estate up there. Adorema Train, Yago Dominguez, Charlie Cuivant, Patrick Langdon-Dark, all those guys just sitting below Afonso and Túnez will be really eyeing off that and hoping to make amends. Right now, he's still got time. He's done some good work throughout the rest of the qualifying series events. He still might have enough points, but he wouldn't have wanted to leave it to chance. And right now, he's in strife. Hasn't really had any, well, he's got a 5.93, so not a performance. He would have really been, so much time and energy before this event comes in, so much mental energy, so much physical training. And it's currently sitting on a 5-point heat total with 3 minutes to go. It's not ideal, but he's still in with a shot. 6.81 is the score he needs. We've seen a few of those one turns get those type of scores, Chico. This is the recap coming our way. This is how he's got in this position, but it's all been about Aaron Strong. Just started off from the get-go.
Yeah, he started off really strong with this 6.83, massive turn out the back. And then he was able to get the backup straight away. He was paddling back out, gets the wrap, and then the finish. Lovely surfing by Aaron, really composed, not making any mistakes. And out the back, we saw Lede doing this massive turn, biggest score of the heat so far. 6.93 and a really technical turn there by Thomas. So yeah, these two guys are in the lead. So Aaron is in first and Thomas is in second. And Afonso is still paddling back out near the rip there.
Yeah, so I think he's, maybe he's thinking, well, get in the rip, get right on the inside, away from the rest of the surfers. He's got 2 minutes now. He's got no time. He needs to get over on that bank. Just hope one of those wedges squares off that sort of right-hand rip bowl bank. So it's a pretty risky move at this stage of the game. And someone, it looks like that could have been strong. Someone went for it and just got engulfed by the whitewater. That was Morris. So Seth from Wales. Don't know what happened there, but it looked pretty explosive. And all eyes on there as we see Thomas Lede going again. This is a nice looking wall. Comes around the corner. Oh, there's another big hack. Halfway through it decides just to get out of there. Got punched by that wave. So he's not going to get any extra scores. 1 minute on the clock. Túnez still waiting for that one wave that can make a difference. Could potentially get him up into the Challenger Series top 10. Otherwise, he's going to have a really nervous couple of days waiting for everyone else. So what happened here? He came around the corner, Chico, and what went wrong?
Yeah, we can see him eyeing off that.
Looks like the deck grip went flying, was it? Maybe he pushed so hard that the grip to the back of his tail.
Something flew out of his board, look. Wow, what is that?
Sticker or a bit of grip?
I don't know.
Hairband?
Imagine how much
Band-Aid? Plaster? Hair patch?
Imagine
eyebrow? We don't know what it was, but it's gone. Meanwhile, Morris just trying to get up and get a 6.31. This is his last wave. Maybe the event, but maybe not. Depends on the score. Getting a 6, just keeps ringing off his left-hander. He's going to claim it. See, told you, he liked it. Was it a 6.31? If it is, well, it looks like Afonso didn't get an opportunity from what we can see on our screen. So all comes down. It's going to be, is this enough? Oh, that first turn's pretty strong, Chico. What do you reckon?
Nice snap. Another one. Nice tight snap on the pocket. You know what?
What?
You want me to be honest with you?
Yes, I do. That's exactly what I want.
If we compare this one to Aaron's left was better.
Really?
And was a 4.33.
Okay, there you go. You've heard it first.
So I think he's gonna come in.
I thought he was
in
a
the
bit,
5 range.
I thought he was a bit more aggressive, but a little bit better than Aaron's potentially. But he's feeling it. He needs a pretty big number.
Yeah, but it's not going to be enough for this.
Not going to be enough. Shiko's already called it. It's going to be in the 5-point range.
5.
So 5 or bang on 5. So not enough. So yeah, I mean, geez, he gave it his all, surfed to the death, didn't quite make it. Looks like Aaron Strong. Well, he surfed 2 heats and surfed them both well. He's now through to the round of 32. So just like that, he's a couple of heats off, getting a really solid result. But the big ball over, number 3 on the European rankings, Afonso Antunes is out. He's gone. So that is huge boil over for the Portuguese surfer, the Portuguese hope. Anyway, it's done as dusted. We've got more big dogs coming your way. We're going to have a short commercial break and come back with more live action from the Caparica Surf Fest 2025 right after this.
Na vida, há sempre algo que nos inspira. O milénio está sempre presente, ao seu lado, na conquista de novos desafios. Juntos, partilhamos a paixão pelo futuro. Milénio, aqui consigo.
It's good to try, even when something seems to make little sense. Put your weight on it. Make an impact in this world. Call everyone, set ambitious goals, and ask yourself, do you want to change surfing? Dare to test. Ride the future.
Welcome back to Costa Caparica. We are getting on through the round of 64, heat number 2. We have seen some of the big names of the sport fall by the wayside. We are going through here now. Sam Nickerton surfed well in his first heat of the day this morning. Hans Odrizola is down there, but the man who has probably been the performer of the day so far, 2 heat wins for Aaron Strong, is down on the beach with Claudio Pinto.
That's right, we're here at Aaron Strong, who's still trying to recover his breath after the second heat of the day for him. How did you find your place out there? How do you feel?
Yeah, conditions have changed from the right-hand side of the pier to the middle, in the middle bank where there's a right and a left. So I was looking and paying attention to the previous heats and trying to get my strategy right. Also with help of my coach, and yeah, really thankful for the team that's behind.
Looking forward for tomorrow?
Yeah, I'm really happy to make it through, and yeah, day by day, heat by heat, wave by wave. Let's get it.
Congrats. Back to you guys.
Yeah, that is sound, reasonable thinking from Aaron Strong, day by day, heat by heat. Just play it as you see it, and that's the way you get through these events. Don't get too far ahead of yourself, but he's had a great first day, that's for sure. You've seen Sam Nickerton on his backhand. As Aaron just said, it's moved down the middle of the beach now, this high tide. Left-handers coming into play a bit more, and these surfers making the most of it. Here's the Bass surfer. Oh, that's a big first turn from Hans. Hans and Kai. Look at this, just gets out, and another one. So straight off the bat, 2 5s for Hans. Surfer from up in the Bass routes, and really, really strong So Iker Trigueros down there, and on so many ways he got ridden that last 3 minutes. And that Jamie Veselko as well. So, yeah, big flurry of activity. But it was that, man. The top seed, Odriozola, just managed to get a couple of fives just with 2 big turns. Impressive surfing from him as I'm joined by Jose Ferreira in the box. Meanwhile, just look at these conditions now, Zay. It's just more spread out, lefts and rights, a bit more options, I reckon.
Yeah, good for different type of surfing now. I'd say lefts and rights. When you're watching the lineup, you know, one of those days where you see a lot of good waves, but then when you're in the water, not so easy to get them. As we see Jaime here, looking but not going. And this is actually like a symbolic heat because you have, you know, Iker being a bit older, but both Hans and Jaime are 2 of Europe's best, you know, well-known secrets, 2 secret weapons of this new generation. Siam Nikritin, also known, quite young as well, not as young as the other 2. Iker, I can't really tell how old is he, but he's not, you know, he's still a young surfer. So, yeah, these 2 kids have a lot in front of them. They might very well represent the next Euroforce generation in the CT. And so we've been, you know, watching these 2, Hans and Jaime, grow. They're both part of the EDP Surf for Tomorrow program. I've followed that very closely as I was helping to manage that project in the last 2 years. And I can tell you, man, that both these kids are ripping and, you know, have also like those skills that give you some indications that they will be good competitors.
Yeah, they're good kids as well, aren't they? And Hans currently in 13th on the challenges. On the qualifying series. So just 3 spots off. That'll important top 10, and his brother Kai is just about 50 points behind him. There's a nice turn there from Nikritin. Yeah, so the 2 brothers, yeah, right on the cut in terms of making that all-important top 10. We've just saw 1 surfer, Antunes, lose. So he goes Hans. Oh, see, he's just got that whip,
so
hasn't he?
Solid.
And
he's crazy.
He's only young. He's building and building. His parents, look, they own the Wave Garden technology, so he spent a lot of his time going up in the pool, but obviously lives on the Basque Country, so that perfect mix of repetition and some of the best big wave points in the you know, in Europe.
For all the haters out there, like, you can, that's the product of, you know, or the end result of someone that spent a lot of time in the wave pool, but also in the ocean.
Yeah,
it can only add up to your evolution as a surfer.
Yeah, for sure. Look, he does both, and you know, he's such a. I mean, you grew up in Zerats in that Basque Country. It's one of the great wave-rich zones of the world, and you're going to paddle out at Mechanos or Punta Roca or something. You know, you soon found out what type of surfer you are, and those brothers, they love it. On his backside here, though, Trigueros. So Iker also getting a part of it. But yeah, really important heat. The point being, Hans, you know, this is, he's got to, you think you've got to make the quarters or probably semis just to really climb up that ranking board to make it sure. So a couple of heat wins at least will get you closer, and Surfo's off to a strong start. But this is kind of explosive surfing as well. Low centre of gravity, Jose, that real crouch down effect.
And you know, I would say that's a very Basque thing these days. Also, both Hans and Kai are from the Basque Country. It's kind of interesting that Hans is using Spain, the 3 letters, and Iker Euskadi, but they're both Spanish and both Basque. But I would say that's like a characteristic of the young Basque, the new generation, the Basque generation. All these guys have like super low center of gravities. You know, Adura Matrian, Ruben Vitoria, Hans, Kai, Iker.
Are you saying they're all short?
Not that they look short because they, you know, they're very compressed on their boards.
Yeah, but super powerful.
But they're all like 1.9 upwards. They're very tall, but they look very small.
Right. Yeah, really hot battered. Yeah, the European talents, we've seen a bit of a sort of a gap just in the Portuguese potential talent in terms of being in between that phase of the next generation coming through, but that gap, I would say, has been filled by these young Basque surfers. Real push, all surfing together, but also that Iberian, you know, that the EDP sort of is a great example of a project where they're all surfing together, all pushing each other, aren't they? The Portuguese and the Spanish all getting together and, you know, sort of, you know, working hard and, you know, under you know, Zazie Abra, under the coach, people like you helping as well. It's been a really force for good, and the surfing has shown, and it's the Basque surfers at the moment reaping the rewards. But for Selko, let's not forget him, only young, had a good heat this first in the morning. Just a little bit soft there, but nice turn there. So, you know, under a bit of pressure, hadn't had a wave. He responded well.
Oh. Yeah, well, he's very crisp, surfing super well. You know, not afraid to risk it, as you can see. And he doesn't have any pressure. It's different from Hans and Iker that could make a result or are expected to do a result.
Probably just a couple of years off, isn't he, that trajectory, you know, 2 or 3 years below them.
Actually, not even. I think, because Hans, although he has like a very mature style, he's still only 17. Right. I think Jaime is either 15 or 16.
Right.
And then Kai is, I think, a year older or 2 years older than Hans, so 18, 19. But they're all, you know, over matured in terms of surfing for their age.
But they're also well travelled, and they all speak, you know, don't they speak so many languages. Hans and Kai's mums, Karen's German, I think. So, you know, they've got this sort of, you know, quite well travelled. You know, they speak 3 or 4 languages. They're really bright. They work really hard at their school.
Yeah.
You know, their parents have made that absolutely essential.
It's engineering.
Right. Wow.
In San Sebastian's University.
Yeah, so there you go. So here we go, Zoe. This is Hans just going down on his backside. Yeah, so, yeah, bright futures. Actually makes me feel a little bit sick. They're talented surfers. They're bright. They speak multiple languages.
Hardworking.
They're good kids. They're modest. They're humble.
Exactly.
Kind of just...
Yeah, I really love these kids. That's a nice...
It's why I don't like puppies. Anything with a future makes me a bit mad.
Yeah.
But yeah, really, really bright young future European surfers. And that's all by the way. Right now, there's just one job at hand. That's just get through the heat. Hans Odriozola has done that to a degree. He's got a pretty good heat lead, and the other surfers trying to hunt him down. Ika needing a 3.54 Tony score. Paselko needing a 5.27. So really, really tight. They've surfed this beach as well. They all know the banks. They all know the town. They'll probably stay in the same spot. They've got their little vibes. And they know their banks, their little coffee spots, and where they like to surf on the certain tides, which all helps. And yeah, they're all pretty comfortable. And as we see him go again. So live action. There's a nice little first tag. Oh, and there's a bigger one. Can he hang on? He grabs the rail and rides out. It's not clean, but it's still a completion. So he's starting to show a bit of flair now. Feeling the confidence. Feeling he's in the zone. He's pretty pumped. Knows he just needs to get through a couple of heats, you know, build a bit of momentum. He's doing a pretty good job of it. What do you like about this?
Well, super compact, you know, the flexion reflection movement of him, and then completely explodes in this last turn. Not an easy one because a lot of white water, and completely blows out that tail, and I love that. I would say it's the best wave of the heat.
Yeah, a bit of rotation. And speaking of, well, some great surfers, I think we might have Claudia Pinto down on the beach with Frederico Moraes.
That's right, we're here at Frederico Moraes. Frederico, the conditions for these contests are quite challenging. What do you think? What's going to be your approach for this competition?
I don't know. I think the tide is still getting higher for a few for a few more heats. The wind is picking up, so I don't know. I'm just gonna wait and see how it's gonna look before mine. I'm the last heat of the day, so hopefully I'll get some more waves. I think last night, the wind kind of calmed down a little bit and it was really nice, so hopefully it happens the same today.
You got to get a wild card in the last event here in Portugal to warm up after your injury. How do you feel right now?
Feeling a lot better. It's been a month, 4 months now since I had surgery on my ankle, and every day I feel better. Step by step I'll get there. Not at 100% yet, but it just feels good to surf an event and feel the environment. I'll be surfing the Challengers in a month and a half, so yeah, start to feel the pressure, start to feel the environment. It's good, and hopefully I can get some waves.
Is requalifying part of the plan?
Yeah, that's my goal for this year, and hopefully I can make it happen.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
Thanks, Freddie. Thanks, Claudia. Yeah, I mean, there's a man that knows his own mind, knows where he's at. No pressure on this particular event, but I'll tell you what, that makes him all the more dangerous. Coming back from that really serious broken ankle. I mean, he had one of those years last year. The athletes go through that. He's had his ups and downs, Freddie, you know, qualifying and then get back on. But last year, had an absolute, by his own accounts, nightmare on the Challenger Series. Didn't win a heat, I think, to Portugal, the 5th event. Hold that phone as we see. This one big turn, and there's a crack from Trigueros. So, and then after all that, you know, battled his way through that, made a few heats at Ribeiras, but that was it. Came nowhere near qualifying for the CT, and then had a radical broken ankle. So yeah, one of those years to forget. But he's fought really hard. He's worked so hard on injury. His dad's a physiotherapist, and so no one knows more about his body and the training needed. Still in the wax down there. Anyway, so yeah, Freddie fought back, and now hopefully if he can get that fitness and he's still got that desire, he'll be super dangerous, not only in this event, but in the Challenger Series at ones as well.
Definitely. Hands up and riding on a, softer wave. Little trick there. That's wave poolish, wave pool style. Surfing there, the wave didn't have much to offer, so might as well try a little trick. He's comfortable in the lead. He's got Iker needing a 7.14. So, but this is definitely, like, you can definitely feel you're on round of 64 now, because, scores are bigger. You know that all 4 surfers are capable of going through, like, the distance between the top surfer and the others is not that big, so you can also have a lot of surprises. For instance, Jaime could go through this heat, but Iker Trigueros is not making life easier. Or Siam.
No, yeah, you're going to need a 7, aren't you? You lock it at least, put some pressure on it. You're right, it's just a step up. Each particular round we'll go through. Obviously, the big goal is to get into that, Challenger Series. I mean, there's only 5 events on the Challenger Series as well, so
yeah.
It's
what are they?
It's high pressure. It starts off in Newcastle in June, so start of June as the all kicks off, and then goes to the Bolito in South Africa. Then the US Open of Surfing in Huntington.
Portugal and Brazil.
Portugal and then Brazil. So there's just no, there's no room for error. Basically, you've got to hit that Challenger Series. Probably
the 4 counts, the 4 best results.
Yeah, just the top 4 counts. So it's it's absolutely cutthroat. You've got to get off to a strong start. It'll be held at, good for Freddie. He'll go to Newcastle. He'll stay with his mate Ryan Callanan.
He'll have one wild card for one event, or?
I think he's got the CT. I think he's got. I need to double check, but I'm pretty sure he's surfing all Challenger Series event due to his CT ranking from the year before. Maybe the injury wildcard as well. I will find out, but he just said he was surfing. So Freddie, he'll stay at Newcastle with Ryan, which is literally opposite the break, and he'll be training hard. And that's another couple of months where that ankle will be fully healed. So by the time that comes around, he'll be 100% fit, no doubt. So we'll see how he goes. But right now, that's no one's business of these 4 surfers. Currently have
Nicriton, the Israeli surfer, just chasing a 4.67, and James Veselko chasing a 5.56. Both gettable numbers. We've seen just a bit of a flurry of wind and activity that's come in here. Sun dipping into the ocean as well, adding a bit of glare, which makes life a little bit more tricky. As you see Hans, again, the bass surfer, fanging down the line. First turn is strong, no other ones. He's got a lock on this heat. He'll be super happy with his position. The other three surfers who are all less seeded, trying to get up in there. But Hans, he's just staying busy, which is not a bad approach, is it, Jay?
No, for sure. Just getting his game stronger and stronger. Also getting his confidence on the backside. You never know, what conditions you're going to compete in. For instance, tomorrow and the days after might be all left. Who knows? So he's just showing some confidence to both sides, and whatever comes, I'm sure he'll be ready for that.
Yeah, he's doing it well. His brother surfing. We've got some big hitters coming up in the round of 64. We've got, Maxime Hussino, who was on the CT just recently, Victoria Rubin, who's won at this event before, Charlie Quivant, Patrick Langdon Dark, so the Welsh Githi footer, he's in the top 10 as well, Sami Pite, and we just talked about Federico Mirage and Thiago Guerra. So yeah, big names to come up, just doing 8 heats of the round of 64 before we call it quits today.
Thiago must be a wild card.
Yeah, the wild card. Oh, there's a big turn from Veselko, a bit of flair. So the young Grom just not afraid to have a crack at it. Only it was a one turn, but it was a nice one. Drifted the fins and showed what he's capable of. So impressive from James, but isn't enough to get that 5.56. Zay, he went for it.
5.56 doesn't seem like that. It's at this stage, it's a beautiful turn, very technical, but 10 kilos more in that body, and this turn would be completely different.
Yeah, he's growing, and it's just that you can't do much about it when you're that young. Your physical side of things matures, your technique improves, you get more bulk, more power, bigger boards, bigger spray. But in terms of technique, in terms of putting your board in the right spot and putting your body movement all raw, in the right spot, he did that. And even if he doesn't get the 5.56, you definitely might improve your score and need a lower number. But we're going to have a heat recap and see how we got to this position. Like Hans, it was Hans from the start. 2 big turns at the get-go.
For sure, Hans been all over this heat. Look at this, very fluid from one to the other, putting in some speed, explosion, risk. Great torch of the body there, the upper body. So a lot of physical movement. Then Iker Triqueiro's very vertical, that trademark, very compressed surf style. He's in second place. And good surfing, here he goes.
Yeah, live action. Wood a bit soft on those last two, but he liked it. Checks his watch, 2.5 minutes on the clock. Veselko's wave came in at 4.97. So it did improve his score, but didn't get that score, as we said, just a little bit lacking a bit of power and aggression. But this wave was different. A little bit stuck on that first one. Another one. So Iker just trying to improve on a 4.2. We'll see if that worked or not. Meanwhile, Sian gets one turn in and didn't quite have the flair of Veselko. So now, with the wash-up, judges locking those in all pretty quick. Good judging, getting him in early. And now needs James Veselko hitting a 4.77. Siam Nicriton hitting a 4.67. 1 minute on the clock. Hans Odriozola is already out in front. He's safe. He's gone through to the round of 32. So you need another couple, 2 more heats. You're in the quarters. You start to eye off that finals day. I mean, that's getting a bit of ahead of ourselves, but that's a strong start. Super happy to get your heat out of the way early, get the nerves done, and see if you can just start
climbing up that leaderboard, hope for a few results go your way. And if all that falls into place, you know, there's every chance he'll be packing his bags for Newcastle in June, which is one of the great surf towns of the world. And we see Hans going again. Just another big turn.
Sure you miss it.
Oh, I miss it like sleep. Yeah, it's a great part of the world. And
yeah, I spent quite some time there as well.
Yeah, it's cool. It's great that it's a Challenger Series event. You know, it's got such a long history in surfing. It
super hard to compete in, actually. Like for me, at least, I went there like 4 times, never passed the heat.
Yeah, too much fun, mate. Going out too much for those newie girls.
Not even. I was super focused while I was in competition. Then when I lost, different story.
So there's one big turn there. So that's not an account. So that was for Selko's chance at trying to get up in the second. Looks like he's not going to make it. Also, the power and the, you know, it looks like they're makeable. They're really technical turns. A lot of foam, a lot of turbulence. Hans going to try and protect that board, come in. Looks like he's safe. Oh, and this is a wave. So that's the last wave of the heat. Nickerton chasing a 4.67. We're not sure what he did out the back, but oh, and there's another one from Mike. Could that make it? Yeah, geez, there's a lot going on. My gut feeling is that Hans has definitely got through, and it looks like Ika is going to be all right as well. He's got a smile on his dial. So a lot of action, a lot of activity. Looks like the top seed is through in this heat. This is this wave. So yeah, not much going on there, and he needed a massive finish to apply some scoreboard pressure. He didn't get it, so that's not going to be the score he needs. And red and blue are through. We are progressing on. This is Hans's last wave. Nice finish, bit of an airdrop. We'll go in and have a chat, recalibrate, and a big finish there. So much spray there.
Beautiful, beautiful.
From the Bass surfer. Good technique. Just another one of those young kids coming through with so much talent. The Selko and Hans have a bit of a chat about what went down. Got that Pukas Mayhem collab. That board looks pretty sick.
Kai there.
There's his brother straight in. They're such a good team. Really push each other. Good mates, good brothers. So they have their moments. Don't worry, they're brothers, but really tight knit. And Ika, he's up there as well. So yeah, great surfing. And we are progressing on. That was the second heat of the round of 64. Going to try and finish all the way to the round heat number 8 with Freddie Moraes, last surf of the big Portuguese Hope. While we do that though, while the boys debrief on their own performance, we're getting on a short commercial break and come back with more live action. The last 6 heats, the Caparica Surf Fest 2025. More big seeds, more big surfers. Europeans best on the Costa de Caparica. We'll be right back after this short commercial break.
Sempre algo que nos inspira. O milénio está sempre presente, ao seu lado, na conquista de novos desafios. Juntos, partilhamos a paixão pelo futuro. Milénio, aqui consigo.
It's good to try, even when something seems to make little sense. Put your weight on it. Make an impact in this world. Call everyone, set ambitious goals, and ask yourself, do you want to change surfing? Dare to test. Ride the future.
Welcome back to Caparica Surf Fest. Heat 3, round of 64, is in the water with Renan Granville, Teva Bush, Goa, Joaquim Chaves and Mateo Calatri. Joining myself on the booth is Zé Ferreira. Zé, how the conditions are looking and what a great heat we have on our hands.
Definitely, we are looking at some replays. This is Joaquim Chaves, local boy, although he's living in decided he was born here. And starts with an air, never bad to start with a completed air turn. But, you know, I would say that these kinds of turns, power turns, will have a big influence on the scoring system in this heat. And Mateo Calatri, he had 2 waves actually.
Yeah, he had 2 waves, a pair of 2s. So air for Joaquim 533, Rena with that backside snap 417. So a quick start for Joaquim. Always great to start with a bit of a number on the board, and yet to catch a wave, Teva Bushkua from Morocco. And talking about Morocco, Zé, how good was the event back in Morocco? They had
the best European event ever, best QS in Europe ever, maybe.
That was like impressive waves all week.
It's a matter of time. Like if they keep doing events in Ancra Point, it's, you know, sometime that's gonna happen. It's just an epic wave.
Yeah, it is, and the amount of swell they got when they were there was phenomenal. We saw an incredible final between Ramzi Boukiam and Jorgen Cuisinet, and Max Ramzi, a bit of a local hero. Not a bit of. He is the local hero.
He's the first Moroccan surfer to ever qualify.
And it was impressive to see, like, actually Jorgen won the event, but you look back at the footage and they were taking Ramzi in the shoulders back up. Like if he has won. So, and he has won a lot of arts at his home ground, and of course around the world with his surfing. And with 20 minutes to go, we have Granville with a bit of a mistake there. He had a good one, and he had a bit of a fall there on that second turn.
Yeah, I mean, he knows that in order to go through this heat, he really has to push it. So, you know, early stages of this heat, rather, I would say it's preferable that you go for it and fall rather than, you know, have another score of like 4 points on the board. Teva Bouchoua here with this beautiful style, Moroccan surfer as well. Good on his backside as well. Carcan, that's his own town. Carcan.
He did really well in Caparica. I don't remind if it was last year or 2 years back, but I think he made the semis, if I recall. But yeah, he surfs really well, really technical, off the bottom, off the top. You can tell he's really good when the wave gets good. He's used to surf really good waves, and Teva, his father Aze Bouchgo as well, really good coach from Morocco, and this is Joaquim. Wow,
nice turn. It's, you know, it's a good turn when the surfer, like when it feels like time slows down, you know. At some point there's like a moment of like slow motion, and
it's
if
just
you
the
see
timing,
water there,
right?
Yeah, exactly.
It's the timing of the turn that makes the turn look pretty, and the timing was impeccable there from Joaquim. I think, do you reckon it's going to be better than the 533?
Yeah, I liked it more, actually. I know it looks like judges are very keen to see air turns, but nice bottom turn, right on the pocket. So that smells like money.
Yeah, beautiful turn. He had speed, and he attacked it really well. So Joaquim started off strong.
not intimidated by the top seeds on this round, right? As the score came in at 6.83, so beautiful job there by Joaquim. And we're gonna go for a quick interview with the last heat winner, with Claudio Pinto.
That's right, we're here with Hans, the winner of the last heat. Hans, you looked very confident out there. How did you feel?
Yeah, I was feeling great. I was connected with the waves, so I was just trying to get everything that was moving, because it was hard to see which wave was going to be good. And that was kind of my plan, that I planned with my coach, and it worked out really well.
You just won the ISA World Junior Champion. That's your most recent title. How does that influence your approach?
I actually have it like 1 or 2 years ago, but yeah, I was super happy to win that contest. That's probably my biggest achievement yet, and that has given me a lot of confidence for the next contests.
Thank you so much. Back to you guys.
Great interview there with Hans. Hans winning the ISA 2 years ago. And what a surfer we have on our hands for the European surfing. And his brother as well, Kai. Kai did the challenges last year. As we see the replay, wow. That turn from Rena was massive. Bigger wave and a lot more amplitude there. And this was Calatri on the left. Nice snap and float. And
just looked like he didn't time it that well. He could have gone for that critical section a bit stronger. But for sure, both like Kai, for instance, did really well in Snapper Rocks.
Yeah, he did.
I think he went through like 3 rounds, which for your freshman's year in the Challengers is an amazing result. He's not in the top 10 at the moment, but he's right up there, so this is a very important contest for him and for Hans as well. But for a lot of these guys, actually Joaquim, I was just talking to him this morning, and even if he wins, like a lot of people on the end of the top 10 have to lose, so he's very dependent on the results of others, you know.
Got it. So he can basically just free serve.
Yeah, well, it's not up to him, right? He can win and still be dependent on others. So yeah, I would say just, you know, keeping the rhythm and, you know, focus on next year. Yes. But it's, you know, it's really a shame when you have to wait another year to try and qualify, you know, especially at this ages. You know, when you're 24, he's 24, 23?
Yeah, I was going to ask you that, actually.
Yeah, maybe
I
between 22, 23, 24.
Yeah.
And so a year at that age is a lot of time. And if you're not on the big leagues, it's like you're just waiting another year for it, right? And you can see the level. He's surfing really good. He did the CT last year.
He surfed well there. Oh, look at this fun left. Live action, nice. Snap there. Winds up again and closes up strong. Rena with the game face on. And Rena is known for his power. I think he works with Rodrigo Souza, right?
He does, yeah. I see him a lot in Carcavelos.
Oh, got it.
Great kid, and definitely improving. And as you said, very powerful. Game face on, and there he is, Rodrigo. It's probably his dad there. Very French.
Rodrigo having a look there on the camera. Rodrigo is coaching a lot of guys.
He is, and he's having also like an international following. He's also training Israeli athletes.
Really?
Anat Leilor. That did.
She's training with him?
Is it him or Manel Gameiro?
That's a tough one, but yeah, Rodrigo has been coaching a lot of people.
Yeah,
as
no,
well.
I think that's Manel Gameiro. That's right. Yeah, but both of them, like the new generation of Portuguese coaches, are training. As we just saw Maxine there. Sorry, we were talking. Truth is, that wasn't very common, right? Like, Portuguese coaches used to coach like Portuguese surfers. That's it. And it would be normal for Portuguese athletes to coach with French coaches. I did, you did. But not the other way around. And it looks like that is kind of changing with this new generation of coaches. And it's a good sign and a compliment for the Portuguese coaching industry.
Yes, indeed. And Joaquim sitting in first, but Rena with that one big backside turn 610. So puts Rena in second place for now. And Mateo and Teva trying to find their feet still on this one. And it's funny how, like, on a day like today, like, we spoke about this, but the wave selection tends to be so important. And the waves that judges have been scoring, they have, like, something in common, which is always, like, a meaty section. Even if you connect, like, turns like this, as we see live, usually they're sticking into the 4s, 5s. Even if you do, like, 4 or 5 in a row. So it's funny, like, it's better to just try to find, like, a set wave with a meaty section and go for broke in a big turn. And yeah, you go into the 6s. So
would you have, like, a more patient or active strategy today?
I think you need to be patient, otherwise you catch a lot of 3s and 4s. And I think based on what the judges are
but then you can also, like, catch a lot of waves, and because of that you position yourself in places that you weren't going to position to if you had priority, and you end up, like,
getting stuck in a vision that never comes.
But if you're catching a lot of waves, you then, you enter a certain rhythm.
Yeah, it can be.
I don't know. You never know. That's the tricky part. You never know. You can, have one strategy or the other, and it's really about adaptation.
Did you add, like, as we see live, Joaquim, nice snap off the top and gets out of there, as we see Rena trying to go for the air there, couldn't make it. Did you add, like, a specific ocean back then when you used to compete, where you looked at it and you were like, oh, okay, this is my day, I'm going to do so well?
Yeah, actually, yeah. Beautiful turn there, and then went for the air, but this wave came really from the north, and this was Teva's wave behind. Just that one. Yeah, I knew when it was like 1.5 meters, like 3 to 4 foot right-handers that were kind of predictable, so a point break. That was I was never going to underperform. I was always going to do something nice, let's say Ribeiradilhas or places like that. And then beach breaks, when it was predictable, it was easy for me. But unpredictability was really hard to do with. As for everyone, and for us, we have a predictability to go to a little break now, and the predictability to come back after that. So, see you.
há sempre algo que nos inspira. O milénio está sempre presente, ao seu lado, na conquista de novos desafios. Juntos, partilhamos a paixão pelo futuro. Milénio, aqui consigo.
It's good to try, even when something seems to make little sense. Put your weight on it. Make an impact in this world. Call everyone, set ambitious goals, and ask yourself, do you want to change surfing? Dare to test. Ride the future.
Welcome back to Caparica Surf Fest. We are 7 minutes away from the finish of Heat 3 of the round of 64. Sitting by myself, Zé Ferreira, here for the calling this heat. And so far so good for the local boy, Joaquim Chaves. Not a local, but he was born here. He lives in Ericeira now, but Joaquim Chaves is doing such a good job on this one. Really consistent, really making the good decisions, making this heat look easy. And Renan Grenville after him, also with a good combined total for now. And we've seen a lot of 5s and 6s, as we see the father of Joaquim as well, with the eye on the action, as we see Joaquim having a look on this one, looking left, trying to eye off a big air section, that's for sure, and not finding it. And yeah, with 5 minutes to go, we are waiting for more actions there. A bit of a sleepy part of the heat right now, and we want them to perform. We want to see Teva trying to find that 866, and Matteo as well needing 806. So a bit of a hard start here of the comp for Teva, not really finding his feet yet on a really good wave. He's got the talent, he's got the skill, so it's just a matter of finding the right waves. But for now, he's in a bit of a trouble. Right, Sam?
That's right.
As we see Renan with a bit of a release of the fins, trying to improve on that 5.73. And this is Joaquim going left. Looked like he was eyeing off a big air section, and he couldn't do it. And yeah, Joaquim.
Yeah, Joaquim very comfortable in the lead. Still with his 2 first waves. So started off really strong with a 12-point combined score. You almost have a ticket based on the statistics from today. You have a 95 to 99 probability of going through. So he's comfortable, but this is the round where some of the heats might heat up a bit more, Chic. And let's say having three of the surfers with a score with 2 digits score, so more than 9.99 of combined score. But yeah, well, how are we looking for the next days in terms of forecast? Do you have an idea?
Yeah, we are looking good. There's a swell on tap.
Tomorrow is like the swell is actually dropping a bit, but the period is getting bigger, less wind.
Yeah, I think tomorrow is going to be really fun.
Really fun, yeah.
A bit smaller, so there's not so many waves breaking on the outside.
But I don't know if it's going to be that smaller, because period goes from like 9 to 12.
Maybe it's going to probably, yeah, but normally when...
Less wind, so
yeah, maybe a bit less swell as well. But yeah, I think we're going to have waves, so we won't see like a flat day, that's for sure. So that's good signs, and I think it's enough for them to actually perform. It would be much harder if we have one of those really like small days, and there's a lot like long waits, and everyone is like trying to just get like 2s and 3s.
But also, like this time of the year, it is, I would say, the best time of the year for Caparica. Right, like March, April.
I like
May.
September, November as well.
Yeah, so spring and autumn.
Yeah, autumn. I like more autumn because there's less wind.
That's true.
After summer, I don't know why, but there's always like less days, and
September
the swell is a bit
and
stronger.
October is the least winds in Portugal.
And like the swell, when you can feel like the
swell building.
Of the winter coming.
Winter energy, yeah.
And now it's a bit like it's wild, but it's summer coming, so it's a bit of like
windy. But you still have those like offshore days where like it's still cold, it's still punchy, but it's not as punchy as winter time, you know. It's not as tricky to get to the outside, and you have a lot of water.
I wish we could have more swell on the summer in Portugal. I feel like there's like,
but
we had like last year we had like a month and a half without waves.
Comparing to Europe, we can't complain. Like, I've actually cranked the numbers for the amount of surfable days that we have, let's say in Costa in summer, and it's like 20 surfable days. I wouldn't say like it's good every day, but like there's waves every day. Like in France, in Spain, you have a lot more of flat days than you actually do in Portugal. And we're talking about Costa, because if you go to Praia Grande, Ericeira, or Guincho, you have a lot of surfing days. You have more wind though, but I would say we're the most consistent country in Europe regarding
waves
and swell. Like.
Can be. I think it is as well, but with 20 seconds to go, we see, let's go for the air, please. Not finding the section, unfortunately. And with 10 seconds to go, we see Teva trying to go for that 866, and a bit of a fall there, so just showing off his frustration there. And a happy camper, Joaquim Chaves, without nothing to lose, and he's surfing like a butterfly.
Yeah, I guess he's
loose.
Loose, and sometimes because one doesn't have anything to prove, that's why they perform. Pressure makes it hard. No science about that.
No science about that. There's a science for you now, and that science is that we are going to keep going with this event. We're going to go into the next heat 4 of the round of 64 here at the Caparica Surf Fest. But during that, we're going to go for a quick break, and we're going to be right back for more.
Na vida, há sempre algo que nos inspira. O Milênio está sempre presente, ao seu lado, na conquista de novos desafios. Juntos, partilhamos a paixão pelo futuro. Milênio, aqui consigo.
It's good to try, even when something seems to make little sense. Put your weight on it. Make an impact in this world. Call everyone, set ambitious goals, and ask yourself, do you want to change surfing? Dare to test. Ride the future.
And we are back with Heat 4, round of 64. Máximo Suno, Big Dog, Ruben Vitoria, Leonardo Apredo, which was surfing really good this morning, and Jean Cocagne. So, interesting heat, Zé. Big names, and I think we're gonna see fireworks on this one, as we see Ruben Vitoria with a quick 2 out the back. Start off with a flat 4 for that one, so quick start there. And this is Jean Cocagne with a beautiful blow tail there out the back, surfing on the Cabianga. We saw him surf this morning, really stylish surfer from France. And this is Ruben Vitoria with an awkward fall.
Yeah, he's no stranger to this event. He's won here 3 or 4 years ago on that lethal backside of his. Yeah, Leonardo Prenda and Jean Cocagne have competed today, obviously, showing great surfing. Leonardo being European's under 18 champion, great in the airs, and this guy has been in the CT, no stranger to these leagues, one of Europe's best ever, one of the best competitors we still have. You know, this guy never really pulls the brake. He has a great team with his dad, Jean-Luc, and based in La Réunion, Saint-Gilles, where he spends a lot of time. He has a 1.5-year-old son.
He's in 4th place, so looking good to qualify again for the
challengers.
Exactly, which is great. So beautiful snap off the top, winds up again and gets vertical. So 5-4-3 for Maxime. Beautiful surfing though. Really, he is so smooth and in construing, like he knows exactly what the score is doing. You know. Like.
Yeah, and actually, like, let's just see this wave. Beautiful surfing there for Leonardo Preda.
Looked like you surfing when you were younger, Leonardo.
You think?
Yeah. I said it in the morning, but it looked like you.
That's cool. Maxime's wave, though, I thought that no one is doing bottom turns, backside bottom turns as he is. And so, you know, I do think that needs to be taken in consideration by the judges. Nice surfing.
3-8-3 for this one. I think it came in as 3-8-3 just because the wave was quite small. It was not like a huge section. And we're going to go for a quick interview with Joaquim Chaves, the winner of the last one.
That's right, we're here at Joaquim, the second hit of the day for him, who looks like the pressure is really off your shoulders. Tell us a little bit about how it looks like right now comparing to what you surfed this morning.
It's harder for sure. The wind picked up a lot and the tide is high, so it's harder to choose the waves, but I'm really happy with what I did. My consistency is there, so I'm just gonna keep it up and try not to fly with this wind.
Seems like a good plan. Congrats.
Thank you.
Thanks to you guys.
Thank you, Claudia. Always nice to have those talks with surfers and see what's going on, what is actually going on. Cognac here, Cocagne, I mean. on those 3 turns there, 3 snaps. Yeah, Joaquin happy without pressure. A lot of wind there. But yeah, this wave, it's pretty soft.
Yeah, it's just a really small wave overall, 2.5. So it's not going to be nothing major for him with 18 minutes to go. We have Maxime with the best one so far, 5.43 for that left. And looks like he's trying to position himself again on the lineup. As we see here on the corner, Ruben Vitoria there with a float and a big snap off the top and another big turn. So Ruben really springy, he's really tall, and he uses that length of the whole body to extend on the maneuvers, and that's why he throws so much spray, and that turn was massive there.
Yeah, nice turn here. I think that this was the good one.
Wow.
So really in the spot. And then he was a bit late on that, on these 2, but was able to ride out of that and finish the wave. And he's going to put his best score so far in the board. And a lot of time still in the clock. But you know, you don't want to leave your work for the last quarter of the heat. You want to get your work done in the beginning and put pressure on the others, so you then only have to focus on improving on your on your scores.
Beautiful surfing there by Ruben, always known by his little backhand. I think he's gonna put on the board a big score with that backside surfing, and well deserved by Ruben. I think he will go excellent with this one, Zé.
Yeah, I don't think he's gonna quite get there, just because of the wave size. But he'll definitely have a good score. He's best, maybe the best of the heat. And Maxime here, he's going for the air, obviously.
Oh, did he made it?
He did. He has this turn on lock like for years now.
Looked like he was a bit behind though.
Yeah, but you know, Maxime, he's never been known for like his air game. He's always been good in airs, but like you identify Maxime with
rail work,
with bottom turns, with like big turns, you know, barrels. He's really good in the barrel. But from some point onwards, I think like he focused like on like, I need a special trick. I need like something that I'm good at, that when I'm in trouble I can use. And he focused on this air, the backside air.
Beautiful rotation there. As we see, he landed a bit on top of the wave, but he was able to recover and to land that turn. So beautiful turn there by Maxime. And yeah, I think Ruben here on a beautiful backhand re-entry with a bit of a fall. Ruben is now in the lead with a 7 and a 4, and Maxime now with a 4.83. So the air was a 4.83, and why was that, Zé? Why do you think the air was a 4.83 only?
Yeah, I think you mentioned it right away. He was a bit late to that section, so it wasn't the cleanest of airs, and I think judges were a bit picky there with...
Do you think if you went for a massive like re-entry on that section, blowing the fins out, you would get more points than doing air?
Yeah, it depends on the section. You know how it is. Depends of a lot of things, of the context. But the truth is, he does have that that turn on lock. So, and let's see to the right here, Ruben Vitoria. Look at the texture of the waves. This so fun, like to
surf,
right? And it's like it holds your rail. It's not right.
It's not, yeah. You
know what I mean?
You don't need to be worried about your fins.
Yeah.
But yeah, 13 minutes to go, and Ruben is in the lead. Ruben started off really well, and Maxime a bit disappointed with the score.
Is he? How do you know?
Because he was asking the score. He listened to the score and he was waving with his arms a bit. As we see, Charlie Quiveron coming up next on a really good hit. Charlie Quiveron, Francisco Ordonhas, Thomas, and João Roquepinho. So really good hit coming up next. A lot of big names, and Ruben on this one making the most of it with that 7 and that 4. So we see a lot of guys asking for scores. Hopefully one day we have like the Apple Watches on everyone, so we don't need them to ask scores. They can be just focused on what's happening in the water, and on this case they are just trying to understand what's the situation, just based on the wind most likely, because probably cannot really hear as we see live action. There's 2 takeoff zones. There's Max on the right side of the screen, and bang, Jean Cocagne there on a beautiful turn off the top to the right. So plenty of action coming towards us. Just same wave, different directions, and live again. Ruben Tao, beautiful turn off the top. Really powerful Ruben Vitoria on that turn there. I think he will improve on that 4. This turn was big, Zé. Look at this.
For sure. That's what he's good at, those big backside turns. Here, look at that bottom turn. Turn wasn't nothing amazing. A bit out of timing there for Maxime. And Jean Cocogne, nice turn. Their big turn. He only needs a 4.43, so Maxime really has to be careful, because both Leonardo and Jean can easily, do those scores they need. Ruben will most likely improve on his 4 points. What do you think?
Yeah, I think so. I think he can be a little higher than the 4. Let's wait and see what the judges throw at him, but that turn alone was beautiful. The section was steep, and Ruben was powerful, so hopefully he improves on the 4.
Yeah, well, I think he will. Judges are still to look at it.
And we have now 9 minutes to go, 10. Ruben in the lead with that 7 and that 4. Maxime sitting in second, 5.43, 4.93. Cocagne with a 5, a high 5 as well, and a 3.10. So Cocagne actually only needs a 4.53, and we are waiting for that backside snap yet. And Leonardo here on a beautiful wave and just throwing a massive layback at the end. He will for sure improve his situation right now based off his scoreline. He's sitting on a 3 in a 187, and this is the replay. Nice float down the line, and
beautiful turn there. Very compact and compressed as well. So beautiful, I would say beautiful future ahead of him. Let's see how old is Leonardo Apreda.
He looks young, and this is Ruben again. Nice snap off the top coming up, and bang. Vertical approach there by Ruben.
Yeah, he's 18.
yeah, you could feel by the body. He's young and ripping, so beautiful surfing there by Leonardo. And with 8 minutes to go, we have a bit of a wave to watch here for Maxime. Tries to float around that section and couldn't find more. And this is Ruben again. Nice snap, waits and attacks. Beautiful turn there by Ruben. So Ruben here showing that he's in control of this one, and he's doing such a good job there to keep himself active, keep himself in contention on this hit. And this is Jean Cocagne. Beautiful snap, winds up again, waits for the wave to build up. But I don't think it's going to be enough. No, it jumped into second before with that right, with that 4.7. And now Maxime, with 7 minutes to go, needs a 5.11.
Wow.
And
that's something you don't really expect. But again, this is round of 64. You know, low seeds already competed, so sometimes they're a bit more in the rhythm. They've taken that first heat under their belt. And these days, with so few competitions, you know, sometimes it's not easy to get on a roll, because you do a comp, you're doing well in that comp, and then the competition after that is only, you know, it's not until like 2 months. So you
can lose your rhythm, right?
Exactly. It's possible to keep the same rhythm for 2 months if you're not, you know, doing back-to-back events. That confidence really goes up and down. You know, something might happen. And here we go, live action. That's Ruben Vittori again.
Oh, that was massive. Again, Ruben with a massive turn out the back. Ruben is so precise on his backhand. I think he won here, right? His first
QS. He won here 4 years ago or 3 years ago. On his backside, it's surfing like really, really good.
I think he was with Charlie Martin in the final. On the left here.
Yeah, it's possible. Charlie, not competing here, not competing anymore. Maybe.
I don't know.
We'll probably see him in some contests. Good character.
One of the best.
Good friend. And Ruben here with the BAM.
And names like Marc Lacomar?
Yeah, Marc is not here. Ben was saying he might be in... oh no, Marc Lacomar, he's probably at home. But he was saying that Justine Becquet might be in Tahiti with Michel Bourget. Or Marc, I don't know, I can't remember. One of them. But yeah, you know, right off the top is Joan Duru, Marc Lacomar, Charlie, Justine Becquet, they're not here. Obviously, Vasco Ribeiro. And that really takes a bit of strength on the level for the top seeds here. But then again, it gives opportunity to others, so that's how it is. That is life. That is life.
Beautiful stuff. Plenty of action today. We've seen a lot of waves ridden today, Zay. Competition started off at 8 a.m. It's now 5 p.m. in the afternoon, so a while ago. And
long day, yeah.
Long day, and we have seen a lot of good action here in Caparica. We saw rain, blue skies, high tide, low tide, and high tide. And the best in Europe, just reaping all day long. So a beautiful day to be around Caparica. A bit cold outside, but with a good jacket, you're fine. I think it's most likely the wind that it's a bit annoying, right? When you're on the beach watching.
Mostly.
The wind is really tough to not being ignored. And this is white on a beautiful wave.
Oh. Oh no, that's exactly what he needed.
Oh, it looked like he had it so close to land that one. Was that a 6.7?
Yeah, I would say so. Let's watch the replay, but you know, if
he had the turn before as well, right?
If I think judges would compare that with Maxime's error.
Nice snap. Waits for it.
It was a very nice section.
Was just a bit late going into it. You know how he...
I think it was more about the reception there.
Yeah, probably.
But
felt like a tiny second before, you would get so much more projection out of the lip.
Yeah, maybe.
But yeah.
But Joaquin Chaves had, like in the previous heat, he had like a 5.6 on like a very normal air reverse. So this looked better. I'm not sure about the 6.7, but maybe his best wave. I mean, certainly his best wave. And 2 minutes to go. Maxime does have priority, but it's tightening up for him. 5.1, that's what he needs.
Well, of course, Maxime has priority with 2 minutes.
Obviously.
He is so good at competition that it wouldn't be allowed to anyone else have priority right now.
Yeah.
5.11 is just like him catching a wave that allows him to just do a turn.
Yeah. And he's one of those guys, you know, has a 5 and a 4, but has 11 points of score. You know, Ruben has a 7 and a 4 and has like only 11, you know?
Yeah.
You know, those guys that have like 2 4s but have like 13 of score. Just easy like that.
As we see the Maxime father there having a close look on action and trying to keep a close look on what's happening. A bit nervous moments for Max. He's sitting like fine in the rankings, so he's 5th. So it would take a lot of...
he's pretty well positioned.
Yeah.
But, you know, if he loses here, he won't be able to defend his position. And
if he loses here, it's quite surprising because 4th and 5th already lost. Alfonso Antunes. Antunes was in 3rd. He already lost at Max. But Max has an opportunity here. Tries to go for the backside.
Max didn't get the score, in my opinion, with that one.
Yeah, probably not. 40 seconds to go on this one. And he claimed it.
Of course he did. He needs a score. But I don't know. Maybe. I think the judges will like that, actually, Ishik. And also, like, to watch that turn from afar didn't make it justice. Like when we had the replay, it looks better than initially looked. I don't know, you know. Above all, I thought
they need to compare to the Cocaine one.
I thought the first wave of Maxime could have been a tiny bit higher.
Maybe they can readjust now.
So maybe they will, you know, readjust that.
Let's wait for the number. Nervous moments here in Caparica as we see Maxime running up the beach.
There he goes, straight to his dad.
Do you reckon it's going to be enough?
Man, I don't know. What do you think?
I don't know.
I don't know. It's if neither of us know, it's because, you know, it can either be or not. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if this was just like a 5-point, but I wouldn't be surprised if this was like a 5-15. You know, he needs
or 5-1-7.
Yeah, exactly. Or 5-2-3. But he needs a 5.11. It could even be a 5.12. You know, even let's say he's competing again. Yeah, he definitely needs a 5.12. Yeah. Well, anyway, it was a very good effort from him, not giving up until the end. And we haven't... Is that the score? Is that the 477?
Yeah.
That's the score, yeah. So, yeah, unfortunately for him, he didn't make it. Happens to the best, and Jean Cocagne keeps on delivering. Great one.
As we see, we're going to have a lot more action. Ruben Vitória takes the win. Massive numbers. Big snaps like this. And can't wait to watch more action with Charlie Quiron and Ordóñez coming up next. Stick with us for more action.
Na vida, há sempre algo que nos inspira. O Milênio está sempre presente, ao seu lado, na conquista de novos desafios. Juntos, partilhamos a paixão pelo futuro. Milênio, aqui consigo.
It's good to try, even when something seems to make little sense. Put your weight on it. Make an impact in this world. Call everyone, set ambitious goals, and ask yourself, do you want to change surfing? Dare to test. Ride the future.
And we are back to Costa Caparica, Heat 5, round of 64. And in the water, what a great heat. 2 Portuguese, 2 Frenchies, 2 against 2. And the tension is here. Charlie Quiron from France, Ordóñez from Portugal, Thomas Debier from France, João Roquepinho from Portugal, and calling this heat with me, Portugal against France is Bad Monday.
Hello, Chico. Yeah, this is a replay straight up. Francisco on his backside. Oh, nice turn. This will be. Oh, and just as I was about to say, this will give him confidence. He's wax slipped. Meanwhile, Charlie Crivant up and riding. So Francisco came back on his forehand this time. Comes around the corner. Nice little slash. And then a finish. And that one will be a bit more like it, a bit more on point. So good start there. 3 minutes down, a few waves to come up with. Already seen some blowouts. I'll tell you what, the only reason we're here, Chico, is, well, I mean, apart from the amazing people, the great waves, the good times, the great beer, is the Challenger Series. It's all about trying to get on the Challenger Series, the last event. And already, Maxime Husneau, Afonso Atunez, 3 and 4 on the ratings, gone.
Yeah.
Out. See you later. Ain't coming back unless something mad happens. So already there's some serious real estate starting to pop up. And those just below the top 10 will be licking their lips, I reckon. That's my take on. That's my hot take.
Look at the air.
Wow. So, well, you know, what do you think, Max? I mean, he's still number 4 in the rankings. He might get lucky. Same with that duo. We had to crunch the numbers in terms of, you know, where that's going to be. But I'll tell you what, there's some big upsets in the first round of 64.
Yeah, as we see, the first of Thomas Debier, and he makes it. We are used to see Thomas throw some big turns, and Thomas there making the most of that section. I think that's going to be a big number. In here, trying to go for the air. João Roquepinho on the left, but the section wasn't quite there. And you see Charlie Quivron.
Nice. And Charlie, so he's in rank 7, so straight away, you know, even one heat win will get him up close to Maxime and Afonso. And Afonso, I keep banging on about it, but it's such big news. Afonso and Maxime will just see their rankings slip down over the course of the next 3 or 4 days. The last waiting period for today is Saturday. I think we'll probably finish on Saturday. And yeah, in the next 3 days, well, we could see some of those heavy hitters not be on the Challenger Series, which for Max, who was on the CT just the year before last, spent a whole decade of his life getting back on. It's, yeah, tell him a bit shocked. Can you feel my shockedness?
I can feel
Francis, can you feel it? Can you hear it?
I can, but I think at the end of the day, a lot of people outside of the top 10 need to do super well as well.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. Well,
not only one.
Yeah, but that can happen. Well, but if these big guns are out, then that just makes their job easier.
Yeah.
Got Kai and Hans on Odrizola. They're both. Hans got through today, so he's just by that ranking. So yeah, there's plenty to play for. It just makes it a bit exciting, I think. Or not for the people that get knocked out, of course. It makes their trip a little difficult. But for the rest of us, you know, we needed a few of those top 10 to shuffle the board, I would say.
As with 19 minutes to go, we're going to go for a quick interview with Ruben Vitória, winner of the last one.
Ruben Vitória taking another win here at Caparica Surf Fest. Guide us through your heat.
Thank you. I'm so happy to make my heat because what's tricky out there. And the last 3 months I was injured, so I'm pretty happy that I can show my surfing and I'm doing my best.
Looking to the next couple of days, the forecasts, what's going to be your strategy?
I don't know. The forecast looks tricky, stormy and windy. Just believe in my surfing, paddle out and try to find the best section. So that's the strategy. Go big.
You won here in 2021. So does that make you feel more confident coming here?
Yes, this is a special contest for me. Like I got really good results here. Like I won a few years ago. Also in juniors, I got a few good results. So always it's a good place to be here. So I'm pretty happy and that's give me a lot of confidence. So yeah.
Perfect. Good luck. Thank you.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
Great interview there by Ruben Vitória. Wise words. I love when I can hear a man use wise words, Ben.
Yeah, you can. It doesn't happen that often, but when it does, you're all over it. So yeah, I mean, the thing about the permutations is that it's just hard to work out what these scores, you know, for example, surfer in 11th is Renan Granville, who's actually...
he got through.
He got through, right? But he is on 2,674 points, which is a good 1,500 points or 1,300 points behind Maxime, who just got knocked out. So you get 3,000 points for a win, though, don't you?
You already improved, right?
So it's hard to work out the exact shake-up. We'll get the for the post-show, we'll get a few other things. But I'll tell you what, the fact that those heavy hitters are losing and not going to add any points, well, it just makes it does open the door somewhat for a couple of those surfers just below. As we Thomas Debier, I mean, he's not really even in the rankings so much. He just wants to win. He's had a really poor season, so he can't do much. But it just depends on whether those surfers just below the cut line and how well they can do. You'd still think, Maxine will be safe, and Afonso will be safe because they've got they've already banked the points. But still, they'll be nervous.
Yeah, but like Afonso has a win, 3,000 points, and I don't know. I think it's going to be hard for them to move too much, in my opinion. But they can move like a few spots, but I don't see them like getting out of the top 10.
No. Okay. Well, there goes that narrative. So that's good.
I don't think so.
the whole week's. That's the reason we're here. But if you just don't want to discount that.
I would reconsider what I'm saying if he's sitting in like 6th position.
Yeah, gotcha. Yeah, it is those surfers in those last, probably
6, 7, 8, 9,
10.
Yeah,
and then 10 to 15.
Yeah.
Exactly. But you never know.
Whoa, la la. I love it. I don't know what to call this, but...
They're up in the next heat. Yeah. That's Gatti and Delahaye on the left. And, yeah, now there's all sorts of artistic festivals going on around Caparica. And, these two are just having fun. I mean, who knows? They're really tall, aren't they?
Yeah, they don't look cold at all, and it's cold.
No, not where they are.
They looked so happy.
Look at those numbers from Thomas Debier. It's actually on fire. Here's Charlie Courvant. He is now...
But yeah, with 3,000 points, you can actually go from really far into the top 10.
Yeah, a win can change the game completely. There's only one winner, obviously. But yeah, it's not ideal for those guys below. As we see, Pinot cracks it off the top.
And yeah, Thomas Debier sitting well and truly in the lead, Ben.
Yeah, he's been really impressive.
Yeah.
He hasn't had a good year, but had a few injuries, but now it's coming back. He said he wanted to win it in the event, his interview early on today. Oh. Franciscino, yeah, he was like, look, I've got no pressure. I'm here to win. And I was like, yeah, fair play. And in the first heat, I think he logged a 14-point heat total, one of the best waves, and he's just done it again in this one. So, yeah, he's dangerous, especially with some of these bigger seeds going down, as we keep mentioning. So, does he hang on? He does. Rides out. Pinot needing a 4.68. So it's all to play for sure. And this Thomas, bang, cracks it, live action.
Another one, and the wave just disappears. But as you said, Roque Pinho's wave was a 4.23, and now he needs a 4.68. But nice stuff there by Roque Pinho, and this was the wave we just watched. Nice snap under the lip, foam climb, and he says goodbye. I had enough. This was Charlie's wave, foam climb, and he said goodbye, Ben. So 2 goodbyes in the same wave.
Yeah, they split the peak and both didn't really cash in on that one. Courvant, such an experienced competitor. He's been around a long time. Really like his style. One of the most really stylish surfers on the tour. Really good barrel rider. Charges hard. Spends a lot of time in Hawaii. Really understated kind of a guy, but
served so well on the Gaudi as well. He served so well on the Gaudi on the first Challenger last year. As we see live. Whoa! That air was sick. So Roque Pinho there, going for broke, and right now Thomas Debier in the lead, Charlie in second. And while we wait to see what's gonna happen, Ben, you know what?
What?
We're gonna go for a short commercial break, and can't wait to see what these guys have to offer. And so stay with us. We're gonna be right back with more action.
Na vida, há sempre algo que nos inspira. O milénio está sempre presente, ao seu lado, na conquista de novos desafios. Juntos, partilhamos a paixão pelo futuro. Milénio, aqui consigo.
It's good to try, even when something seems to make little sense. Put your weight on it. Make an impact in this world. Call everyone, set ambitious goals, and ask yourself, do you want to change surfing? Dare to test. Ride the future.
As we are back on the Caparica Surf Fest, Heat 5, round of 64. Some big names in the water right now. Some of the best European surfers are here. They arrived, they are here to perform. And we've got some big names coming up on the next few heats. And I record that on the last one we have Frederico Moraes, right?
Yeah, last head of the day is Kikash. He's surfing, heat number 8. So yeah, that's exciting.
It is. Fred trying to get his rhythm back after a really hard injury, breaking his leg, ankle, everything was a rough injury. So trying to get back to 100% physically in terms of his physical and.
Where did he break it? Super tubes? No.
I think it was Nazare? Yeah, but was doing air. No, Ginsho, I think. Ginsho. Early morning Ginsho, I think. Offshore. Going for air. And then his back foot, I think, hit the board. And
so Kevon, he's just doing those one turns. He's got a 5.83 and a 4.13 just for single turns. Meanwhile, João Roca-Pinho keeps going for these airs. That's a bit more purchase. Never looked like completing that, so that's down. Increasingly, just this one turn sort of sections, lefts and rights. They're more peaky now, not a defined peak. So becoming a bit more just of a lottery, take off in a wave, and it's all about what you can do with one big turn or one manoeuvre. Thomas Debier's already got his 2 waves locked and loaded. He's pretty safe, you'd imagine. The 2 Portuguese surfers chasing the score, 2 Frenchmen's out in front. See, we've moved way off that pier now as these tides come in. Sort of moved to the south. Sort of more peaks, less defined opportunity. Still plenty of opportunities though. Plenty of waves getting ridden each day. No surfers waiting around for waves. Priority not as important. So 7 minutes to go. Chico. There's going to be plenty of opportunity here, you think? It's going to be some fireworks coming our way, surely.
What were you calling me?
I'm lucky to talk to you at all.
Charlie needs to make this hit, okay? He's in the 7th position.
Yeah.
If he wants to qualify for the challengers.
Yeah, and he'll obviously, with those opponents on both sides below him or above him getting knocked out, he's even in better position, even more to capitalise. So, yeah, this heat could potentially just cement his place on the Challenger Series. Booking his flight to Australia for the first event in June, down there in Australia where he spent a lot of time. So, yeah, this is big. Just go. They just can't get 2 turns in, can they, unfortunately? Just at the moment, it's just really peaky, really quick. This is a bit longer, a bit more of a setup. He's late to that ramp. Hasn't been able to do any completions so far. Oh, there's a bit more style, a bit of a... He's Thomas Dibier. That was live action, just real savage hack. Bit of like a taking a sword to a sack of potatoes and just hacked it away. So Thomas looking confident. He's already got a couple of big scores already. Had a really good first heat. He's a dark horse for me. I'm going to rate him as one of the guys that could go a long way in this event. Under no pressure. He's won before. He's looking strong on that board. Ah, look at that layback snap. That is cool.
It is cool. A lot of speed going into that turn. Looked really technical. And yeah, he will not improve though.
No, he's improved as a person just by doing that. He's improved himself.
One
he's
point
improved
on
me.
style.
He's improved
to me.
In my eyes.
Yeah.
He's just gone up another level. So, yeah, I mean, it's not all about
levels.
It's not all about scores, mate. It's not all about judging. Sometimes it's more important than that, Chico. Think outside the box, man.
Yeah, it's true.
I know you think you know your judges' scores. I know that's your thing. But sometimes there's other things in life.
Reward,
man.
style, speed, reaction.
Yeah.
Empathy.
Empathy's important. That should be part of the judging criteria. Should be speed, power, flow, empathy. If I had it my way, that would really work. Oh, it could work.
Yeah.
I mean, it'd be hard to judge. But
empathy for the person.
Yeah, sure. Way he carries himself. So, yeah, but really, what do you get for that? I mean, you only got a 4. Tell you what,
no
though,
empathy.
I'll take that 4 any day of the week if I did that.
Do you reckon it's a 4 of empathy?
No, it's 5.8 in the empathy stakes. Four and a half minutes to go, so we need some action here. We need these Portuguese surfers to really start completing some of these manoeuvres. They're going for it, but they're just not getting the ramps. They're not completing their manoeuvres. We've got 4 minutes, 4.5 minutes to go. It's getting tight. A couple of 5s needed, 5.5s needed by both Francisco and João. So we see Thomas going again down the line.
Ooh.
Wave just didn't have any opportunity. Bit of waves lacking opportunity somewhat. As you see, probably just gone past the high tide.
Whoa.
That's a bit more like it. Does finish it off, only needing a 5.74. Yeah, the tide's probably almost dead high. Federico said last night he surfed here and the wind did die down a bit in the evening and there was a few more opportunities, but oh.
You talked to him today?
Yeah, they had a bit of a chat. Yeah. He's, asking advice, stuff like that. Mainly life advice, more than surfing advice. Relationship advice, financial advice, pet advice.
Can you imagine, like,
yoga advice?
He comes up to you and he asks for financial advice out of nowhere?
I just said, mate, risk it all. Put it all on black.
Just don't commit to anything.
Just don't try hard. Yeah. So, well, I'd like to help him out where I can. And 3 minutes on the clock. It's the recap. So we saw Thomas Debier straight out of the blocks. One big turn, just smacked it. Really strong. And then again, that's Charlie getting the fins out as well. Again, it's been a sort of heat of single turns, really. Here's Thomas again. That one was nice. A lot of spray, but he does get another wally one here. So that's one of the few examples where he's had a 2-turn combo and just managed to look really, really strong, really smooth, and hasn't been in any type of strife. It's that second spot that's still a bit more in jeopardy. We've got that man in blue. He's got priority. Quiverer, he just used his experience there to keep going on that one, block him even though he didn't have priority. Still sort of was on the inside. We'll see if that counts. Obviously next heat coming up. Patrick Langdon Dark, Elias Short, Tristan Gilbo, Brando Giannani. So there's a lot going on. This is the way that Charlie muscled into, really. It wasn't his wave by rights, but he managed to get one big turn, that trademark kind of.
He improved.
Nice swoop and got a 4.6, so just made that job a little bit harder. That was a wave caught under priority, only a 4.6, so maybe even if Francisco had got that wave, he might not have been able to manufacture the 6.9 he needs, but still, smart surfing from the experienced Frenchman. And he's just trying to shut that gate. He's put the fences up, he's shut the gate down, he's trying to bolt it shut, see if he can lock his opponent out. But a very, very important win in terms of qualifying. We still see a few sets starting to break out the back again. Not sure if that's an increase in swell or there's the tide changing ever so slightly, but sets approaching, a minute on the clock. Whoa, and there's a big turn. Pino rotates it. And if he manages to pull that off, this one could be his last chance here. He knows what he's going to do. Another big finish, but not think it's going to get up near that 6-point range that they all need. So he's swinging. He's having a crack. But I think he's going to need more than that to get through.
Yeah, I think so. I thought he was going for the air. He had the section for a big nose peak here.
I mean, that was pretty safe. Knowing that he needs a 6, I mean, with 50 seconds on the clock, I think you got to throw a bit more risk at that, don't you? A bit of, that was his last chance effectively. Sure, he completed the manoeuvre and it was a great turn, but it was never going to be, that 5.9 he needed or 5.77. He got a 4.57, so a point under the scale. That's just a bit of experience, really, knowing what manoeuvre to pull when. And that's going to be his last manoeuvre of the competition because he's going to be out. So Charlie Crevant and Thomas Debier, the Frenchman, through high seed. So that's another big step towards Challenger Series qualification for Charlie. See him there still whacking away. So Thomas Debier, though, he was the man. Really, really confident. Great surfing.
Yeah, Thomas Debier wins this one in good fashion. Charlie second. The Frenchman took the best out of the Portuguese, and we're going to go for a short commercial break, and we're going to be right back with more action and some big names coming in on the Heat 6 of the round of 64 here at the Caparica Surf Fest 2025.
Na vida, há sempre algo que nos inspira. O milénio está sempre presente, ao seu lado, na conquista de novos desafios. Juntos, partilhamos a paixão pelo futuro. Milénio, aqui consigo.
It's good to try, even when something seems to make little sense. Put your weight on it. Make an impact in this world. Call everyone, set ambitious goals, and ask yourself, do you want to change surfing? Dare to test. Ride the future.
Welcome back to live action here in Costa Caparica, the Caparica Surf Fest 2025. It's been a big day, it's been a long day, it's been an exciting day, and we're still not done yet. We've got 3 heats to go leading up to the round of 64. My name's Ben Mundy. We've joined in the booth by Jose Ferreira. The big names keep coming. Patrick Langdon-Dark right there, though. That's Tristan Gilboa. The Frenchman had a really good earlier heat in the day. Surf strong, surf smart. So who's the dark horse? Way down in the rankings, but still in the hunt for a big result. Patrick Langdon-Dark is the top seed surfer in red, currently sort of 8th or 9th on the qualifier series rankings. So he would, I would say, arguably is one of the most to lose in terms of he needs a result here. I think if he gets knocked out here, his position in that top 10 will be very, very precarious indeed. So we'll see how Patch gets on. Really whip smart, goofy footer. He's been training really hard, done a lot of surfing down here in Portugal with the GB team. So super focused, super ready to go. Has to put it all on the line right now. A lie short as well. So yeah.
Truth is, like, I rather have this system, like the regional qualification system, but truth is, like, if you don't qualify, then you have to wait another year to, you know,
Yeah.
to be able to compete again.
Yeah, I
Pretty
think
much.
Does it kick off at the end of the year though? I think the
It
qualifying
does,
series.
yeah, it does kick off in the end of the year. But I mean, the challengers. Some of these guys, oh, imagine Tristan or Maxime. Like, obviously, this is an important, you know, important circuit for them. But they're looking to qualify. They're looking for. So if you know, one year you're not able to qualify because this regionals are getting harder and harder. It's like you're almost you're a year without being in the challengers.
Yeah,
That's,
it's a,
you know,
it's a big gap. You're right. It's a lot on the line.
with the sponsorships, you know, what you don't have that visibility for a year. So a lot on the line, as you're saying. Yeah,
Absolutely. Someone who put it all on the line there. Down was Thomas Debier, and he's down on the beach with Claudio Pinto.
Another winner coming from a second heat here at the Caparica Surf Fest. Guide us through your heat.
It was a tough heat, but a lot of waves in the lot. So I started quick with a 7 point, so it made me confident for the rest of the heat. And then I just built my heat on that first wave. But yeah, it's been a long day, so happy to make it.
Happy to go into the next round?
Yeah, that's the goal. Hit by heat, building confidence since the first round. So yeah.
Congrats.
Okay, well, yeah, thanks there. We're just having a bit of a technical itch there. There's a bit of clearing the room somewhat, and we are ready to go. So, yeah, Thomas just looking pretty confident, looking like he knows his business. He's won events before. He's been on the Challenger Series, really celebrated surfer and really strong. So we've got him through. He'll be a dark horse. I quite rate him in terms of potential upsets.
Do you know a bit of the history of Guadeloupe? Because they do produce, like, there's always like that one or two surfers from the Caribbean, you know, either Guadeloupe or Saint Barth or whatever in those islands that like really get to great places. So they must have like a very tight surf culture with good coaches.
Yeah, there is. There's a good surfing. There's good waves, I think. It's probably the main thing, most consistent waves. It's got a left and a right, really consistent breaks all year round. They've got, he's Charles Martin, Thomas Debier,
Tim Bissot,
Justine
Becquerel, that he's French.
Hossicore, yeah, but yeah, so many great surfers from, as we see down the line. So that's Gilbo. Whoa, flashes the tail out.
No, Tristan, he's not from the Guadeloupe, no.
No, he's from up in the north of Brittany. So yeah, there's also, I just forget his name. Delahaye, Gatien Delahaye.
Gatien, exactly.
Guadeloupe as well. Yeah, so some of Europe's best, most consistent surfers over the last decade.
Yeah,
all come from that
and
little
you know,
patch.
like, if you imagine, let's say, Indo, like you have the best waves in the world, but the level of surfing was not always there.
I think also it's a really good mix. The fact that they've got these great waves and good quality reef breaks, and they're not perfect. There's a bit of wind, so they get a lot of aerials and stuff. And they've also got the access to the French system of surfing.
Right.
So they come over to France, they get all the government funding, they get the support from the French Federation, they get to surf at Hossicore, which is one of the world-class, powerful beach breaks. So yeah, I think that mix is, pretty almost the best of both worlds.
Yeah.
Tropical living, great waves, and real vibrant surf culture, meshed with the government structure and coaching. So yeah,
probably like the French national team does some like camps there and stuff. So probably takes the level there. But has there been like a CT there?
No, they've never had a CT. They had a really good QS in Martinique.
I was there. Yeah,
that's cool. Another cool spot.
Had the best tomatoes ever in my life there. Just put a bit of salt and olive oil and...
That's all you need. That was a trophy. You just got a tomato.
If you
won that event.
That's it.
It's a potent mix, and Tom Stebier is one of those guys that has really, really worked there. We see Ribeiro ready for the next heat, so he's another Portuguese hope. Seen another of these squalls come through. Probably every second heat, we get just a bit of fire. Okay, here goes Patrick. Gets a top seed on his backhand. It's lethal. There's the first big turn. He's got another wall here. And there's a second. Hangs on. He try and get a finish. So that's a bit more like it in terms of just getting a score on the board. PLD. Down there from the Gower Peninsula in southern Wales. I think it's a little bit underrated, Pat, in terms of your surfing. Like, there hasn't been a, you know, Welsh surfer at this level, or even the United Kingdom surfer in the top 10 of the, you know, the European qualifying series in a while. He's such a quiet, humble kind of guy. He's not one to blow his own trumpet, and I think in some ways that kind of holds him back in terms of exposure. But he's such a great surfer. He's so committed to the sport as well. So we'll see how he gets on. He's already had a good season, and he really needs to get that Challenger Series. It'll be massive for him. As we see, Gilbo coming down the line, finishing off. So Langdon Dark just getting a score. The squall just comes in. We've lost the sun. And the grey just takes the light off it. He's right down on that southern breakwall. You see how far we've moved. This beach is probably 500 metres long. Maybe, between the two groins at least, and we've moved from the northern end to the very southern end. Long right-handers from Tristan.
This wave looked like it was over there, but still managed to have this last section. But small wave, so judges will have that in mind. But a 617 for Patrick.
Yeah, that first turn was strong, wasn't it? And then got another second one. So judges rewarding him. Just a bit of open face and good wave selection, and he didn't hold back. So
how's the surf there in Wales?
Really good waves. Yeah, it's I mean, it's fickle. Massive tide swings. You know, in winter there's no shortage of swell, but you get a lot of wind. But there's you know, some really quality waves there. There's no crowds. You know, there's a really tight community of Welsh surfers. They're really friendly. And they don't get a whole lot of visitors. People don't go there to travel there.
Really?
So it's quite. I mean,
that's good to know.
I mean, they get a lot of the travellers that go there might be from the English, you know, like intermediates or learners that go there for the summer holidays and things. But in terms of, you know, winter turning up, you know, because it's really hard to get the best waves on. You need to know the tides, the swell direction, the wind, and all that sort of business. So
you need to talk to Patrick.
You need to talk to Patrick, and they'll welcome you. They'll help you out if you're keen and you're committed. So it's a really vibrant surf scene, really long history. Some great Welsh surfers over the years. Carl Williams and Nathan Phillips, for example. And this one here is the latest one up and riding. Patch can't get around that. So, yeah, real rich history of great surfers, but just a little bit. It's never really had the light sort of shone on it, you know.
Yeah.
And Patrick is trying to change that, and just by, you know, by performing. And they've had some more help. Funding the Olympics has helped the Team GB. They've just had a bit more government funding, so a bit more structure in terms of getting training, paying coaches like Luke Dillon.
Luke is training.
Yeah, he's coached like the GB coach.
But the whole of the Great British team.
I think he's heavily involved in these training camps and on the qualifying series.
Great guy.
They really trust him. Yeah, he's a great guy. He's a really smart surfer. So, yeah, he's put it all on the line, Patrick, to see what he can get and get on that Challenger Series. So, yeah. But he's not there yet. He's got a 617. Pretty solid start. And we'll see. All the rest of the UK team will be right behind him, you'd imagine. Giovanni had a really good start this morning. Surfed well, but he's had a 12 minutes 50 gone. Here he goes. Looks at that one. Can't quite get a hold of it.
Brando kind of paddled intentionally for that one, but not intentionally enough for priorities to change. There hasn't been a lot of like losing priority and interference. Like today was pretty chilled.
I suppose so many ways of getting ridden right.
Yeah.
There's no much need to.
Don't need to bother.
Getting in everyone's grill, and even the priority system's just taking that out of it, isn't it?
Yeah.
Really, pretty much. You have to make a mistake, really.
I was still a victim of the previous priority system, which, you know, there was no priority system. You either had the inside of the wave or so, you know, you know this better than me, but at some point it wasn't really surfing, you know, in some contests.
Yeah.
It was really more about blocking and like being on the inside, and you know, the amount of heats that people would lose because they would paddle out of the peak to guard priority, and like there was so much bluff, and you know, this priority system just changed everything for the better.
Yeah, well, just let talent show through, didn't it? Just let your surfing. You see the crazy skies down to the south, the sun shining on the buildings on the front of the seafront, down one of those squalls, that squall that we just went through, and then the sun just peeking through. The wind dies off once those squalls go through. There's Luke Dillon there. He's talking to Stanley Norman, who's up in the next heat. So he's got the Team GB there. He's going through the old finger flicks there. Just good advice, well communicated. They really trust Luke. He was travel with them, and he's a good bloke. They have fun with him, but he knows his business. As we see, surfers splitting the peak. So Giovanni goes on the left, on the right. Oh, it's a big turn from short. Just finishes off. So both surfers trying to make the most of it. Splitting the peak, leaving Gilbo and Langdon Dark first and second out the back with a bit of time on their hands. Just split peak, who got the better of it?
Let's see. Elijah has a nice section here and makes it. So yeah, I would say Elijah got the best out of that one. And yeah, but kind of a slow heat, I would say, so far. Maybe because of the storm.
Yeah, it's a bit of that storm came through, just ruffled the conditions. Now it's settled down again. Hopefully for the last 9.5 minutes we'll get a bit of action. See if the Italian surfer and Elia, the French, can get up there and make a difference. Langdon Dark is in second, but it hasn't backed up that 617's, playing patient. Tristan with a couple of 4s and a 3s. That's not going to be enough, you'd think, as well. So it is tight in this one. 9 minutes to go. We are in heat number 6. 2 more heats to go after this, and then the post-show. So plenty of surfing to go. But while this wind dies down, while there's a bit of a break in proceedings, while the surfers just get a grip, Julio's short, just getting a quick one there. Up in action, and he's not going to get around that section. So I think those not really worrying the judges too much in terms of high scores. We're going to go to a short commercial break, and then we're going to come back with the last 6 or 7 minutes of this, the Heat 6 of the Caparica Surf Fest 2025. Short commercial break, back with more live action after this.
Na vida, há sempre algo que nos inspira. O milénio está sempre presente, ao seu lado, na conquista de novos desafios. Juntos, partilhamos a paixão pelo futuro. Milénio, aqui consigo.
It's good to try, even when something seems to make little sense. Put your weight on it. Make an impact in this world. Call everyone, set ambitious goals, and ask yourself, do you want to change surfing? Dare to test. Ride the future.
Welcome to the live action here, 6.5 minutes left on the clock. We are in the Caparica Surf Fest. We're in heat number 6 of the round of 64. 2 more heats to go after this. And we have a pretty tight heat. Only, 2 points between all 4 surfers. We've got Elias Short, who must have caught a wave in that break. He's moved up into first. Tristan Gilbo in second. As you see, this wave. Well, that's one big turn. And that netted him a 4.40 from Elia. So, meanwhile, Patrick, that's Langdon Dark. So he needed to back up his score. That score still to come in. Looked pretty solid. Another wave ridden as well. So flurry of activity during the break. There's 2 nice turns there from Tristan, I think. So, all going on.
Ooh, beautiful turn there. Fins out. Just the one, unfortunately, but that will, I'm sure judges will like that. But in the meantime, Patrick is, reinforces his lead. Elijah still second. Tristan is still looking for a 4.46. So open game with 5 minutes to go. This heat was definitely affected by that big, dark, ugly cloud that went by. And, pretty much left everything wet. We've had a few over the day. But we are still waiting for scores. So, and 4 minutes. Tristan's priority. He's been in that situation for quite a few times. Elijah now. Nice first slash. He has to go big here, and he does stick it. So he wants to better a 4.23. Very probable wave to do it. And that will make life harder for both Tristan and Brando. But yeah, not an easy setup to compete. There's way harder conditions, but you never really know what the waves are going to do, and that's not easy. But it never is, and it's the same for everyone. This was a nice turn, bit flat on that end part, but. Let's see what the judges think of that. Brando is looking to improve on a 3.73.
Yeah, so Patrick Langdon Dark, 4.8. He's been a bit more patient, hasn't he? Just managed to click off those 2 right-handers. His backhand is his strength. Now lies short in second. Now Tristan Gilbo, who surfed really well in that first round, now up against it, just chasing a 5.13. Brando netting 5.2. Still super close. See, that wind just dies off again, doesn't it, Zay, after those squalls? Probably takes 5 minutes to settle down, and then you almost just got to wait those out, not even worry about trying to get a score, and then just waiting for the turn. As we see, Patrick on his forehand this time, and I just can't get that final section. He was flying, fanging down the line. He's got a big air game on him as well, but just couldn't get a ramp. And he goes down the current heat leader.
Definitely that wave ran out really fast, and now another one for Brando, but not a 5.2, unfortunately. He still has some time on the clock, though. A lot of waves coming, so 2 minutes today could mean 2 different waves. It's one of those days. You don't have to, wait 5 minutes for a wave, but this was just, I think he's doing the right thing, looking for that one strong turn, because we've seen that today a lot. But that wasn't the wave.
No, it couldn't quite get that one turn in. Needs a 5-2. Meanwhile, this is Gilbo. First turn's pretty strong. Hope for a big finish. Waits for it. Just a little bit safe with the floater.
Exactly. And I thought he kind of missed that second turn. I understood the logic. It's like I'd rather do 2 big turns in one than 3 smaller turns kind of thing. But he played it a bit safe.
Yeah, just especially needed a 5-1-3. So, needed, you know, it's a decent number. And the surfing has been doing, this section looked pretty good. This first bit you thought could have hit it. Nice top turn, nice click. And then just had, instead of floating it, just needed to release the fins a bit more, try something a little bit more risky. Wasn't an easy section.
I think, you know, beautiful surfing as usual, but yeah, and also judges know Tristan. They know what they're capable of. And sometimes there's that human subjective element that says, like, look, this guy can do so much better than this. He could have done. So, I don't know. But it looks like it's a 4.27. And so, yeah, judges sharing our opinion there.
Yeah, I think he left a little bit. He'll be disappointed with himself. Potentially had that, you know, that could have been his only chance. Brando looked at this one, 30 seconds on the clock. Time running out for all surfers. Langdon Dark, the seated surfer. There he goes again.
What's that?
Not quite sure, but he knows he's done enough. 15 seconds left to go on the clock. Got the heat lead. 10 seconds remaining. Here goes Brando. He needs a 5.2. He's not going to get it on that, and that could be his race's run. Gilbo as well, who surfed really well in that first heat. He's out of the picture. And the 2 top seeds have progressed to the round of 32. That's a big win for Patrick, knowing that a couple of surfers above him have already been knocked out. Maxime Husno, Fonzo Atunes, both out of top 10. So he was sitting in 8th or 9th. So Patrick, that's a big, big result for him. He won't be satisfied with just that result, but still important to get that first heat win out of the way. Eli Short also surfed well. So those 2 surfers coming in. Job well done. But we're going to go a short commercial break, come back with more live action and the last 2 heats of the Caparica Surf Fest right after this.
Sempre algo que nos inspira. O milénio está sempre presente, ao seu lado, na conquista de novos desafios. Juntos, partilhamos a paixão pelo futuro. Milénio, aqui consigo.
It's good to try, even when something seems to make little sense. Put your weight on it. Make an impact in this world. Call everyone, set ambitious goals, and ask yourself, do you want to change surfing? Dare to test. Ride the future.
Welcome back to live action here at Costa de Caparica. The sun is shining, the wind is blowing. There's waves pouring through the Atlantic. It's been an action-packed day. We started at 8 o'clock this morning. She's now approaching just on 6 o'clock local time. And we are not done yet. Round of 64, heat number 7. Sam Pitter Gilbert Ribeiro, Sam Pitte, Stanley Norman and Eduardo Papa. And that surfer there is the local hope from this part of the world. G. Ribeiro, massive fan base down on the beach supporting him. Eduardo Papa, one big turns. I'm getting a lot of these waves, Chico, where it's all about getting one opportunity and making it count.
Yeah, we've seen surfers get big scores on those one-turn maneuvers, and Eduardo there trying to make the most out of that section. Getting a 3.83, so the best number so far of this heat, Eduardo Papa. And in second is Gui Ribeiro with a 3.73. Sitting in third and fourth for now, Sam Pitte, son of the legend, Didier Pitte, and
what do you think Eduardo calls his dad?
Papa.
Papa, Papa.
Papa, Papa. I'm the son of
Whoa.
Papa, Papa.
Speaking son of a legend, there goes Sam just bursting out the fins. This is live action. A little bit short that turn, but managed to get a vertical turn on the second one. So Papa Jr. making that count.
Papa Jr. is so good.
And we've got Ribeiro at the back. So we'll see what Sam, I think that turn was probably the best of the heat so far. 5 minutes gone. Some numbers to come up. What do you like? Compare and contrast these two waves for me, please, Chico.
Yeah, the first one was a bit flat, but the second turn was really tight in the pocket. I liked it. And this is, on the other hand, a big Larry layback by Stanley Norman. And this was the turn, you said it, the best turn so far. Snap and, wow, big layback snap there at the end. So I like the variety there from Sam. He got us used to that. He's got a lot of tricks on the back, and it's always nice to see a bit of variation in these maneuvers.
Yeah, and someone with a bit of variety down there is Claudia Pinto. She's with the winner of the last heat.
That's right, we're here at Patrick that made it up for the next round. Patrick, how was the approach today with these conditions?
To be honest, there's a bit of a, I was in two minds. I wanted to go on the rights, like the cleaner with the wind, and get one or two turns, hopefully. But then with this wind, I kept twitching, wanting to do airs. So I tried one at the start, fell, and then I got a couple rights, and I was starting to look again. But yeah, I don't know. It was either trust my surfing either way, like go backside, or if I was going to go left, I was probably going to punt. But I didn't get to do a good one this heat, but maybe next round.
You're just telling me how you've been here training lately. Does that help?
For sure, yeah. We're super lucky at the moment. We've got Surfing GB who support quite a few of us really well, so we had the opportunity to come out here to train, to get ready for this event. And yeah, it's just nice to get out of the cold and come here, train, and then yeah, we're just familiar with the break before the event, so yeah, it was great.
You seem pretty focused and quite confident. What's the goal?
To make my next heat. Yeah, I'll take it from there. I'm not going to think too far ahead.
Seems quite wise. Congrats.
Thanks. Appreciate it.
Back to you guys.
Thanks, Claudia. Yeah, wise words. He's not getting out. He's not thinking about the rankings. He's not thinking about what's going to happen, where he's going to go. He's not thinking about Newcastle. He's just thinking about the next heat, Chico. It's not a bad approach. It's easy said, though, isn't it?
But he kind of knows on the back of his mind, he knows the position he's in. It sounds better for him to say that, but he knows. He's sitting in a hot seat to qualify.
No, but don't the best surfers in the world, isn't that their approach? Isn't that how Mick Fanning won all his titles? Just concentrating on every single heat.
It is.
Yeah.
Do you reckon Patrick spoke with Mick?
Yeah.
Today?
Yeah, they're in constant contact.
Do you reckon Mick can be watching this?
Yeah, he just texted me.
He's a big fan of the Kiwi.
Mick? Yeah. No, just the European Kiwi. Yeah, he doesn't watch anything else. Yeah, it's 4 in the morning there, so he sets his alarm at 3:55. Watches Patrick's heat. Never misses a heat.
Of Patrick?
Never misses a PLD heat. No way in the world. And then he'll stick it through to the post show. He often sends me a few notes about what I've done right, what I've done wrong. Mainly what I've done wrong. But yeah, he's heavily invested in the sport. And he always, you know what he says? He starts off every text with me is heat by heat.
Hashtag
Hashtag.
eat by eat, and then you start off the message.
Yeah, and then
Eat by eat, I ban.
I miss you.
I mean, eat by eat, but I miss you.
But it's great to see on the big screen again where you belong. Sammy Pitzer got a 6.17 for that. Oh, no, that's not true. He got a, oh yeah, it's 6.17 for that savage hack, as we see. G, 2 big turns there. So we thought that was the best wave of the day, or best wave of the heat from Sam. You got that score. Stanley Norman got a 5.17 for that other layback Larry. So it's the layback so far paying off for these surfers. And still we carry on. Just the replay here. What do you think, Chico?
Yeah, nice snap to start off and bang.
What are his strengths as a surfer? You've seen him surf a fair bit over the years.
He can do it all. He's really good at backside punts. He does some really good full rows. On the front side as well, he's really good at the air. He kind of sticks to this rail game when he's competing, but I would like to see him go for the air on the left with this wind, because he landed so many like on the free surfs that it would be nice to see him going for broke.
Okay, going for break here, Stanley Norman. Oh, there's a nice little carve in the pocket. Finding these good waves and finishes off. So got a 5.17 for his first one and backs it up. Trying to stay with his fellow competitor or fellow GB surfer, Patrick Lendon Dark, get through this round at around 32. He's a lot further down the rankings, so probably not quite in with a chance of making the Challenger Series, but do his confidence good to get up the rankings and try and get some results.
As we see the wave again, a bit of under the lip snap. Nice gouging carve there and a finish. 3-turn combo. First one was a bit flat. I like the second one, as we see the replay of Sam. As we could expect, he's going to go for the air with this win. And we can expect him to land a good one soon. So
yeah,
I know it's one of his strengths.
His completion ratio is pretty good, especially in the free surf. Back him to do that 9 times out of 10 almost. But the pressure of competition and just all these ramps are a little bit soft. So he's just didn't make that one. As we see, that's Freddie Moraes just tying up his ankle. Or he's going through ballet. It's hard to say. But yeah, that's that ankle. Still, you know, he said it's getting better every surf. A bit less obtrusive. Even 3 weeks ago, he was wearing a bit more of a solid brace down to the material on now, just for a bit of support, a bit of confidence, if anything. So, but still not 100%. He said by his own admission. Oh! Speaking of potential injury, that was just for a moment there. If he could have hit his board or hit his fins. Seems okay.
That was close to hit his board, but luckily everything went just fine for Stanley.
Yeah, he made it okay. What went wrong?
So he got the rotation.
Nothing went right, I'll tell you that.
No, like the pop was there, like the rotation was there. I just feel like maybe the angle of the board when doing the rotation kind of like wasn't quite there, so the board didn't stick to his foot. And yeah, he ended up falling. So I actually saw Italo like doing one of these and landing in the mid face of the wave, and I saw like a slow-mo shot he posted, and he puts like when he's pushing back his board to lift his body on the board, he puts his whole leg in on top of the board so he can really push.
Right, to keep it in.
Yeah, and then he uses the leg to do like a mini takeoff.
Right. Impressive.
He lands already with the leg like this, so it kind of like doesn't hurt himself. Mid face, and then with the speed of the mid face, the wave coming in at him, he uses the whole leg and he goes like just
Yeah, it's a bit hard for the viewers at home to see the action that you're doing, but yeah, I get you. So he uses every part of his legs and bodies to show, to keep his board. Yeah, well, what he does is so much technical aspect. He's working so hard.
Kind of sends himself already in that position, not centered, so he can land with his body like behind it and then recover.
Incredible. He's one of the best in the world. As you see, nice little, mini bit of bump there from Sam Pitter. Still trying to back up that 617. Here goes Papa. Oh, that's a nice turn and just can't quite hang on. So he got the spray, had the release. Just as those fins caught, just stopped him in his track. So that looked like a strong score. Still waiting on some scores to come in. So this was Sam. Just a little bit of a phone climb, and you can see that's not offering any other opportunity. So kicked out. So 11 minutes on the clock, really, really tight still. On the backhand, as we see, Ribeiro just can't get a sort of combination of scores going at the moment. He's in second place, but trying to improve on a 3.73.
I think he will improve though with this one. This turn was really tight in the pocket. Really aggressive, as we see. Nice bottom turn, released the fins.
Yeah, I think this angle probably didn't help, did it? Actually more critical than it looked. Meanwhile, there's a big flashing turn from Norman. So one turns at the moment is all you get, really. You've got to make the most of them. You've got to add a bit of flair. You've got to change them up, make the judges think a little bit about it. So far, Norman is doing that the best. 10 minutes on the clock. But the spread between all four surfers is less than a point, so it's super, super tight, or just over a point. So it is really, really going to go down to the wire like all these heats will. At the moment, we've got Stanley Norman out in first, Ribeiro in second, Pitter in third, only needing a 2 and Papa in fourth. But we're going to go to a short commercial break. Come back the last 10 minutes of the round of 64, heat number 7 of the Caparica Surf Fest 2025.
Na vida, há sempre algo que nos inspira. O Milênio está sempre presente, ao seu lado, na conquista de novos desafios. Juntos, partilhamos a paixão pelo futuro. Milênio, aqui consigo.
It's good to try, even when something seems to make little sense. Put your weight on it. Make an impact in this world. Call everyone, set ambitious goals, and ask yourself, do you want to change surfing? Dare to test. Ride the future.
Back live action here in the southern beaches of Lisbon, the great city on the edge of the continent. We are on the edge of CS qualification here on the final stop of the European qualifying series. And we've got a replay here. Chico Alves, what did this man do?
Nice backhand snap, releases the fins, and a really tight turn in the pocket again. I think this is going to be a massive number. 8-point ride, so highest single wave of the event so far. Sam Pitter with a really good combination of maneuvers there. First turn, really technical. The release he got there was massive. and then he comboed up with a big and solid hit off the top at the end. So yeah, overall really well surfed by Sam.
Yeah, really, really strong surfing. An 8-point ride. That's the biggest wave, biggest individual wave of the day, from my memory at least. So yeah, and when it counted, so suddenly Sam has just opened up a huge, huge lead, and that shuffles the pack pretty much. He's out in the lead. No one's going to catch him, you'd think, with 7 minutes on the clock. Stanley Norman now in third, needing a 4.67. Edward Papa needing a 5.63. You think it's between those three surfers in terms of trying to get ahead. You were, I hate to admit it, again, Chico, you were right. They were 4.5. That last wave for the Portuguese surfer that did improve his score for that one backhand turn.
5.33.
5.3. Was that? Right, yeah, you're right. Bang on. I'm a little bit surprised by that, but you know more than me about this stuff anyway. And a really, really incredible couple of light turns there from the Frenchman. When he clicks, he clicks. Incredible surfer, incredible barrel rider, and really trying to get up there in that all-important ranking. So let's have a look at this again, Chico. Break it down for me. Why was this an 8? Why was this the only 8 of the day?
Well, first turn was super critical off the bottom, off the top. It releases the fins. Then the way it drives through the first to the second turn was impressive with a lot of speed, and the last section was really steep, and the way he drove through that lip was massive. As we see live action, and he's going to go for a big, big air.
Oh, there he goes again. He just can't quite swing it round. You can see his confidence. There's only one thing on his mind, but unfortunately, he couldn't quite spin it round. So, Peter, he's got nothing to lose now. He's going to go for broke. Way out in the lead. And see if he can get even more up into the excellent range. He's coming 18th at the moment, so he's, super, super outside shot. Trying to get in that all-important 10th spot. He won't rule himself out. A win would do it, you'd think. Do it with some to spare. So, but it's a long way ahead at the moment. He's had a very good heat. Trying to put a bit of icing on the cake. It's all about that third spot. Portuguese haven't had an incredible day. Lost a few of the local heroes, local hopes. So right now, Ribeiro just hanging on to that second, but it's so, so tight. Stanley Norman needing a 4.67. Papa a 5.63.
Yeah, Eduardo has been a bit off the radar since he caught that 4.2. But yeah, with that big turn at the end, he got a 4.2. A bit of a flat start to that wave, and then he finished it off well. So yeah, I can't wait to see what they can do at the end of this one.
He had that one fall, didn't he, on that sort of real top turn in the pocket that would have potentially put him up in that second spot. So now, no time at all. He's got priority. He can choose any wave he wants. So that's in his benefit or in his favour. But yeah, he's going to have to do it. Doesn't need a massive number, but needs one pretty shortly. 3.5 minutes on the clock. Norman shaking his hands, asking his requirement. You can't hear me, but he needs a 4.67. So he'll get that information relayed to him soon enough. As we see some sets approaching, this could be the last throw of the dice for these guys. They're all needing some scores from first, second, and third, and fourth. A few sets approaching. It looks like the current heat winner. He can afford to be less picky. He's fagging down the line. Can't make that one. So he's pretty much safe. The other three surfers still out there with priority. If they can just make some magic happen in the last minutes. And the penultimate heat of the day, the dying embers of this day. We've seen 22 heats surfed so far, or 23, sorry. This is the 23rd heat of the day. One more to go after this. So these surfers, though, they've been hanging around, monitoring conditions. Now it's just about 2 minutes on the clock. Probably get one wave, get one turn, and make it count if they can. To see how they go about that.
Oh, that set didn't really do much. Meanwhile, Papa, he pulls the trigger with priority. This is pretty crucial. This might be his last one. One big turn, does a floater, gets the fins out, but it just didn't have that real verticalness, or he didn't have any time to set it up, so we're not sure that'll be the high five he needs. And that leaves Norman out there with a 4.67 requirement. 2 minutes on the clock to stay to stay in the event. It's tight. It's close. This is the clutch surfing, all the training. This is where it all comes in to hand when you can put it on the thing. But this wave, Chico surfed it well. Just didn't have any of the explosiveness or the risk factor to get the high five.
Yeah, it was a 317. As you said, needing that number, you kind of need to go for broke on a section like that. Maybe try a layback or just release of the fins, or just explode a bit more on that last section. You played a bit safe on that turn, and the reflection of that is the score, 317. And
yeah, not good enough. Still needing another number, and that leaves Norman still out there with that priority, just maintaining his position. He's going to have to go one of these ways that comes in. This is Ribeiro, so he might try and improve on his position, fanging down the line. There's that aerial Chico was talking about, so that's not going to count. So again, it's just down to the Englishman out there. Miss Teresa Bonvolo just looking on, watching her friend trying to get through this. At the moment, he's in a good spot. He's in second, but he knows that this one wave could change it all, and that's the wave, and that ain't going to change it. Looks like Norman made a mistake, or fell off at least. We didn't see the start, but the end wasn't good. And so looks like the Portuguese surfer might get lucky here and get through. Frenchman way up front. He's had an absolute incredible heat. Norman trying to get back out there. 10 seconds on the clock. You think time's going to go against him. Still in position unless we have one last flurry. And it looks like they're going to run out of time. As we go. Oh, Papa, this is his last lobster dive. So it is all over. So it looks like Pita and Ribeiro are through to the round of 32. A bit frantic there at the end, Chico, but just done enough. Just all you got to do. You just got to squeeze through sometimes. And Pita there, he was the best surfer by far.
yeah, Pita was on another. He was surfing alone, and he surfed really well. He caught the best ones, and he made his talent show off.
Yeah, so the bad news is that the event's about to finish after one more heat. The good news is you won't have to hear us any for much longer. We're going to have a short commercial break, come back with the last heat of the day and the post-show right after this.
Na vida, há sempre algo que nos inspira. O milénio está sempre presente, ao seu lado, na conquista de novos desafios. Juntos, partilhamos a paixão pelo futuro. Milénio, aqui consigo.
It's good to try, even when something seems to make little sense. Put your weight on it. Make an impact in this world. Call everyone, set ambitious goals, and ask yourself, do you want to change surfing? Dare to test. Ride the future.
Welcome back to the last heat of the day. We are in the final throes of what's been an incredible day of surfing on the western shores of the Atlantic Ocean of the Azores. We are just looking south down to beautiful escarpment that runs all the way down from Costa de Caparica. And this man you'll know is Federico Moraes. Wow, that's a big trademark turn. He's got a pretty crazy spray there. He got a 4 for that. Meanwhile, Samuel Randon, who was really impressive in his heat this morning, really aggressive goofy footer, also with a 4.67 for that single turn. Tiago Galera, don't know much about him. I'll ask the boys. I've got Jose Ferreira and Chico Alves in the booth for the final heat of the day, and then the post-match show. And before we introduce those and get their intelligent, erudite and articulate views, see this live action from the Frenchman. Just flicks his hair out of the way and doesn't do much. So right now, I think down on the boards, we've got Claudia Pinto with the winner of the last heat, Sam Pite.
That's right, we're here with Sam Pite, not only the winner of the last heat, but also you made the best wave of the day, the best wave we've seen so far today. Tell us, what did you see on it, and what did you come with when you present us with that 8-point ride?
To be honest, it wasn't my plan at all to go right. I saw the north wind and like some funny lefts. I thought I was only gonna go left and try to do a couple hairs, and then I ended up catching a first left, and then I wasn't feeling really confident, not going too fast. So then I sat with priority, and that big right came, and I was like, okay, that's a bomb. I gotta go right, even if it was not my plan, and ended up being my best wave. 2 good turns, so I was happy on that.
You've been riding Mata Shapes, which is a local shaper from Caparica. How do you feel familiar with Caparica, the waves too?
Yeah, I've been coming here for a few years now, so I really like the vibe here. I have some good friends that live here too, so I enjoy my time here, and yeah, the waves as well.
Does that give you an extra motivation to make it up to the finals?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's the last event, and I had a couple of results and nothing crazy, and my goal is to have a big impact and like throw big scores and go all the way, hopefully.
Thank you so much. Good luck.
Thank you.
Fair play. Thanks, Claudia. Thanks, Sam. Yeah, you want to have a big impact. And that's the approach. Big scores, big impact. Speaking of big scores and big impact, say Ferreira into the last heat of the day, mate. It's been a, you know, we're going to get your expert opinion in the post show, but you know, we've seen a lot of heats. We've spent a lot of time together today. Any highlights? Any sort of, you know, what stands out for you today? Just in, you know, overall.
I don't know if it was because I was fresh, but during the morning we saw. Yeah, well, not yeah. More like Thomas de Bière. I think he was one of the standouts of the day so far, and we had some amazing moments like that heat with João Maria Mendonça. That one turn for 767. That was, I think, a highlight. We've had a couple upsets as well, like Maxime lost. That's pretty shocking. Tristan Gilboa lost as well. As we see Federico's dad.
He's got the spot, isn't he? He's got the bunk bed.
Exactly.
You must be listening to...
like a double bed, right?
Yeah, double bunk bed, yeah.
Yeah, we're sleeping in...
That's where we're sleeping.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that's the spot. I said to Freddie's dad, you can have it just for now. Here goes Freddie Moraes on his backhand. Not showing too much of that ankle injury there. Trademark style, vertical whip. He's got that sort of swooping forehand cut back, and he's a bit more vertical on his backhand.
I like the spray a lot.
It's unlike Freddie, I would say.
Yeah.
They've always created. I haven't seen a whole lot of like crazy sprays on his boards over the years.
This one looks sick though. Nice snap off the top, really tight, and again, 2-turn combination there. I like better the first wave he got. Was a bit more steep, and I thought the score could have gone just a touch higher, in my opinion, but because the wave adds some size as well. So yeah, a 4 and this one now with 17 minutes to go. We saw It's a 3.9, and this is a pretty moment, Ben.
Yeah, this is actually that's Vasco Ribeiro and our new camera equipment that they've sorted out. So they had a bit of problem with the camera gear earlier in the day, but Vasco said, look, I can fix this. And it hasn't taken long, and he's gone and got some, some new equipment. So the Ocean Events, always just making sure they get the high definition stuff there.
I think that's going to be like a trademark picture, and that couple there, you know, that will make a portrait.
Put on
a
socials.
nice one.
Yeah.
Well,
Well, it takes about 8 weeks to to
get it revealed.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Oh, there's the photo.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. There you go. There's Zach. Look at that.
Same teeth.
There you go. Yeah, you can see the resemblance. Look at that. That barrier reef, all 3 of them. He's got the. He's got the.
That is funny. That is really good.
That is funny.
Imagine my mom there waiting like
You like
10
that,
minutes
didn't
for
you?
a photo, and suddenly you have 2 like.
You like that, didn't you, Chico? You got a
loved it.
laugh out of that.
Yeah,
didn't he?
that's your
right
kind of
up,
stuff.
Right up your.
That's your corner.
For me, that was the highlight of the day.
That's right in your little wheelhouse, isn't
I
it?
loved it. Just their face waiting for the photo.
I know what the next skit's going to be on the old Chico. Oh, there's a big turn. Can he hang on? And he does. So there we go from the Frenchman, Redon. He's been aggressive all day. A couple of big turns.
Samuel surfed 12 this morning on his backhand.
Yeah, you guys were impressed, and he is in his interview saying that he's worked in carpentry to be here. So
Right.
he's actually paying for all his expenses and doesn't have a coach because of that. He invests all his money in traveling and Airbnbs and gas and food and everything. So that's his motivation.
Well, he's an incredible surfer, but yeah, maybe stick to carpentry. I mean, in this day and age. I mean,
Yeah, well,
Such a great skill to have.
it's hard to be a pro surfer these days. It's you can't deny that. You know,
not
at some
easy.
point you have to.
Stick to carpentry.
Well, it's so
Can you
hard,
imagine,
but you
like-
know what? He's got so much skills. He's just coming out of nowhere. I haven't seen a lot of Samuel, but it's great to hear that, you know, he's worked so hard to get here. Maybe that's his secret, you know, worked so hard to get here, so much drive. Not that there's other surfers don't, but a different path where you have to kind of work pretty hard to get to where you're at.
Yeah, there's all those Australian surfers that work in the mines to then, but like you get like a lot of money when you're working in the mines. I think
Yeah.
it's like 6,000 a month or even more. So you do like 2 months of that.
6,000 a month and straight doesn't buy you coffee, mate.
Yeah, right. So maybe it's like 4,000 a week. I don't know. It's a lot of money.
Yeah.
I remember Tiago Guerra. This is the wild card, local surfer.
Yeah, driving down the line. So that's his sort of first wave. So he just needed a bit of confidence up against, well, probably his hero in Federico Moret. Moret, so, you know, surfing against one of your heroes up at your local beach with a wild card, not easy. But just a little bit sticky here, Zay. But then that was a nice turn. Yeah, good confidence booster.
Yeah, well, first wave for him, so always nice to get under your feet and take that dust out of your board. And Federico here with a nice flow of turns, very trademark top to bottom surfing as we're used to. Nothing new there.
No, nothing new, but still managed to get 3 sort of turns, a lot of power, shaking off the effects of that ankle injury, looking strong. You know, he's surfing here without pressure as well. So Samuel Redon got a 5.83 for that last wave. So, yeah, he's building a house, so to speak, as they say, as the carpenter.
Yeah.
And, yeah, really interested in hearing his story. That's what these events do, don't they? They do throw up some pretty interesting paths, how some of the surfers have got here, taking different routes and different ways to getting here. Most just get sponsored and then turn up, but have their parents pay for it. But yeah, there's every surfer has a story, right?
Yeah.
What's yours?
Like mine?
Yeah.
You want to hear the truth?
No.
Mum
no,
and Dad?
I do, but not right now.
No, Mum and Dad, yeah.
Yeah, your
A
mum
lot,
and dad.
Yeah.
Yeah, they
And
helped.
I told them to stop.
because I was going nowhere. Stop spending money on me, please.
Put it.
No.
Renovate the bathroom.
No, later I had sponsors, but yeah. When I was younger, of course.
Here we go. So Barton, the UK surfer, winds up at a big top turn. Just decided to do one turn rather than the two there. Try and just get some marks. Freddie, he's had a plan. Plan was to go left. Just locking up a lot of 4 points. 4-point rides, 4.97 for his last one. So also just building his house in his own way. No big numbers. You'll know we need to get out of that, above 5 basically if he needs to progress. JS it is. Get a story behind that spray as well. There will be a story behind the spray. You have to make sure you get those yourself. And nice turn. Wearing the booties is Barton.
Just the one turn. He's kind of out of the rhythm in this one. Well, him and Thiago, they're up against two guys that are really in the rhythm, so they really have to step up their game. Thiago knows this wave very well. He has some air game too, so yeah, it would be great for this kid to perform and release a bit. I'm sure he has a lot of people watching from Caparica. Might add up some stress or not. How was it with you? Like when you had contests in Caparica, where you're originally from, would that add up to your stress levels, or would that help you?
I only competed once here, and it was the nationals. They did like
not once. Sheik, I've competed here with you a lot of times.
But in like
in the juniors, in the juniors.
No, like really juniors, like under 12 and under 14. Bro, under 12, I didn't even know what pressure was.
That's how I met you in like an under 12 contest here.
I had more pressure playing FIFA than on the comp.
Yeah, so it would help.
Yeah, maybe. It would help. Yeah, but yeah, the first actual event I could recall of.
Basically, what you want to say is the only event I had here, I won. So.
Yeah, I won, but I didn't feel any pressure that year because the beach was empty. And everyone was like a big storm, you remember?
Yeah.
And no one.
Everyone went home.
Everyone was like, "Who cares, bro? Is there any locals competing?" But yeah, it was a huge storm, so there was no one out.
Yeah, they call it the Alves storm. That's what they called it. Okay, so we've got a break here. We saw Federico Moraes improve on his score. He's up to second. This man here, Red On's been really on fire. There's a big turn. We've got more live action. We've got 10 minutes left of the whole day. Going to go short commercial break, come back to the final and the post-show right up.
Na vida, há sempre algo que nos inspira. O Milênio está sempre presente, ao seu lado, na conquista de novos desafios. Juntos, partilhamos a paixão pelo futuro. Milênio, aqui consigo.
It's good to try, even when something seems to make little sense. Put your weight on it. Make an impact in this world. Call everyone, set ambitious goals, and ask yourself, do you want to change surfing? Dare to test. Ride the future.
Welcome back. Here we go, live action, straight up into it. Tiago, the local wild card, banging down the line. What's he got for us? A big turn, finishes it off, and he gives himself a little fist pump of approval. It's a little bit, sort of, a little bit slow, but he led up to it. He eyed it off in the distance, Zay. But is it a score that's going to make a difference?
Yeah, let's give it another look. Quite some speed here, and hits it. I think, you know, that's probably one of his first QSs, so he's just trying to understand what how to deal with it, right? That was a good turn though. Let's see what the judges think of that, but he will definitely need like 3 or 4 of those in order to get scores that will count for passing this heat.
I don't know. I think judges have been rewarding this kind of turns, so I wouldn't be surprised if this kind of like puts him in the mix with a I3, 4, something like that.
There was a flash of fins, wasn't there? So you saw a bit of that, but yeah, we'll see a bit of a build up.
We need to compare though to the 497 and the 4.3 of Kikas.
Yeah, because those were 2 turns.
Yeah, he had 3 actually on the 497. But it's weird, like we've seen combinations of 3 turns. We saw Aaron earlier on today doing like 6. Pretty good turns and getting like a 4. And then just like a floater to the right on the meaty section and got a 7. So
yeah, I think I'll tell you what, maybe misrepresenting. I think they have been rewarding, yes, sort of bigger turns, single turns, potentially throughout the course of the day a little bit higher. But Tiago there, we'll see what the score is. He's going to get himself back in. 6 minutes on the clock. Great experience for him, no matter what. As we see, Barton just kicking out. That's not going to help his cause. He needs a 6.
Yeah,
Tiago needed a 6.37 before that last wave, so he's not going to get that, but he might make his job a bit easier. Yeah, pretty hard surfing your first, you know, as a wild card, trying to big build up.
Yeah,
probably he's still at school. I'm not sure of his age, Tiago, but yeah, imagine at school everyone's, you're in the event.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you know, this phase
steal your lunch money.
As a young surfer, like that, just starting to do a few QSs, it's so hard because you're literally surfing against your heroes, you know, and you don't know if you can do it, if you can't do it. So 4.6, great score for him. Judges liking that, and here for Federico.
Well, nice first turn, squirts off the back, and there's another trademark from Freddie. This is a bit more like the kick ash we know, and there's another one and one. So that we're about to find out about this theory of Chico Alves of 5 turns versus the 1 turn, and we'll see where that places it. Just felt like he had a bit more rhythm on that one, a little bit more speed. You know, he's trying to get above that 5 mark, but yeah, Zay, what do you reckon?
Yeah, beautiful little wave here, like great wave selection, nice rhythm, a bit repetitive, but does the job, you know. You know, that's what smart competing is about, I guess. And Kikas is known for that ever since.
When he's surfing well, there's spray, isn't there, Chico? Like, that's his trademark. When he gets his timing right and he gets his, you know, his speed right, the spray's the main thing. And there was a bit more of that on that wave, I thought.
Yeah, he had a lot more speed than on the other ones, but I cannot really understand like pumping down the line and doing like a floater and getting almost the same score as a 497 with 3-turn combo.
Yeah, but this wave...
For me, it doesn't make sense.
Okay. Well, but this wave was a sort of cut above, wasn't it? So it had a bit more power, a bit more speed than that last one to Freddie's. They were pretty small waves one. He's got a 6.5, so big number drops for the Portuguese. Prince, he's up there now into first spot, and that means Samuel Redon is in second. And we've got Tiago chasing just 6.03 as we see him take off here. Now this is a Frenchman, bit more power on this one. Oh, and there's another nice 2-turn combo. It's so impressive, this guy.
Solid.
Just in terms of not making mistakes and also just a bit more aggressive, a bit more flair. See that sponsorless board that you mentioned? He's paid his own way to get here. And right now, he seems to be working it pretty well. Freddie now on the right, just kicks out of that one. Just chancing his arm with no priority
3 minutes left on the clock. He'll be happy. He's just sort of kept improving throughout the course of the heat, just getting those scores. Each score, I think, was better than the last almost. And he's now got a pretty convincing. This one, Chico, what do you think about this one? Oh, I like that first one.
Yeah, first snap was nice and release of the fins. Nice combination there, 5.53. Well-deserved score. Good combination of two maneuvers.
So those two surfers now just starting to get a bit of daylight. Well, there's not much daylight left, to be honest. We got here in the dark. We probably end up here in the dark. But yeah, he's got a bit of space between.
Do you reckon like this wave of white with the two-turn combo should have more than 1 point gap to Fred 6.5?
I'm just
trying questions.
Yeah, no, no, I think it's about right. I think it's about on the money. Yeah.
And you?
Yeah, well, 1 point sounds good. Difference, yeah.
I know what you mean, though. A bit more explosive, a bit more flair.
But what about you? I can't understand your point.
I thought it was like more than 1 point difference. This last one of white.
But for more or for less?
Yeah, I thought
it was less.
If you compare Fred's wave, he had like 4 turn connection, and 2 of them, they were pretty solid. So I thought it was more than 1 point difference to White's wave with a snap and just a bit of a blow of the fins on the whitewash.
Yeah, it's just
5.53 to a 6.5. It's a 1 point difference. For me, it's like 2 point difference at least.
Yeah, if we had to analyze and break it down, I would say like, first of all, quantity versus quality, right? Samuel did 2 different turns on maybe a slightly bigger wave. And Fred had like 2 good turns, like 2 really good turns, and then the other 2 were like just one of them was like a small re-entry, and you know, a softer section. So yeah, I'm aligned with this scoring system. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Well, I suppose as we've seen throughout the course of the day, they've been rewarding those individual scores rather than the combination of. That one is neither. So Tiago needing a 6.76. It looks like it's all going to be academic. I think the 2 best surfers have clearly got through this with a bit more class, a bit more experience. And it looks like with 30 seconds on the clock, we've got probably one of Portugal's best hopes. Ankle injury notwithstanding, he's through to the round 32, which is good news for the Portuguese fans. And also Samuel Redon, who we don't know too much about, but is surfing really well. Surfed 2 heats, surfed explosively, surfed with a real amount of flair. He's going again. This might be the last wave of the day. Nice little click off the top, drives around. Oh, and there's a little stab. Hangs on, doesn't hang on. And that's the day. It's complete. So Freddie has got through. He'll be happy with that. Just came here to feel the juice, feel the vibes, get a few wins, test out that ankle a bit more under competitive pressure, test out the new spray. And it looks like he's done all of those. Tick, 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 tick. That is the end of the competitive day. We're going to come back shortly. We're going to got the post-match show, the post-show with all the highlights from today, the best waves, the big storylines, all the best bits of what has been an incredible day away. So don't get anywhere, folks. We've got the wrap-up after this short commercial break, right after this.
Na vida, há sempre algo que nos inspira. O milénio está sempre presente, ao seu lado, na conquista de novos desafios. Juntos, partilhamos a paixão pelo futuro. Milénio, aqui consigo.
It's good to try, even when something seems to make little sense. Put your weight on it. Make an impact in this world. Call everyone, set ambitious goals, and ask yourself, do you want to change surfing? Dare to test. Ride the future.
Welcome back to Costa de Caparica. Look at that. There's a big cruise ship coming in to sample the delights of Lisbon. And we have sampled the delights of Lisbon today with an action-packed day of professional surfing. European surfers all converging on Costa de Caparica to try and qualify for the Challenger Series. We started early. We started at 7:30 on the dot. We've gone all day. We've done 24 heats, round of 96 and the round of 64. Zé Ferreira. It's been a big day, a long day, a great day. Who's been one of your favourite performers? Talk me through it.
Yeah, long day. I've said this, Thomas de Bière for me. Okay. Great performance, great rail surfing. He surfed in the morning in that cleaner right-hander, and then in the afternoon with a bit more wind. Did well on both heats, so yeah, that's my pick for today.
Chico Alves, which out of us two have you enjoyed the most today in terms of commentary and sitting side by side?
You both have different qualities, right? I think early morning I prefer Ben. Ben, you go for the cold plunge. You're ready.
Yep.
I like say in the afternoon, a bit more introspective, loose. It gets a bit more creative.
Okay, good point. And I'd love to hear you talk more, but I'd love to hear Federico Moraes talk even more. He's down on the beach with Claudio Pinto.
And what a way to wrap up the first day of Caparica Surf Fest with the win of the local hero, Frederico Moraes. Till the last minute, how does it feel to take the win and go into the next round?
It feels really good. It's good to be back and competing and getting a few scores. It's really tough out there, getting really low tides, a lot of closeouts, hard to find a clean wave. But yeah, lucky me, I found that 6.5 at the end and yeah, made it through next round, stoked.
Congratulations.
Thank you guys.
And thanks, Freddie. Yeah, really stoked just to feel the energy. We've had some squalls, we've had some rain, we've had all sorts of conditions, often with the space of 10 minutes, 15 minutes. Every heat's been something exciting, something incredible. But we have two heats that we've picked out as the potential highlights of the whole day. We saw the round 96, heat number 6 was incredible performances across the board. So we might just check out those highlights and go through the round of 64, another heat after this. But this was a big heat earlier on. We saw Tristan Gilbert, who did unfortunately come a cropper in the round of 64, but in this heat he was on fire. Zé Ferreira.
Yeah, for sure. Look at this. It was one heat after the other. Thomas and Tristan. He just had like beautiful style surfing. Really, what you want to see in the QS in the first round. It's very fresh, always good, and yeah, great to see Tristan performing like that.
Yeah, it's just how smooth he is.
This turn
down the line, it just makes everything look so good. And yeah, Tristan, unfortunately, he ended up losing in the afternoon, but he started off this event so well.
Yeah, and Michel Scopper, he pushed him all the way. Real contrast in styles between the lanky, goofy footer and then the other heat, which was around the 64, heat number 7. We just watched this, didn't we, together? And it was a pretty impressive performance. But it was this man, Chico, who went left, he went right, and he was on fire.
Yeah, he had it all. Like for me, he's the standout of the day for sure. Just a variety of maneuvers he was able to do. That layback was massive, and then this right-hander was the best wave of the day.
big blow of the fins out the back, and then he was able to combo it up with a massive turn here at the end.
Wow.
So Sampite just showing he's one step ahead of the others.
Yeah, too strong. So Elias Short just also, Gilbert Ribeiro just also sticking up there, really progressive, really dynamic, pushed him all the way. And that was an 8-point ride for Sami Peter, so incredible day. And the good news is, guess what? Tomorrow we move straight on in. We got an early start, 7:30, Chico. That's good news for you. You love to get up early, as you said, go for a swim, maybe a bit of exercise, a bit of boxing. We're up, 7:30 start, potentially round of 64. We'll finish off the next 8 heats, then make a call on either we go to the women or the men for the rest of the round. So we're going to be here bright and early. Please check in. The European surfing is on fire, and it's all happening here in Costa de Caparica. We're going to see a little bit out. We're going to say goodbye. Thanks, Zay Ferreira, for all your time and effort and your wisdom. Chico, thanks for being you. It's always a pleasure. And we'll see you tomorrow. Don't go anywhere, folks. It's happening here in Costa de Caparica.
Copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.